One video game genre that is very fascinating to me is the mascot kart racer. You probably know exactly what I mean when I say this. A game where cartoony characters race or battle in go-karts and usually pick up items and boxes along the track. Something like that. It's an idea that's incredibly specific, and yet kart racers are both hugely successful and very recognizable. There was an era where it felt like every IP was getting kart racers, and some of them were really weird. How did that happen? Well, Mario Kart came out and made $1 billion, but with a genre as expansive as kart racers, there's no way Mario is all there is to look at. So today, to categorize the history of the kart racer, I've curated a list of 50 of them from across the genre's 35-year history, and I will be reviewing all of them today. The 50 games I chose were picked either because of their relevance, or just because they seemed interesting to talk about, but just know that even though I'm covering a lot, I can't cover the full history of the genre, and there's plenty of interesting or good games I'll have to leave out. I hope we can learn something about this incredibly odd genre as I take you at 150cc through the 50 kart racer extravaganza. And where better place to start than the original? Arguably. I'm not going to be covering every Mario Kart game today, but I will be talking about a lot of them. Super Mario Kart released for SNES in 1992, and for all intents and purposes, it is the first mascot racer. I'm sure you could find earlier examples of the genre or cartoony racing games, and it's not even the first racing game featuring Mario, but it is where the concept of mascots going go-karting becomes mainstream. Most of what makes the Mario Kart series iconic is here. You've got cups based on Mario locations, an assortment of items like shells, bananas, and mushrooms, and a bunch of characters from across the Mario series, who have all become mainstays in the franchise. Except for Donkey Kong Jr., he was in exactly one Mario Kart game after this. Most of the content in this game is themed around Super Mario World, since it was the newest at the time. They can come off as generic compared to the kinds of tracks the series would later implement. Although the final track of the Special Cup, Rainbow Road, would stick around for a while within the Mario Kart series. And by a while, I mean every single Mario Kart game. It is easily the most iconic track in the series. Despite Super Mario Kart introducing so much, it feels very different in the gameplay. The tracks are tiny and the racing is extremely stiff. For a racing game, it doesn't feel particularly fast. If you're used to later Mario Kart games, you're probably going to have to adjust to it. As someone who has played a lot of later Mario Karts, one thing I always tend to get hung up on is the drifting. As the series would go on, drifting would get smoother and smoother in every entry, all for the purpose of making your kart feel more responsive to control. But in Super Mario Kart, every time I drift, it tends to just completely spin me out of control. I find it's usually less about the actual drifting and more about the little hop you do while pressing the drift button, since you can sometimes use it to avoid obstacles. While the controls do feel a little weird, it's worth remembering that it's a game about go-karts. The Mario Kart series would imitate street racing more than go-karting as the series went on, but this first game was influenced by the slow, clunky feel of cars that children are allowed to race in. Let's be real here, the game's difficulty is kinda bullshit. In single-player races, you can actually get eliminated if you place lower than 5th, and you have a limited amount of lives to clear a Grand Prix because of that. The game can get pretty unforgiving on higher difficulty settings. I think the YouTuber SNES Drunk put it best. It's the type of game you'll want to clear once, then never again. But the bullshit is what makes Mario Kart Mario Kart. It is especially bullshit in this game where, because of the small sizes of the tracks and the fact there's only 8 racers, if you get just one mushroom item and use it strategically, you can pretty much pass everyone else. But also, falling off the edge of the track just once is more than likely gonna result in you shooting right to last place. The AI pretty clearly adjusts itself to your gameplay, so it gets harder the better you're doing. I'm sure it gets easier when you're doing bad too, but I don't feel it. The multiplayer is the main focus of the game, and so the bullshit is kinda balanced around that. I didn't play this with another person because making someone play 50 games with me would be a lot, so I'm kind of missing out on part of the experience. To be fair, kart racers basically have the same gameplay either way, but there is inevitably going to be a big chunk of most games missing in my coverage, so that's something to keep in mind going forward. Super Mario Kart also features a battle mode, which is just as fun as the racing, and would go on to have a long and influential history of its own. Overall, Super Mario Kart is very different to what most people would expect from a Mario Kart game, but it is fun once you get used to it and beat it exactly once. The multiplayer experience is most of what the game is about, and you do have to respect its influence. It sold almost 9 million copies on SNES, which makes it the 4th best-selling SNES game, just above Street Fighter II. Imagine if there was a Street Fighter II kart racer. Pretty quickly, its format would inspire similar racing games. Mario Kart, Street Fighter, and soccer. Those were the ingredients chosen to make the perfect kart racer, but Ubisoft accidentally added an extra ingredient to the concoction, being European. Street Racer was released on Super Nintendo in 1994 and is a parody of Street Fighter in the Mario Kart style, and you know what? I thought it was pretty fun. It's a mashup of two of the most popular games at the time of its release, and it proved to be a popular concept. Decades later, we got Hyper Street Kart, an unofficial ROM hack of Super Mario Kart that adds the Street Fighter II cast as playable characters. Street Racer was published by Ubisoft before they became a huge studio and was developed by a small studio called Vivid Image. The thing about Street Racer's gameplay is that it retains the weird quirks of Super Mario Kart that didn't become mainstays of the genre, like limited lives and an elimination system. The racing and the track designs are similar in concept, although in Street Racer, the tracks feel a lot shorter than Super Mario Kart. On average, they only lasted like a minute. Something crazy happened while I was playing this game though. I realized that the difficulty balancing is actually better than Mario Kart. The earlier cups are easy, and the later cups are challenging but doable, which Super Mario Kart struggled with a little. I wouldn't say Street Racer is better than Mario Kart, but this is one aspect it succeeds in. I have to say this because anytime there's a kart racer people want you to pay attention to, the one thing they'll say is that it's better than Mario Kart. Most of the time it's not true, but the fact there is a debate says something about its quality, I guess. The Street Fighter theming comes to play in the fact that all the characters in the game are racial stereotypes, repping different countries around the world. Some of them are wacky, some of them are rough. Starting with Street Fighter Alpha, the Street Fighter cast would move away from having racial stereotypes to prioritize characters that are linked to story. And since Street Racer was made before that, it's parodying a very different version of Street Fighter than exists today. The fighting from Street Fighter is kept here though. Every character can punch either left or right on their cart, and everybody has a big attack that makes their entire cart a hurt box. I don't think the attacks vary in function per character, but they do look different. You have a life meter, which can be depleted by enemy attacks, although it doesn't really factor into gameplay much, since it's restored very quickly. I could not tell you what a KO state looks like in this game. F-Zero, which released in 1990 for SNES, did a much better job at having life bars in racing games, but it is not a mascot kart racer by any stretch of the imagination. There's no items because these attacks are basically your items, and you do have a boost, which definitely comes into clutch. Super Mario Kart had an odd quirk where half the screen was divided horizontally, and playing Street Racer, I think I understand why. A Super Nintendo is not a 3D console, and having a bunch of simulated 2D, 3D in your face at every moment can sometimes hurt the eyes, so Super Mario Kart's smaller, more focused screen size might seem awkward at first, but it is actually a blessing in disguise. Street Racer's screen can sometimes be cluttered, and I had to learn to block out a big chunk of the screen at the top for readability's sake. Street Racer features a battle mode which is kinda crap. It involves knocking opponents into squares on the edge of the map, which is really hard because none of your attacks have that much knockback. there is a new game mode that Mario Kart never had, Soccer. That's right, Street Racer predicted Rocket League. I thought there would be teams, but nope, it's every character in the game on a small field and just one goal. Objectively, it's barely functional chaos, but it is satisfying to get goals. It's definitely not soccer, since your way of scoring goals involves picking up the ball, and no, don't try to tell me that it's because Europeans call it football. I know about sensible soccer. Europeans claim it's football, but when it comes time to make video games, they'll cave and use our language. Street Racer would later get ports to pretty much every game console in the 90s you could think of. Game Boy, Sega Genesis, Saturn, PS1, Amiga, and there's even a Steam version that compiles all of them. I hope this project unveils more pleasant surprises like this game. In the 90s, Mario's main mascot rival was Sonic, and since Sonic is all about speed, he got some racers of his own. There will be plenty more later on in the list, but the first one I want to talk about is Sonic Drift 2. The Sonic Drift duology were both released on Game Gear, and the first game released just a year before Sonic Drift 2 as a Japan exclusive. The sequel has basically the same gameplay as Sonic Drift 1 and a few more characters, so it's the version I opted to review today. This is the first time Sonic was seen racing in a car, so that means the joke of why does Sonic need a car he could just run is over 30 years old. I guess Waku Waku Sonic Patrol car released before this. Sonic Drift is an apt name for the game because the priority for gameplay is drifting around the track rather than just speed. I would compare it to early Sega driving games like Outrun or Hang On, only with items mixed in. There's a map at the top of the screen at all times, and you basically always have to be paying attention to the turns. This game is murder on the thumb sometimes, and it definitely made my eyes hurt after a while with all the constant motion. I struggled a lot at first, especially on the tracks where you can fall off the edge. It's probably just because I was playing as my boy Fang the Sniper. It's cool that he's here, but his handling sucks. After switching to a more reasonable Tails, I had a better time. The character stats do really matter in my experience. Every character has their own special abilities, which are basically exclusive items, and I like Tails the most since he has a jump move. The items cover the bases you'd expect: mines, jumps, and speed boosts. There are also 4 other racers alongside you on the track, and just bumping into one causes you to completely spin out, so you'll have to be careful to dodge other racers, which can actually be pretty fun, especially with the turns most tracks have you do. Combine that with the occasional ramps and obstacles each level will throw at you, and I think gameplay is overall pretty passable. I especially like this one part in the desert tracks, where there's a giant ramp on one side of the track and barely any AI controlled racers will use it, so you can take advantage of it and get ahead. The tracks aren't super special, but some of them are locations from Sonic 2 and 3, which is neat. I like seeing classic Sonic spin-offs reuse zones for the main trilogy. This game was released in Sonic's weird, awkward period between the release of Sonic 3 and Sonic Adventure, where it still used the aesthetics of the classic era, but it felt like the next big game was on the horizon. And it wasn't Sonic Extreme. That era is cute and charming even if the games weren't always good. The main mode of the game is a Grand Prix with cups available and 6 races each. There's no elimination system. Sonic Drift 2 does retain one pretty cool feature from Super Mario Kart that I never mentioned earlier, its point system. After every race, all the racers, including the AI controlled ones, get points according to their clear position, which is added to a counter at the end of the Grand Prix. Whether you get first place or not in the end is decided by these points, which adds a ton of depth. If you do poorly on one race in the Grand Prix, the other races can make up for it, and nothing is as tense as when your point score is a little behind someone else's, and you realize you have no choice but to get first place in the next round. It's actually a good bit of grace being extended to the player because, let's be real, if you lose one race, chances are it's because of something out of your control. The point system is a standard feature for all kart racers with Grand Prix modes, and I think it's a great addition. Sometimes it makes me absolutely loathe another AI controlled racer for being my points rival, and it's just funny to make me have beef with Koopa Troopa. Twisted Metal was developed and published by Sony in 1995 for PlayStation, and it's got no mascots, no karts, and no racing. But what drew me to include it is that it's pretty much an edgy version of the Mario Kart battle mode. As far as I know, there's no source directly confirming that the original Twisted Metal takes inspiration from Mario Kart, but I would be surprised if it didn't, and I think it's enough for me to consider putting it here as part of the tradition of kart racers. Plus, cut me some slack here. I'm reviewing 50 games, I want some variety. The general plot of Twisted Metal is that some mastermind god thing named Calypso is holding a vehicular combat tournament where the winner gets any wish of theirs granted. So it's a vehicular combat game where you're pit against 1 to 8 different cars at a time and have to destroy them all with your guns without being destroyed yourself. Each vehicle can move ridiculously fast, but there is a weight to them that feels true to real life vehicles. The combat is extremely risky and very chaotic when you're fighting like 8 cars at a time. If you make just one wrong move, you can instantly get your life bar shredded, but luckily, if you know how, there are situations where you can take down enemies like they're nothing to. One of the characters has a flamethrower special move, which you need to get real close to enemies to use. But if you can freeze them with an ice blast, then hit them with a continuous flamethrower attack, you've basically eliminated them as a threat. It doesn't feel as cheap as that might sound because you and your opponents are playing by the same rules, and all of the racers are on equal footing. You just need to eke out the right strategy to win. The enemy vehicles don't attack each other, but it's balanced out by there being plentiful healing for you, which is pretty much a necessity given how brutal the levels can get. There's only 3 lives per attempt, but the game mercifully gives you a password to get to each stage. The fact that there's no straight up continue option does feel like a weird 90s relic though. Each of the arenas are huge and have a way of escalating on top of each other. First off, you're in a small arena, then you move to a city, then a highway, and eventually a whole suburban neighborhood with a highway right next to it. The game is very hectic, but it's not all chaos all the time, and because of the size of each arena, you can often run or hide if you need to recharge health or get more items. The later levels have such an epic quality to them, and it really feels like you're only one small part of a huge free-for-all that you can only influence. In terms of the look of Twisted Metal, it's a cacophonous mixture of early PS1 bizarreness and whatever was considered edgy or cool in the 90s. Killer clowns in ice cream vans, Grim Reapers on motorcycles, no third example because those two are perfect for illustrating my point. In 1995, they hadn't really figured the look of PS1 games quite yet, and so the menus absolutely look cobbled together. This guy is a ghost, and they just used a picture of a regular guy, then made it white. Incredible. The characters of the game have basic backstories and their own arcade mode endings, but the vehicles matter more than them. I mean, the face of the series is named Needles, but everyone calls him Sweet Tooth because that's the name of his van, and they even erroneously called him that in PlayStation All-Stars Battle Royale. Twisted Metal was kind of the first big series on PlayStation developed by Sony to end up being a hit. Most of the hits on the console weren't IPs they owned, and most of their big IPs didn't come until after the PS1 era. Twisted Metal is crass, crude, practically incomprehensible at times, and probably has a bunch of stuff that was offensive even at the time. But I was surprised at how well it holds up in terms of the gameplay. Twisted Metal would become a huge franchise with at least 8 entries, and would get copycats of its own like Vigilante 8 or Critical Depth. None of those will be talked about today because I'm straying a little too far from kart racers. Battle modes in kart racers are often a really important part about how people enjoy the game. Just look at the controversy surrounding Mario Kart 8 when it launched with a horrible battle mode. So I think a game like Twisted Metal should be considered part of a shared tradition with games like Mario Kart. I will kind of neglect battle modes in my reviews, so you can kind of consider this an apology. In the 90s, the three main console manufacturers in North America were Nintendo, Sony, and Sega, and somehow Atari was still here with their system, the Jaguar. I say Atari was still here, but in case you're not familiar, the version of Atari in the 90s was the second version of the company, after the original went bankrupt in the 80s video game crash. There's 5 different companies that held the legal rights to the name Atari, and the current one is French. Atari made their own mascot kart racer in 1995 for the Jaguar, Atari Karts. The most fascinating part of the game is that Atari just doesn't have mascots. The most recognizable Atari games are stuff like Pong and Breakout, that were before video games had characters and not just squares. The name Atari Karts implies that the game would be a big crossover made up of a bunch of different Atari characters, but the only real Atari mascot is Bentley Bear from Crystal Castles. Sure enough, he's the only pre-established Atari character they put in the game. Everyone else is original, which kinda makes me question why it was called Atari Karts in the first place. The bigger issue is that all the characters' designs are incredibly disturbing. Even Bentley Bear looks like he's had a lot of whatever 70s drugs they were doing in the Atari offices back in the day. Now, I won't sugarcoat it, the gameplay has problems. Each of the tracks are just like Super Mario Kart, short and narrow and over pretty quickly, but unlike Super Mario Kart, you're very, very fast. It makes navigating them a pain, and in terms of the layout, most of the tracks aren't super interesting. Anytime you bump into an obstacle or another player, you're knocked back very far, which is annoying. Sometimes you can ping pong between a whole bunch of racers, and sometimes you can literally get stuck in the walls, which is just great game design. There are some courses where it feels like a guarantee you're gonna get stuck at least once. Because of your speed and the small size of the track, it's very easy for you to end up passing the racers in last place if you're in first place. That makes me feel cool, but when I'm racing, I genuinely want to know that the racers around me are actual competitors, not just a bunch of pathetic AIs who are lagging behind every competent CPU. It makes me feel like I'm playing with toddlers. I used to think it was some impressive miracle of programming that racing games would still know the person in last place is in last place, even when the person in first place passes them, but after thinking about it as an adult, it seems pretty basic, even Atari Karts could program it. I'm shitting on the game here, but I do think the racing would be pretty good if the tracks were able to match it in size and length. Atari Karts mixes the racing feel of a fully 3D game with the tracks of Super Mario Kart, which is a bad combination and a waste of what could have been competent driving physics. Another complaint is that the items don't feel like they have much of an impact on driving. They can either give you a speed boost, reduce your speed, or remove friction, but in a race I can barely feel the difference. There's nothing like Mario's shell items that let you engage with other racers, which sacrifices what makes mascot racers fun. Normally in a Grand Prix, a kart racer will give you 1 or 2 rivals who are of a competent skill level, so that there's some challenge in your final points tally. But Atari Karts does not seem to do it, meaning the points are split evenly between all the racers, and you're more likely gonna be at a huge point advantage in the end, which feels like a pretty big oversight. I have problems with Atari Karts, but I will never deny that in terms of the visuals, it is a fascinating game. The colors are both vibrant but slightly muted, which gives it an otherworldly feel, especially haunting once you consider the horrifying sprite designs. The music is weirdly calming and beautiful. The results screen is such a sad sounding song to play at a screen where you're probably first on a podium. I do really like the music in the background though. The best way of playing this game is to just keep it paused. I do really wish Atari Karts was some hidden gem because as fascinating and weird as it is, that would have made it more interesting. It is not really that interesting. I don't want to call any of the games on this list a Mario Kart ripoff, because that goes against the spirit of embracing inspiration, but Atari Karts could have massively improved by being less like Mario Kart in some places and being more like Mario Kart in other places. I want to go back to playing Mario Kart now. Mario Kart is back, and this time, according to the title, it isn't Super anymore. The game, as you can probably tell by the extremely creative title, was released on the Nintendo 64, Nintendo's first major 3D system. And the shift in dimensions makes this game very different to Mario Kart's past. The racing isn't as stiff, and the tracks are huge and open. They look completely different from the narrow 2D planes of Super Mario Kart. Really, this game is where the feel of modern Mario Kart was born. The tracks feel a lot more like unique locations made for Mario Kart, and not just locations from the games put into a racing format. Making a location called TK's Jungle Park is a lot more interesting than a generic jungle, and I feel like the little bit of theming this game adds makes Mario Kart feel like its own sub-series, rather than just an arm of the main platformer games. Some of the tracks are still bland in their visuals, but their theming is on point, and it really feels like people thought hard about the idea behind each track before actually implementing them. This was only the first year of the N64, so the visuals aren't super advanced, but they have that signature Nintendo cleanness, so it's not going to be as in your face as Twisted Metal. The design and look of the game is super iconic, right down to the character select screen, where they blink just a little too much to the point that it starts to feel uncanny. This game swaps out Koopa Troopa and Donkey Kong Jr. for Wario and Donkey Kong, and seeing as how those are the two Mario Kart characters I play the most, I like that. The selection of characters in this game are so iconic they're pretty much a necessity for future Mario Karts. And if a main Mario Kart is missing one, you'll know something has gone seriously wrong. The N64 era was the first time where characters started having voices, and Nintendo went hard into their newfound power. The voice line / stock sound effects are really funny, especially because they're kinda off-modeled to each character's modern day interpretations. Wario speaks German. I don't think people really talk about how weird it is that Wario speaks German. The new items introduced in Mario Kart 64 are almost equally as iconic as the new characters. You have the triple shells, which can come in green or red varieties like regular shells, but encircle around you and can potentially block attacks or hit other racers, which makes them useful to have. The cape feather item was cut, but that's understandable since jumping won't do much on these courses. You can still do a little hop while you're drifting like Super Mario Kart, but it's just a tiny little boing that won't help a ton. Drifting is a pretty useful move to round wide corners, but it doesn't offer an immediate speed boost like later games, so it's pretty risky. The most iconic item introduced is the blue shell, or if you like using corporate speak, the spiny shell. It immediately targets the person in first place, and the funniest part is that most of the time when you get it, it'll probably be around last place, and nowhere near the player in the first place spot. It was probably meant as a way of balancing the game, but in practice, it just makes it way more unfair and BS, and I wouldn't want it any other way. There's also the fake item box, which can genuinely be dangerous at times because it looks pretty much identical to actual item boxes. It makes me feel like a complete fool whenever I fall for one in the middle of nowhere. The Grand Prix mode no longer features elimination, but if you place lower than 4th, it will prompt you to restart, which I don't super understand. I feel like it would have made more sense to just let you tank the loss, rather than keeping this outdated mechanic around. One feature this game does have is the time trials mode. Other kart racers have it too, so it's not new, but I just felt like mentioning it here. It's a solo race mode where you have to make it through the track as fast as you can with maneuvering and handling skills alone, and 3 mushrooms. I find it most useful as a way of living out fantasies of being able to drive anywhere on the track without bothering about the race, and it is a neat feature to have, even if I don't usually actually play it. Mario Kart 64's racing is a very good base for future kart racers, and as the genre goes on, there's a lot of kart racers that feel similar to it. Honestly though, the battle mode is what really shines, and it feels like it got equal development time to the racing, which I can't say about most other Mario Kart games. Too bad you can't play battle mode single player. Block Fort is legendary. Mario Kart 64 is sometimes treated by fans like a stepping stone to more advanced Mario Kart games, and well, it is probably accurate to call it that because of the simplicity. It's fun enough, I don't get the impression while racing. Now, there's a lot of direction kart racers can start to branch out in. We're back to Sony for the next one, MotorToon Grand Prix. Technically this is actually MotorToon Grand Prix 2 because the original game was never released in North America. It's a Kingsfield or Final Fantasy situation where the numbers get switched. The original MotorToon is kinda boring, so I'm glad the sequel was able to improve on it. MotorToon Grand Prix's most iconic aspect is the gorgeous cartoon-inspired artwork, and the racetrack environments of the game are wondrous in concept and execution. The cartoony visuals have a maximalist approach that make every track look like a fantasy world or a theme park, which is especially striking with the early 3D visuals. The character designs were done by prominent Japanese mascot designer Susumu Matsushita, who you might know as the designer of the Famitsu magazine mascot. His designs are very recognizable, and I think he was a good fit for a cartoon-themed racing game because they look like they could have existed in the golden age of cartoons while still being their own thing. The racing of MotorToon Grand Prix is a lot closer to arcade racers like Ridge Racer than a traditional kart racer. You're not even in a kart, so it might not even really count for the video, and according to the speed counter, you're going really fast. There's items in the game though. They're of course themed around cartoons and take the form of anvils that drop on racers' heads or clocks that speed down every racer, just to name a couple. Most of the items have unique effects you can't really get in other racers, which adds to the sense of creativity. Items also take a different approach because you can stockpile them technically. In every track, there are a few spots where you can grab coins, and you can use coins at any time to give yourself an item. If you want to try to power ahead with items as soon as you get them, you can do that, but the game also gives you the choice to hold on to them until later on in the race, where you can use a bunch in quick succession. I like this bit of choice, and it's refreshing to see things like that change up how fundamental mechanics of kart racers work as I go through the video. The names of each item are shouted out by an announcer once you get them, and I always like when this happens. The original MotorToon Grand Prix didn't have items at all, so I am very glad that they're here, and it makes it a lot more interesting. One bit of criticism I do have is that there's only 5 tracks, which isn't a lot of content, and a couple of them are taken from the previous game. Kart racers tend to not have a ton of content compared to other games, which I suspect is part of the reason they're often made difficult or made to have multiple difficulty settings. Because of their focus on multiplayer, and because no 2 races are really the same, I think most people don't mind, and fair enough, but in some games, the lack of content is disappointing, and this is a notable example. Standards on just what makes a game substantial enough in content are varied and arbitrary, but that's a discussion for another video. MotorToon Grand Prix is fascinating in that its influence mostly lies outside of the realm of cartoonish racers. It was directed by Kazunori Yamauchi, who would later produce the Gran Turismo series. Gran Turismo is the highest selling PlayStation game, and it would pioneer a genre of realistic racing sims that's extremely popular with casual gamers. MotorToon Grand Prix is a game whose massive influence is hidden because it's in a game that takes the exact opposite approach to racing as Gran Turismo. People often have an impression that mascot races are just Mario Kart copycats, but this shows they're a lot more versatile and their influence isn't just contained within their own subgenre. Released in 1997, it's a kart racer based on Mega Man. Mega Man Battle & Chase. PS1 era was a very good time for Mega Man, and Battle & Chase stands out as a great way of adapting the mechanics of one genre into the playstyle of another. This game was only released in Japan and Europe, so we're getting 50Hz pilled with this one. It had a localization planned, but Sony refused to allow it because they thought there were too many mascot racers on the market. This is the same Sony that didn't think 2D games were worth localizing, unless they're from big franchises, so why am I surprised? Mega Man Battle & Chase lets you play as 12 racers from across the Mega Man series who all have their own abilities and karts, and you can play their respective levels in any order, just like a regular Mega Man game. There's Mega Man, Roll, Wily, Proto Man, Bass, and the rest of the roster is filled out with whatever robot masters they think would be interesting. Every character has a meter next to their portrait, which, when filled up, allows them to shoot projectiles at other racers or enemies on the track. And if you shot enough enemies, you get an item. This means that, fitting the game's name, battling other racers is a big part about how you engage with the racing. And you have to work a bit to get the fun items. The items are more creative than the average kart racer because you don't exactly need to use them for offense. That would be redundant. And they mostly do stuff that restricts other racers, like making their meters useless, or zapping them like the lightning item from Mario Kart. My favorite one is the item that turns all of the little enemies on the track into bounce pads you can use to jump over other racers. Other kart racers tend to have a problem where if you're in first place, you won't be able to engage with other racers, which is probably why stuff like the blue shell was invented. In Mega Man Battle & Chase, when you're in first place, other racers will often be firing projectiles frequently and keeping you on your toes. The projectiles do depend on what racer you pick, with some having completely different abilities to each other that really make them feel distinct. Because the game is formatted like a Mega Man title, they very much could have gotten away with only having Mega Man be playable, but I'm glad they didn't. If you win a race, you can also take parts from your rival and add to your kart, which changes up your stats while simulating the ability to copy robot masters in the main Mega Man games. I really appreciate this game's efforts to bridge the Mega Man series with kart racing, and it is very clever. Like any Mega Man game made in the PS1 generation, it's got a very strong visual identity and bright colors that feel like they're working within what the PlayStation was capable of, instead of just trying to surpass it all. Mega Man's voice lines in this game were later reused for the Marvel vs. Capcom series, so anytime you hear him say A, it's because of this game. In terms of the actual racing, Mega Man Battle & Chase could be better. It feels fine, but a little awkward, and it kind of feels like moving around doesn't offer as much control as I would have liked. There's an odd sort of slipperiness to the movement, and it's not very pleasant. I wish it played a bit better so the actual feel could match the quality of everything else. It's still a solid kart racer, and I would like to see more like it as it go down the list. I just don't think I could reasonably call it on par with some of the better ones. Mario Kart 64 isn't the only Mario Racer game on N64 because just a year later, Diddy Kong Racing would release. It's not really a Mario Racer. Despite starring Diddy and being developed by the company that created him, Rare, it has very little connection to Mario or even Donkey Kong. Rare had a very good streak of games that defined the N64's library. and most of them are in a genre known as collectathons. They include Banjo-Kazooie, Donkey Kong 64, Jet Force Gemini, and Conker's Bad Fur Day. All 3D platformers with big open levels and lots of things to collect. You can think of them like an expansion of Super Mario 64, but bigger and with more abilities. Nintendo never really developed a big 3D collectathon for the N64 after Super Mario 64, and they had significant financial troubles in that generation, so in many ways, Rare's games were a lifeboat that kept their design philosophies alive while also being good games in their own right. But before any of their classics, their first collectathon on the system was a kart racer, Diddy Kong Racing. Diddy Kong Racing isn't like any kart racer we've seen before, which is evident from the title screen. Your two options are to play the tracks or to play something called Adventure Mode. Since none of the tracks are actually unlocked from the start, you're probably going to have to go through Adventure Mode. Diddy Kong Racing's layout is one big hub world where you can go to various sub-areas that all have their own races or challenges for you to complete. Successfully completing a race will earn you a golden balloon, which you can use to unlock other races, and every world has their own boss for you to race against. The tracks are a little short because there's so many of them, but not insubstantial. And with some of the challenges, I would probably lose my mind if they were very long. Once you beat a race, you unlock a silver coin challenge where you have to collect coins at predetermined spots in the race while also coming in first place. They can be pretty difficult and some of them demand near perfection from the player. After beating the silver coin challenges, you unlock a rematch with the boss, which can get really difficult but doable, and you also unlock a trophy match, which is a run through of all the races like a Grand Prix mode. It's pretty fun to have that be unlocked after you complete all the challenges, and it feels like a victory lap to close off a world. The game has about 12 hours of content, which might not seem like much, but it's huge within the scope of kart racers. Most racers I played for this video were ones where I could finish them in an afternoon and write down everything I have to say before it's dark out, but not this one. Of course, none of this would be worth anything if the racing wasn't fun, and yeah, it's pretty fun. It's simple, but as you go on, you get more racing techniques that help you in small ways throughout your adventure. Like I said before, the game gets pretty difficult as it goes on, which means that the more technical aspects of racing and drifting are pretty much essential to get down. Items are unique too because you can stack them to power them up. For example, if you pick up a red balloon, which is a missile power-up, you can then pick up another red balloon, which changes it to a homing missile, and then another one which turns it into 10 missiles. I really like it because it means you have to be clever about how and where you use your items, and it makes you work for the really damaging ones. If all that wasn't enough, you can also play certain races as either planes or hovercrafts, which lets you fly through the air or coast over the water. The hovercraft is a lot more difficult to navigate, while the plane courses usually make use of a lot more obstacles since you have a whole new axis to work with. I find them both to be pretty worthwhile additions to the format, and incorporating water or air sections is something fun that adds more memorable set pieces. We will be seeing it pop up in more kart racers in the future. Diddy Kong Racing's environments are very different from something you might expect in a Donkey Kong Country game. The game is made up of cartoony animal mascots, but that's where the similarities end. Diddy Kong is the only character from Donkey Kong who's even on the roster, although one of the characters is a Kremling, so there's a tiny connection to the Donkey Kong Country trilogy there. I like the new characters, and the game has its own identity, even if it's apparent it only got the Donkey Kong license midway through development. The game included Banjo and Conker, who would later star in their own games. Banjo would headline Banjo-Kazooie with his bird friend, and Conker would fall onto some hard times after this. Their two games' aesthetics and general presentation do feel like a more refined version of Diddy Kong Racing's look, which shows that the style Rare was going for wasn't a one-off. This game was composed by David Wise, the same composer behind Donkey Kong Country 1 and 2, so you know most of the songs are going to be banging. Even though its OST is more bright and bombastic than the ambient Phil Collins-inspired Donkey Kong Country soundtracks, it's still really good. I have a theory that they made the character of Taj the Elephant an Indian stereotype just so David Wise could go really hard with sitar sounds. The person who did his voice probably shouldn't have done his voice, but you know what? Taj is my problematic fave. I feel like Banjo-Kazooie ditching real voices for silly animal noises after this was the right call. Diddy Kong Racing is a very big shift for the genre. It's a lot more of a single-player focused game, and not just multiplayer chaos. Although there is multiplayer chaos if that's what you want. It's a really good example of how to adapt a kart racer to an experience like that while keeping what makes it fun. I consider Diddy Kong Racing to be a landmark title in both collectathons and kart racers. It's another example of just how kart racers can influence the industry in all kinds of ways. Rare developed another kart racer for N64, so look forward to that. It might not be for a little while. You know what other franchise was having huge cultural success in the 90s? Final Fantasy. By 1999, the latest mainline entry was Final Fantasy VIII, and both it and Final Fantasy VII were among the best-selling PlayStation games. So successful that when they made a kart game, Sony didn't stop it from being localized. The world of Chocobo Racing is a cartoony, kid-friendly version of Final Fantasy, starring the Chocobo mascot. Chocobos are these bird fucks, and they seem to sell well because a lot of spin-offs were made for them in the PS1 era. Final Fantasy VII actually featured a pretty in-depth Chocobo racing minigame of its own, so that's probably where the idea to make this Chocobo mascot racer comes from. Although the racetracks and characters in the game are mostly pulled from the first 6 Final Fantasy games. They're cartoony versions of enemies and bosses from across the series like goblins or behemoths, mascot characters like Mog or Chocobo, and classes like Black Mage and White Mage. The racetracks are mostly original locations in the spirit of things from the Final Fantasy games, like the Mithril Mines or a Haunted Mansion track. I had to mention the Mithril Mines because that's one of the tracks where they remix a song from the Final Fantasy games, and it goes super hard because, hot take, Final Fantasy has great music. I've been doing a thing on this channel where I play through all the Final Fantasy games, and playing this has reminded me that I've seriously been slacking off on that. I gotta play Final Fantasy IX already because I know I will enjoy it. I'm getting a little ahead of myself here. The racing is pretty solid, and it feels similar to Diddy Kong Racing in its feel, mostly with the tight drifting. Drifting is very useful, but it can pretty quickly get out of control if your skid lasts for more than a second or two. Some of the tracks have corners that are pretty tight, so you'll have to drift a lot, and usually have to just rapid fire it. You can also stack some of the items like Diddy Kong Racing to get power-ups. Each of the items are based on spells from Final Fantasy. There's Mini, which turns everyone small, a Reflect spell, and Blizzard, Fire, and Thunder, which can be turned into their level 2 and level 3 versions if you collect multiple of them. There's also Death, which damages someone unless they can pass it on to someone else by bumping into them. It's a fun game of hot potato. You might know it for how Mario Kart Wii included a Thunder Cloud item that has the same effect. It's a bit more difficult to stack items like Diddy Kong Racing since there is a lot of variation in the items you can pick up, but they are pretty damaging, so sometimes it's worth the risk. You can hold up to 3 items at a time, which does mean there's a lot of strategy with how you can use them. Don't get too caught up in strategy though, because if someone bumps you from behind, they can steal all your items. Hey, just like the steal command from Final Fantasy. You can do that to other people too, and it is very satisfying. If all of that wasn't enough depth, you also have selectable abilities, which you can activate during a race. They do stuff like allow you to float over rough terrain, or dash. Float, like the Final Fantasy spell. All this might sound too complicated when I lay it all out, but in a kart racer, it's hard to make something too complicated. If you're a Final Fantasy fan, seeing what spells and mechanics get adapted is a huge treat, and it's neat how much stuff they're able to represent with the kart format. For example, in most Final Fantasy games, the party members have both spells and abilities which are class specific and don't require MP most of the time. So that's represented here in a way that fits the kart racer format, and there are a bunch of different spells or features that have clever implementations. Even just being able to change between 3 levels of elemental spells is something specific to the Final Fantasy series this game lets you do. One small thing I did appreciate that's not really related to the Final Fantasy series is that not every character races on a kart. Chocobo races with rocket-powered shoes, for example. It makes the roster more varied, and I appreciate it when kart racers take time to imagine what existing characters' karts would be like. The game features a story mode, and it's a great place to start because it slowly introduces you to every character and mechanic. There are 9 chapters that basically just involve Chocobo going around, making friends with Final Fantasy creatures and having fun races, and each of them introduce you to a gameplay mechanic or item. Honestly, just the fact there is a story mode is impressive, and it's fitting for a kart racer that's more complicated with its mechanics. I like the character of Mog. He's a Moogle and makes dumb fourth wall breaking jokes a lot. He definitely has the same personality as Mog in the SNES Final Fantasy III trailer. He has the second worst age name in the series, besides Edge. Now, I do have a bone to pick with Chocobo Racing because there's a ton of unlockables and they have bizarre ways of getting them. If you beat the story mode once, you unlock Bahamut. That makes sense since Bahamut is a boss character, but I see you, you little edgy boy, you want to play as Cloud Strife. To do that, you would need to beat the story mode 5 times, and then hold R1 on Squall when you select him, because Cloud can't even get his own character icon on the roster, and has to be a secret. Don't hold R2, because that's how you select Cactuar, but only if you played the story mode 6 times. Surely there's gotta be a better way, because the story mode does not change at all every time you play it, and 6 times is a lot to do the same thing over and over again. It feels weird to ask for a post-game in a kart racer, but I feel like they should have made it easier to unlock people. I do want to shout out they have Aya Brea from Parasite Eve, which is kinda crazy. She is from a game set in contemporary New York that's a semi-survival horror, and it's technically based on a book. So I don't even know what the licensing situation was. I'm not beating the story mode 7 times, and I am certainly not holding L1 and L2 on Squall's character portrait. Chocobo Racing is another entry in the emerging tradition of kart racers that end up being really substantial and content rich. Even if Diddy Kong Racing is king when it comes to that aspect as of now, it shows more of a consideration for kart racers as big releases on par with any other game, not just fun gimmicky games to play with others. I think that's great to see alongside more multiplayer focused games, and Chocobo Racing has also impressed me thoroughly as a fan of classic Final Fantasy. I already feel like kart racers are a booming genre, and the late 90s represent a time where they're becoming big and evolving past the basics Nintendo established. This next entry is another landmark title. God, the 90s were a great time for the genre. The PlayStation never really had its own mascot, but the closest it got in the PS1 generation was Crash Bandicoot. Crash had a very good trilogy of platformers on the system and basically became the console's premier platforming series. A lot of people still think of Crash as a PlayStation-owned IP, even though he is owned by Xbox and actually has more Nintendo exclusives. It's true, look it up. In 1999, after the third Crash Bandicoot game had already been released, a Crash-themed kart racer was developed, Crash Team Racing. Just like with Chocobo Racing or Diddy Kong Racing, it was a pretty huge game and the adventure mode is a big focus. It works similar to Diddy Kong Racing, where there's a big hub world with sub-areas that are unlockable after beating the races. Your abilities give the racing a bouncy electric feel, specifically with some of the complexities of drifting. If you press the drift button on a jump, you go further into the air, and the more air time you get, the more of a speed boost you get afterwards. You can also hold L1 while drifting to get a little mini turbo boost, which makes drifting more involved. I particularly liked the mechanic of more airtime being needed for a turbo boost because it's wild and chaotic, and it fits the cartoony world of Crash Bandicoot. I'm surprised it's not in something like Motor Toon Grand Prix because it has a certain squash and stretch feel to it. Both of these mechanics would later get adopted in the Mario Kart series. I'm not trying to portray Mario Kart as some untouchable, unbeatable standard that every kart racer has to reach towards, but it is pretty impressive when a mechanic that's so central to it actually originated in a game some would deem a ripoff. The items in the game are Crash Bandicoot-ified versions of existing item tropes, like potions that explode after you throw them, or Aku Aku as your invincibility. The item actually changes to Uka Uka, his evil twin or something, if you're playing as one of the bad guys, which I always found was neat. Aku Aku will also give you hints throughout the game, and they're pretty helpful since they tell you about some of the more advanced mechanics in an unintrusive way. Good job. There are 5 hub worlds with a few races and 1 boss each, but of course there's a lot more challenges than that once you've actually beaten the race. The CTR challenge is one where you have to complete the race while also collecting the 3 letters that are hidden somewhere on the track. It is similar to the silver coin challenge, but since there's only 3 of them, they're more hidden and some of them require you to think a bit more about how to get them. There are also challenges where you have to get all the crystals within a time limit, and the relic races, which in my opinion are more fun versions of time trials. There's a bunch of boxes all along the track, and they reduce or freeze your time when you get them. It definitely takes the Diddy Kong Racing approach to kart racing, where the multiplayer experience is fun, but not the main focus. It also features an ethnic stereotype and an alien as the main bad guy. I've always found the story behind Nitrous Oxide to be fascinating. He was created because the Crash Bandicoot dev team was sick of making games and wanted to include something that would make people say the series had jumped the shark, so they made the villain an alien. But the last game had time travel. The main plot hook of the series involves mad scientists, and sci-fi is a big part of the series, so aliens are just the natural next step. It was weirder when Diddy Kong Racing did it. If you're not very familiar with Crash Bandicoot, you might not expect it would have a lot of characters, but you'd be mistaken. Even in this early stage in the franchise, there are a lot of bosses and a big universe of characters. Pretty much everyone who existed in Crash Bandicoot at the time is here, except for Tana. I especially like the choice to add Polar and Pura to the roster to appeal to all audiences with cute pics. You definitely can't go wrong with Crash Team Racing, and it's a part of what makes the late 90s and early 2000s such a golden age for kart racers. As the series would go on, a couple more Crash races would be made, but I'm only going to be covering one later down the list. There is a long and successful history of games based on LEGO, the most well-known of which are the Traveler's Tales games. But before LEGO Star Wars started all of it, there was LEGO Racers. LEGO Racers is a kart racer based on classic LEGO sets and was developed by High Voltage Software for Windows, but the version I played was the N64 port since it's a lot easier to emulate. There's no adventure mode, so the game isn't completely going above and beyond, but there are 7 Grand Prix circuits to go through, which is pretty good for a game like this. LEGO Racers was made at a time where LEGO as an idea was a lot simpler than it is now. They didn't have any licensed sets. The sets are mostly bright, colorful, and based on fantastical settings like pirates, medieval castles, or outer space. There's a very distinct style to it, and playing through tracks based on classic LEGO is neat. Only the characters and items are made from simulated LEGO bricks, since an entire world in LEGO form for a video game would be pretty difficult. It doesn't bother me because you're supposed to fill in the blanks when playing with LEGO. It's not like they don't have fully 3D environments on the boxes of LEGO sets. Racers and karts are customizable, which is where the building comes in. You have a fairly limited selection of parts for each character, but you can even customize how your kart looks. It's basically the smallest amount of kart customization they could add, and still technically be considered Lego building, but I like the cute little gimmick. The shape of your kart doesn't really affect how you race. You might think it does at first because racing is so awkward. Your kart has odd physics that don't feel right. I'll put it this way. You see my Twin Towers kart? Well, I initially thought it did affect gameplay at first because the physics feel like I'm racing on a kart that would be janky and as weird as this. One thing I do like is the item system. Each item is a Lego brick on the track and they all have predetermined effects, so you can think strategically about how you want to collect them. If you're in first place and just barely struggling to stay in the lead, then you can use a bunch of shields, for example. Using items like this is pretty much a necessity sometimes, because the difficulty in the game can be brutal. Every grand race has one host racer who acts as your main rival and just completely soars over the rest of the racers. Look at the minimap on the bottom right corner of the screen. You can see how far ahead the person in front of the race is from everyone else, right? It's balanced horribly. This game does that thing where you can get a boost if you start your engine from the right part during the countdown to start the race, and sometimes it feels necessary to get that boost or you won't win. And if you are in first place, your rival is probably just going to destroy you with items, and it's very unlikely you'll stay there for long. The difficulty just feels hostile. You know how you get points for completing each race in a Grand Prix? Well, in LEGO Racers, the point values are really high if you're in the top 3, 30, 20, and 10, and if you're in the bottom 3, they're 3, 2, and 1. It's an absurd range, and if you slip up on one track and get 4th place, good luck recovering. At least you only need to place in 2nd to unlock the next Grand Prix. LEGO Racers is a pretty below average kart racer. I just got done playing 3 really good kart racer games in a row before it, so I think it humbled me. Most licensed games are like LEGO Racers. It later got a sequel, LEGO Racers 2, in 2001, and then one called Drome Racers in 2003. That was the era where LEGO made a bunch of things without the LEGO name, as if they were ashamed to be LEGO. Those two games move away from the traditional model of kart racers, and judging by the fact I said their names and described them, you can probably tell they won't be in this video. There's also LEGO 2K Drive, definitely not a kart racer. Let's move on. Something I always say about the PS1 era is that every time you think you know them all, 1,000 more Sony published games you've never heard about just appear out of thin air. I've never heard of Speed Punks before, have you? Well, it was published by Sony. Speed Punks was developed by Norwegian studio Funcom and released on PS1 in 1999. The European version of the game is called Speed Freaks, which is probably a better title, so maybe I'll switch to calling it that now. Anyways, Speed Freaks was released right at the point in time where every licensed IP is starting to get new kart racers, so I just find it a little refreshing to see a real kart racer that's a new IP. And Speed Freaks is a fun time. Each of the playable characters of the game are horrible, mischievous children with a weird style reminiscent of European comic strips. There's also a Jamiroquai song playing in the intro cutscene, which heightens the aggressive Europeanness of it all. I'm really sorry to all the fans of Beano Town Racing, by the way, that game was not on my list. I would have expected the track locations to be children themed, like a kart racer version of Twisted Metal Small Brawl, but instead they're mostly set in racetracks or cities, which is a little unexpected, but it makes sense, because you definitely control like a race car. This game is so much faster than most kart racers, and the physics fit realistic racers like Gran Turismo. While that makes some of the tracks difficult to navigate at times, it does make for a pretty unique experience that stands out even in the later half of the PS1 generation. Speed Freaks also features a boost meter, which is filled up with various tokens you can collect throughout the race. With this intense speed, I feel like the game has officially dropped the pretense about being about go-karts. You are just sitting down, surrounded by 4 floating wheels after all. The game runs on Rayman logic. In terms of single-player content, You can unlock bonuses if you come in first place in every track, which is how you unlock 3 extra characters. Beating the tournament mode, much less getting first place in every race, is pretty hard, especially because the North American version of the game had its difficulty increased. This game took a year to come out in North America. What happened? All you had to do was change the title on the opening screen. Maybe they made it more difficult because they felt there wasn't enough single player content, which I can understand, but I do feel like having a reward for completing every track is acceptable for most racing games if there's enough tracks. Not everything can be like Crash Team Racing, and that's okay as long as the gameplay holds up. Speed Freaks seems a little confused about its theming, and it's definitely easy to forget about it when there were 1,000 more kart racers with cool or bizarre licenses. This isn't a PlayStation killer app Sony needed to publish, but I think it's worthwhile because it adds so much variety to the kart racing genre as a whole, and I'm glad I didn't cut it on my list to add Beanotown Racing or something. I think it's healthy for the genre of kart racers to be made with their own IPs instead of always just pre-existing ones, even if I don't think the characters in Speed Freaks are very appealing. The year is 2000, and South Park is like the biggest thing ever. Episodes are crude, quick, and cheap, and so are the video games. A South Park first-person shooter, a South Park trivia game, a South Park kart racer. This was before they locked in and made good South Park games, then immediately locked back out and made South Park Snow Day. Objectively, South Park Rally is awful, but okay, look, I don't even like South Park, but I kinda like it. It was released by Acclaim, who held the South Park license for video games at the time, and it released on basically all the consoles in 2000. The specific version I'm playing is the N64 version. According to the South Park wiki, the Windows version is the only one where you can use the dildo though, so I'm missing out big time. Starting the game, you have the option to play either a championship race or an arcade race. The arcade race is one where you can select the courses in any order, and the championship race is one where you play all 14 of them from start to end with limited lives. Really, the championship race is more of an arcade type race, but let's not think about it. The driving physics are not good. The karts all feel makeshift and have very little weight to them. More often than not, a slight bump can cause you to flip over completely. Racing is a very small part of the game though. Most of the levels take place in big areas and involve you needing to collect things. Stuff like an Easter themed level where you need to collect eggs, or a level where you need to save chickens from the chicken lover by bringing them to the police station. The bulk of content in the game is more similar to a Mario Kart battle mode, or more precisely the challenges in Diddy Kong Racing. These more often than not devolve into complete chaos, but I think with the physics and systems of the game, it's a good call. Making South Park Rally a more traditional racing game would just be a bad game. Making South Park Rally more of a minigame collection, it makes the bullshit physics and bizarre stream of consciousness ideas fun and not just frustrating. This is a South Park game, and just because it's on a Nintendo console doesn't mean everything is gonna be censored. It fully leans into stuff 13-year-olds would find hilarious, without forsaking its source material whatsoever. Speed boosts have your character shitting their pants, and items in this game include anal probes, rats, chocolate salty balls, and herpes. I hope this is the only kart racer that includes herpes as an item. It is probably the only kart racer to have a feature where your screen can be covered by Saddam Hussein if you hit a trap, preventing you from seeing the minimap. Sure, man. The levels in this game aren't exactly meant to be easy or player-friendly, and getting through all 14 of them with just 5 lives is an endurance test, but I think some of them actually work pretty well, despite it intentionally being a mess. You probably don't expect this game to play well, and it doesn't, but it leans into those expectations to make for a game that's, if nothing else, extremely memorable. All of the unlockable characters are weird. There's 30 playable characters in total, which genuinely might be the most in any kart racer up to this point. You can play as Jesus, Satan, and it is probably the only kart racer where you can play as the concept of death, right? That's not true, and I know it's not true. The 14 levels throughout the championship mode are all set throughout the year, so most of them are based around holidays or weird South Park local events like Cow Day. Even though this game objectively does not play the best and isn't really that funny, I can't help but kinda like it, or at least be drawn to it. I think part of the reason I don't really like South Park is that it's such a mainstream pop culture staple that nothing in it feels novel or surprising anymore. A cartoon character swears, I've never seen that on the internet before, but seeing an item in an officially released kart racer that's a piece of shit that circles around the character, it's novel, and the existence of this game is funny to me because of the context in which it was released. This would not be accepted on the consoles it was accepted on if it wasn't South Park. Maybe Jesus riding in a cloud on Sega Dreamcast hardware isn't really that funny, but I just think that in spite of this game's crudeness, it's pretty likable. In 2000, Traveler's Tales developed a Muppet racing game for PlayStation, and it is very bizarre. I wish it was bizarre in the charming and cool way the Muppets already are, but it's not. Muppet Race Mania features tracks based around all the Muppet movies that existed in 2000. From A Muppet Movie to Muppets from Space, with each movie getting 2 tracks each, and then there's a battle and a stunt course. That's a pretty fun idea, and each of the tracks are in chronological order of when they appear in the movie, which gives a sense that Muppet Race Mania is supposed to let you play through every movie in racing form. There's even crunchy, compressed PS1 clips from each of the movies that play before the tracks, which are just enough to give you basic context for what you're playing. The racing falls short. I feel like the tracks are too narrow and confusingly designed for the slippery feel of your kart. Moving around is wild and unpredictable, which makes some of the courses unfun. Any of the tracks like the Happiness Hotel that have frequent corners or sharp turns are just awful. I don't think the racing is beyond salvageable because there are some things I like though. You have a jump button, and it is similar to Super Mario Kart where it's actually pretty useful for jumping past obstacles in certain parts of the track. Unlike Super Mario Kart, there are some tracks where jumping is explicitly what you're supposed to do, like the swamp one where you have to jump between lily pads. You can also collect fruits throughout the course, which you can use to either boost or hit all other racers with your special move, stopping them for a bit. I've learned from reviewing 15 kart racers so far that often the problem to take account of with kart racers isn't their physics, but how the racetracks accommodate their physics. A slippery and fast racer needs big, open tracks, which this game doesn't have. There's a mismatch between kart feel and track layout. In terms of how the Muppets are represented, there's definitely some charm here. I like how Statler and Waldorf make commentary before every race, but you know what? Sometimes I'm on Statler and Waldorf's side because some aspects of how the Muppets license is used is confused. When this game is framed around playing all the movies, what does racing on a track against all the other Muppets mean? I guess the game never says you can play through all the movies, but if not, what's the point of them being in chronological order and having a clip from the movies? In the tournament mode, you don't even play the tracks in order. You play the first track of every course in order, and tournament mode B is the second track of every course in order. Why even go through the effort of having so much from the movies? I don't think it's deal-breaking or anything, but it's really distracting to have the game set up expectations for how to progress through it, and then not follow through on them. The locations are represented as racetracks nice enough, but there are some visual issues, most notably in the very small draw distance. Tracks like the swamp or New York City streets have bizarrely creepy atmosphere to them because of the profound darkness of everything around you. Even the title screen feels off. They nail the look of the Muppets Christmas Carol track though. In addition to the racing, there's a battle mode and a stunt mode. Battle mode is the fairly standard Mario Kart style thing, but also just crashing into racers damages them too, like Twisted Metal. I like how I can reference other games, and because I'm making this video, it's a callback and not me being lazy. The stunt mode is an obstacle course where you can play as one racer, and they have a zoomed out camera, making for a more top-down look. I like the idea, but they're a bit of a chore because the feel of the game isn't that great. The camera in general is pretty doo-doo. It has a way of constantly moving around that feels disorienting. You can unlock new tracks or characters by racing, and I want to appreciate some of the ideas for unlockable tracks. The Muppet Show arches and a studio based on the Muppet Show are unlockable, and there's even a crossover track based on Fraggle Rock. Muppet Race Mania was clearly made by people who cared, and I was very excited to play it because its ideas are promising. I really wanted to like it more than I did, and I am profoundly embarrassed to say that I like South Park Rally more than this game. Let's move on before the shame gets to me too badly. You know, all these races, they're getting pretty wacky, so it only makes sense we would eventually get a kart racer based on the classic Hanna-Barbera cartoon Wacky Races. Wacky Races, starring Dastardly and Muttley, was released in 2000 for Dreamcast and PlayStation 2. This is the first game on the list that said, yeah, let's move on from that PlayStation 1 crap. And right off the bat, it has a hub world and multiple challenges as a part of each world, which doesn't automatically mean it's going to be good, but it does cue me in on the fact that more than the average amount of effort was put into it. The cartoon this game is based on is pretty much centered around a bunch of characters racing and pulling up their own gadgets to try and get the upper hand, so I think making a kart racer out of it is a perfect idea. I checked to see if there were any Wacky Races games made before this, because they probably would have had to be kart racers, but the only one was made by Atlas for NES in 1991, and it was a platformer for some reason. Besides the point. A game like this was a long time coming, and I wouldn't be surprised if the Wacky Races show had influenced at least some of the kart racers I talked about before. The villain, Richard Dastardly, is probably the most well-known part of this series. He's even in the name of the game. He gets to be the unlockable boss character who you race against later on in the game. Wacky Races loosely follows the structure established by Diddy Kong Racing. Each world requires you to beat the races individually, then all of them in Grand Prix format, and then all of them in a format where you have to collect the Muttley trophies while also winning the race. There's also a Battle League at the end. I guess this is a format we have seen before, but it's always something I will be impressed by, because it shows a care for making something content-rich for the single-player experience, even though they didn't have to do it. The show is recreated lovingly with a cel-shaded art style, and a couple of the original voice actors from the show have even reprised their roles. I like that there's a lively announcer who provides commentary throughout all of the races, too. You've probably noticed this, but the vehicles in Wacky Races starring Dastardly and Muttley are way bigger than the typical kart racer. That gives the game a sense that it's more focused on racers, and it's pretty chaotic considering that cars are often bashing into each other. I really like the cymbal sound effect that happens every time a car hits someone else, and it is really funny when a bunch of them overlap. It feels pretty good to race, and I enjoyed that this game sets itself apart in the way racing happens, but it's not without its flaws. The difficulty is balanced in a way that feels unintentionally unfair, specifically with items. You collect these tokens throughout the race that let you use one of 3 gadgets specific to your kart, but those tokens are limited, and most of the time when you're in the lower ranks of a race, you won't be able to get many because other people would have already gotten them. So the people in last place will continue to be in last place, while the people in first place will just get better items that can last them longer. Normally other kart races will have item boxes either respawn or be plentiful, so the problem doesn't occur, but not this one. This sucks because it's kind of the only problem that racing has. If it was done a bit better, I think Wacky Races would unambiguously be one of the best kart racers. The PlayStation 2 might have already been released by now, but the PS1 will still live on for a little bit, considering the immense success it had. The next game to cover is Woody Woodpecker Racing. It's obviously based on Woody Woodpecker, and this game has done something barely any kart racers have managed to do: make me feel apathetic. The items work fine enough, but the real items are that every character has a move where they can attack on their left or right, similar to Street Racer. But the difference here is that racers don't have a life bar. Just getting hit once will cause anyone to spin out. You literally jump like 5 feet in the air after any attack hits you, which is a funny visual, but really annoying because it means getting close to any racer is a constant risk, and you are going to be getting hit constantly unless you are making an active effort to avoid them. I can't be too mad at it because it is possible to avoid getting hit. It just doesn't feel good. At this point in my history playing these games, a good difficulty balancing is a distant memory. You have 2 game modes upon starting, a tournament mode and a quest mode. Tournament mode uses the Grand Prix structure established by Mario Kart, and quest mode is a straightforward playthrough of every track where you can unlock characters as you go along. The tracks are generic since they're based on real life locations. Sometimes the track can change at Kart though, like the Italy track has you race in mini F1 cars, or there's a Death Valley track which has you race in off-roaders. That's a neat concept, and I like the idea of a kart racer representing different kinds of racing, even if there's not really a gameplay difference. The locations don't do much to give this game its own identity, which is fine because it has Woody Woodpecker characters already, and cartoon characters can kind of be placed in any setting, but it is one of the aspects of the game I look at and it makes me feel meh. I can't really comment on any accuracy to the source material because it's not really meant to be accurate to much. It just has a bunch of Woody Woodpecker characters and his stupid fucking laugh, and that's most of what it does to represent the cartoon. Woody Woodpecker Racing just makes me feel bored. The whole system of racers constantly attacking each other is so bad that it probably is the worst kart racer so far, but not bad enough that it loops around to being entertaining. Woody Woodpecker might be popular in Brazil or whatever, but no way is he competing with a powerful rat named Michael Mouse. Mickey's Speedway USA was developed in 2000 by Rare for both Nintendo 64 and Game Boy Color, although the version I'm reviewing is strictly the N64 version. Rare's previous N64 racer was groundbreaking, and in comparison, Mickey's Speedway USA is mostly just a pretty solid racer that sticks to what the genre was familiar with. The plot of this game is that Mickey Mouse's dog Pluto was kidnapped by a gang called the Weasels, and they're traveling across the US with him, so you have to rescue him by racing your friends, who are unrelated to the Weasels, all across the US. Aren't the Weasels from Who Framed Roger Rabbit? The game has a familiar smoothness to Diddy Kong Racing, and so the core gameplay feels pretty nice. Drifting works similar, although you can spin out if you're drifting for too long, so it's risky, and you don't want to rely on it as a crutch. There are 8 racers unlocked from the start, and they all have different stats. I would not recommend playing as Pete, which I tried to do first, because his acceleration is so bad, I thought something was wrong at first. The curse of wanting to play as the heavyweights. The items are roughly analogous to the basic Mario Kart items, which covers all of the bases in a kart racer. The characters unlocked from the start are all Mickey Mouse characters someone on the street could name, plus there's 4 unlockables: Huey, Dewey, Louie, and Ludwig von Drake. They're all unlockable by completing the cups naturally, except for Huey. Huey is only unlockable if you link the game to the Game Boy Color version. I think it's funny that the ease of access to Dewey and Louie is much lower than Huey. Characters have little bits of banter between each other during the race, which is cute. They're mostly all friends, so it gives the game a playfully competitive feel. The 4 cups all have 3 difficulty settings. Completing them all, plus the time trial and free race modes, are the extent of the single player offerings in the game. All of the tracks are based on different states, cities, or national parks around the US, and while that sounds like it captures some of the classic Walt Disney Americana, it's mostly just empty or generic locations that replicate their cities and feel only. The Philadelphia level is just a shipyard, and the Florida Everglades level is just a swamp with a rocket launch in the back. You know, like from JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. There is a Washington, D.C. level set in the White House though. I want to know how much of it is now demolished. While the tracks themselves aren't super unique, I found the game's menu style charming. It has a computerized aesthetic, but it was made in 2000, so it's definitely different to modern computers, foreshadowing 2 entries from now where another game uses the same kind of menu aesthetic. Rare was pretty busy in the N64 generation, and while Mickey's Speedway USA was good, it feels like it was mostly meant to keep the lights on and fund more of their passion projects. It has passion, but it sticks out a little within their string of classics, and as you might expect, it isn't going to be the last Disney kart racer on the list. Technically, the next game is one. In this era of video games, games often receive handheld ports that were completely different games. One of such examples is Toy Story Racer, which was released on PlayStation in 2001, but the version I'm reviewing is the Game Boy Color port. Why? Well, I kinda just picked any old kart racer at random to look at the handheld version of, and look at it. They were trying their best to make the Game Boy Color version look on par with the console version, and it's probably as close as you're gonna get to achieving it on the hardware. The game approximates 3D environments with a crudeness that just barely works. The motion of your car makes the barren backgrounds look shifty in a way that can hurt your head after a while, but I guess it's good enough. There are 3 tracks based on Andy's house, the Pizza Planet, and a street, but they're pretty empty. Toy Story 1 had fairly empty environments, so I guess it makes sense. For the record, I have not played the console version of this game, and I will not be playing it, because I want this to stand on its own when it comes to my criticisms. The PS1 version is probably a way better game because, for one, it doesn't look like that. I do think the idea of a Toy Story racing game is a compelling one. In the first movie alone, there are lots of recognizable characters, and it would set itself apart from other racers by having small toys race through big environments. That concept is kind of the whole conceit of the Micro Machines series, which plays different enough to kart racers that I'm not considering it for this list, but it probably has influenced kart racers before. There are 4 playable characters: Woody, Buzz, Bo Peep, and Mr. Potato Head, and 2 unlockable characters, a little green man and a little green man. Some of the characters look a little off on the character select screen because of the whole "we can totally do 3D on a Game Boy" style. As far as I'm aware, there are no gameplay changes based on which character you pick, but every character does have their own border at the bottom of the screen that displays race information, which is neat. The racing is comparable to Sonic Drift 2 since it's also a handheld game, but controlling your character is even more of a struggle with your D-pad. Most of the gameplay involves keeping your character moving straight and carefully navigating turns. Each of the tracks don't have a ton of obstacles or pits, and there are only 3 other racers, so I found it easy. There is a quick race and a tournament mode, and if you don't get first place in tournament mode, the character you're playing as will be eliminated, so you'll have to race as someone else or buy them back with the coins you collect throughout the race. It's actually pretty smart, and I don't think I've ever seen a kart racer justify having coins in a way like that. It probably wouldn't work as well if there were more racers, so it's a notable example of the game playing to its own strengths as a handheld game. There aren't items in the traditional sense, but there are power-ups throughout each track on predetermined locations, some of which are technically power downs. They do stuff like speed you up, slow you down, or reverse your controls. They're not really trying to be in the Toy Story theme. What is a snail doing here? And I'm also not sure how I feel about them being in predetermined locations, because it means you can just anticipate them instead of adding randomness to the game. The Game Boy Color version of Toy Story Racer is emblematic of the close enough attitude that developers of handheld ports had at the time. It's close enough to 3D and close enough to the console version to call it a playable racer. As lazy as that might sound, I can't call it unambitious because it is bold, and you know what? It kinda is close enough to be shipped out. The same year Toy Story Racer pushed the limits of the Game Boy, we got the Game Boy Advance. There was a Mario Kart for this system, but we're not talking about it in this video. Sorry Super Circuit fans, we've got Konami Crazy Racers, which came out just a few months after Super Circuit. It crossed over characters from the company Konami in a chibi style, and you know what? It's just as good as Super Circuit. Since a GBA is basically just an SNES with worse audio, Konami Crazy Racers has a flat style, similar to early kart racers, which means tight drifts and jumping being an important part of racing are back. It has some of the more forgiving game feel of modern kart racers too, which keeps the good aspects and both types of gameplay while staying unique. This game feels very fresh in its mechanics, and it's very enjoyable because of it. Most people in the US will probably associate Konami with Castlevania, Metal Gear, and Silent Hill, and while those are some of its more successful series, it does have more cartoony ones too, characters like Goemon, Power Pro Kun, or Niami from Poppin' Music, who has an almost impossibly adorable design. They might not have a big presence in North America, but they're definitely fitting for a kart racer, and most of the roster are characters like them. There's also a Moai head from Gradius, and an octopus from Parodius. Those are the kinds of silly things Konami has made something of an identity out of in Japan, and Konami even has a long history of crossover games under the name YY, which for the most part haven't really been localized in North America. YY just means crazy. This game was called Konami YY Racers in Japan. Despite the silliness, some of the serious aspects of Konami still made their way in. Dracula from Castlevania and Grey Fox from Metal Gear Solid are here. They're from relatively serious series. I love them because they're characters you wouldn't expect to be the first representatives of their series in a crossover, but they make sense. They're both villains technically. Dracula has an original, weird purple design, and I suspect Grey Fox is here because a cyborg ninja would be easier to chibify than the mercenary soldier. But in practice, his existence brings to mind the dark, fucked up parts of Metal Gear more than adding Solid Snake ever would. It's cute though. I really like the way he turns stealth camouflage on and off when he wins a race to boast about his own win. There are 4 main cups throughout the game, some of which have tracks that repeat, but all kart racers have their gimmicks, and in this one it's the license system. You have to take tests, which are like mini challenges that will upgrade your license, and some of the cups require you to upgrade your license to access them. There's stuff like time trials or mock races, simple but appreciated. And it fits that theme of Konami Crazy Racers bridging gameplay styles. Simple racers like Mario Kart mixed with games with more deep single player content. I like that the game calls them driver's licenses. It makes it more memorable than if they were just called challenges. And the whole menu theme is based around Y2K computers. It's a bizarre choice for a racing game and a bit of a mess, but I admire its boldness. The whole game is very bright and honestly a little overstimulating. Early GBA games are bright like this because the console didn't have a backlight when it launched, so when it's blown up on a computer screen, I'd recommend sitting further from the screen than normal. I do like the tracks in the game though. There's one set in space, which I guess is the Gradius track, and I really like the slippery sound the cars make on the track to give it texture. There's a Castlevania and Metal Gear Solid track too. The Castlevania track is based on Dracula's castle, except it has a bunch of lava, so it's probably an homage to Bowser's castle. The Metal Gear track is based on Shadow Mose's Island, with boxes and landmines, which is a good adaptation. This game was made before Metal Gear Solid 2 was released, and I don't know why, but that feels surprising to me. Timeline-wise, I associate the GBA with being well after the PS2. My favorite part about doing this project is that there are so many games that make me say, damn, that's a real thing, and have crossovers that feel insane because it's a kart racer. Konami Crazy Racers is a cute, fun game that makes me laugh a little seeing Dracula, and you know what? I'd buy it over Super Circuit because obviously every kart racer has to be competing with each other. They later made a mobile game sequel where Pyramid Head is a playable character. It's not even available anymore, but I had to mention it. 1999, Star Wars Episode 1 The Phantom Menace released, which was so huge, several video games were made for it specifically. There was a racing game based on the pod racing part of the movie called Episode 1 Racer, and then they made a second completely different racing game based on just the Phantom Menace. Star Wars Super Bombad Racing, which was released on PlayStation 2 in 2001. While Episode 1 Racer was a more speedy and futuristic racing game like Wipeout, Super Bombad Racing is a kart racer through and through that uses exaggerated bobblehead styles for the characters. I was thrown off by the art style at first because some of the characters are really ugly, and since Star Wars is known for some not very great games, I assumed it would be horrifically awful and cheap, but it was pretty fun. The whole shrunken down look at the characters and environments works because it's just Episode 1, which is already such a silly movie. Your characters like Darth Maul, Yoda, Jar Jar Binks, Anakin, and Obi-Wan are here because of the theme. Weirdly, no Qui-Gon Jinn, he's like one of the protagonists of the movie and all. There's not a lot of characters, but they do have weirdos like Sebulba and Boss Nass, who don't even scratch the surface of Glup Shitos, but they are funny to play as in a kart racer. Every character has voice lines, and they sometimes end up giving them weird characterizations if you care about that sort of thing. Darth Maul is constantly talking, and I genuinely don't know what was happening with Obi-Wan's voice. Mostly they're just funny. Yoda has a voice line where he says, slow you are, which I think is a line every kart racer should have, with the Yoda voice. Boba Fett and Darth Vader are unlockable, and there are a couple of battle mode courses that take from the original trilogy, but they're bonuses and not unlocked from the start. Since the karts are mostly spaceships or pod racers, it's floaty and light compared to other kart racers, which I found enjoyable. It replicates that futuristic racer subgenre in a simple kart racer format. I played enough of these types of games to understand that something feeling completely unique is either very good or very bad. You even have a dedicated jump button, which is separate from the drift and can be used for shortcuts. I didn't feel like the drift button was super needed because it's not very useful when racetracks are wide and all the karts are so floaty, and I don't get why it was a separate button from the jump. Now, the game has both a circuit mode and a battle mode, and I have complaints about how progression in the circuit mode works. The first cup is unlocked from the start, and there are 3 cups of 3 races each. Not super substantial, but there's a battle mode. When you beat a cup though, it only unlocks 1 race of the next cup, and you have to play through each track individually to unlock more. I guess that's kind of the progression system in Diddy Kong Racing or Wacky Races, but the difference here is that there's no hub world, so it just feels like padding. This is a small complaint, but I feel like the game just doesn't understand how players want to play games. Why is the default option when you complete a race to repeat the race? Why is the first option on the circuit mode to do 1 individual race instead of the whole cup? Shouldn't you make the default option the thing players are most likely to pick? Does this even matter? Anyways, I find the battle mode to be really fun because the floaty controls fit it well. If this game focused on the battle mode more than the actual racing, it might have been better. A lot of kart racers I reviewed have been silly or dumb and cheap, and Super Bombad Racer is no different. But I think kart racers can get away with that because if their gameplay is good, it lets the goofy parts stay goofy in a charming way. Kart racers are my favorite type of weird licensed game crap. It's the end of an era. Nicktoons Racing, released in 2001, is the last game on this list to have been released on the original PlayStation. Nickelodeon has a long history of crossover Nicktoons video games, and this was among the first. This won't be the last Nicktoons kart racing game either, although they kinda stopped using the name Nicktoons in video games. I don't know why. This game is famous for having SpongeBob actually be treated like any other Nickelodeon cartoon because it wasn't their biggest franchise by far at the time. The show was only on its first season, and SpongeBob isn't even the default option on the character select screen, the Rugrats characters are. If that happened in a game that released today, someone at Nickelodeon would probably be executed. Anyways, the game opens with a cute little animated scene introducing a racing championship held by a mysterious rider called the Mysterious Rider. The racing in the game is suitable, but has one major issue: it's really slow. Nicktoons leisurely drive. To make up for it, the game does have that boost system I like, that operates similar to how Speed Freaks did it. I enjoy the track designs though. Most of them have shortcuts that are really obvious, which is something I appreciate, even if it makes the tracks easy. A ton of kart racers I talked about earlier have shortcuts, and it certainly makes them interesting. It adds a school ground rumor aspect, as you can share how to find them, and sometimes games can create intrigue once you see other racers popping up through shortcuts you didn't know about. This game features its own version of the blue shell too, which is how you know they wanted to add bullshit when it comes to the items. It's not even the worst one. One of the items is slime, and it sticks you in place. You need to pull away for a grand total of 3 times to get away from it. My game kept glitching and characters' voice clips would be repeated over and over again via YTP, which was very funny for the first 1 or 2 races. Then it got annoying because of the amount of baby voices in the game. I did not like the racing of this game as much as other racers, but I will accept it might be because of the sheer annoyingness of my emulated version biasing me against it. The mysterious rider is eventually revealed as Plankton, and he is an unlockable character. That was probably surprising in 2001. This does mean that SpongeBob has the most amount of playable characters with 3, but the other franchises probably didn't have villains as explicit or as iconic as Plankton, unless I'm getting my Rugrats and Ren and Stimpy lore wrong. There are 3 cups with 3 tracks each and no additional modes, other than time trials, which puts this on the lower end in terms of content. Nicktoons Racing is an odd way to finally put a close on the PS1 generation as we move on to bigger things. It could probably be called a whimper instead of a bang, but still the game is at the very least interesting to look at, as most kart racers tend to be. That fun animated cutscene and the good visual style isn't going unnoticed either. The next kart racer I'm going to talk about today was released on GameCube and is a pretty big one. Kirby Air Ride is a kart racer based on 1/3 of my channel name, and the first on this list to be released for Nintendo GameCube. There had been a lot of Kirby spin-offs released before Kirby Air Ride, but none had been quite as big as it, and it makes a lot of changes to a kart racer format to make it feel like Kirby. Kirby games have always been about being simple for kids or casual gamers, while giving you the opportunity to have a more complex experience with things like the copy abilities. It doesn't work all the time, and in practice copy abilities can trivialize some of the challenge, but let's put my thoughts on the Kirby platformers aside. Kirby Air Ride keeps this simple philosophy, and it makes for some pretty exciting races. You could compare its gameplay to Sonic in that you only need to press one button aside from your control stick to play the game. You accelerate automatically, so there's no need to hold a button to do that, and the A button slows you down, but it gives you a big boost after you release it, so the optimal way to control your kart is to hold down the boost while rounding corners to minimize the amount of time you spend slowing down. Sometimes there are boost panels you can only take advantage of if you're using your boost on them, so they'll propel you pretty far when you use them. Kirby Air Ride absolutely succeeds in making a game that's simple to understand but really deep. Boosting has a sort of pinball-like excitement, and it's a great balance of risk and reward that makes for constantly exhilarating races. Just look at a GameCube controller. The A button is the centerpiece of the thing, which I imagine was a big reason why the game was designed like this. The only place where the one button control scheme isn't super smooth is with inhaling enemies. There are enemies all over the course, and if you're playing as Kirby, you can inhale them while boosting to get copy abilities. These are essentially the equivalent to items, and you can use them to damage other racers, although there are only 3 other racers, and copy abilities aren't permanent, so it's not always useful. It's maybe a little awkward how boosting is the same function as inhaling enemies, and it makes items feel like they're not separate from regular movement. Still, I like how enemies from the Kirby series are just populating each of the tracks. This was technically the first 3D Kirby game, way before Kirby and the Forgotten Land was a thing. Kirby just kinda didn't jump on the 3D train along with Mario or Zelda in the N64 generation. Anyways, there's a few tracks which you can select in any order and no Grand Prix mode. I really like the layout of the tracks, and often they incorporate multiple layers of gameplay and rails you can grind on. You can also guide when your kart has airtime by just tilting it back, and that adds to the quality of really feeling like a 3D space. All of what I said is only true of the air ride mode, 1/3 of this game. The other modes are big swings like the air ride mode, but are definitely secondary experiences. The second mode is Top Ride, where you race in a smaller track in a top-down perspective. It's difficult to get used to the controls, but it's very chaotic, especially because there are a bunch of items all over the track as you go. Movement is a lot more of a priority than in the air ride mode when it comes to winning the races, and there are 7 laps. Most of the tracks in air ride mode have only 2 laps, so it's good that this balances out a little bit. The next mode is City Trial, which is kind of the battle mode. It's a series of mini-games, and there are a ton of them. Before the games though, you race through a city trying to collect as many buffs as possible to help you. I like the concept, and that mad dash is fun, but not quite as smooth as the air ride mode. The idea of picking up buffs is fun, but not super noticeable. You can change your kart in these modes, which is a lot more noticeable, and I wish the City Trial had more changes carrying over to the gameplay like this. You can select a lot of the mini-games individually, which is nice, and I do that more often than not. Each of the modes have their own checklist, which are a bunch of challenges for you to complete in each of the races. These are fun, they're huge lists, and it's very satisfying to be able to complete a lot of them in order. It's got this fun system where if you complete one challenge, the parameters for unlocking the other challenges are revealed to you beside it, which makes unlocking everything addicting. It's a great way to squeeze more single-player potential out of a game. You can unlock a ton of things like new karts, tracks, or even characters this way. Kirby is playable by default, but Meta Knight and King Dedede can both be unlocked, and they play pretty differently. Might seem strange to only have one character playable in a kart racer from the start, but I think it shows that this game prioritizes gameplay over characterization. Once it eventually got a sequel for Switch 2, they had a whole bunch of characters from across the series though. Kirby Air Ride was made by HAL Laboratory, right off the heels of developing Super Smash Bros. Melee, and its DNA is apparent in the game. It's got a big, overly dramatic opening movie, and its music is fully orchestrated like Melee's was, giving it a sweeping epic feel. You can make the argument it's not super fitting of Kirby, but the games do get pretty dramatic. I was surprised by how many of these songs I recognized because they were later added to Smash. Even just the menus in this game are really similar to Smash. It was the first in a style of menus I like to call differently colored selectable geometric shapes on a white or gray background. It's a very distinct style, and it was later adopted in the Smash series and Kid Icarus Uprising, since they share the same menu designer Michiko Sakurai. Kirby Air Ride was a decent success, but it took a while for it to really pick up popularity and fully be appreciated, similar to what happened with other GameCube games released around its launch, like Pikmin or The Legend of Zelda: The Wind Waker. The GameCube was a weird time for Nintendo where they just did new things, and this is in that tradition. Kirby Air Ride ended up being one of the more forgotten games in the franchise, but it had a decent legacy, and it even got referenced in things like Super Smash Bros. Or the Kirby Right Back Atcha anime. A sequel was released for Nintendo Switch 2 in 2025, and sorry for skipping it. As any consolation, this game made me want to play the sequel. It's been quite a lot of entries since I talked about Mario Kart, but in the GameCube generation, we're back with Mario Kart Double Dash! There are 2 exclamation marks in that title, so the proper way to say the title is with a lot of enthusiasm. Double Dash was released in 2003, and compared to most Nintendo published GameCube games, it's a sequel that's pretty in line with the franchise's past, but it's also a very big step forward. Just look at it. Compared to Mario 64, it's a lot more expressive, and characters have so many more frames of animation, which loads the game with personality. I previously looked back at my footage for this video and I ended up finding myself just mesmerized, staring at all the bright colors on my screen. Even the music is attention grabbing. Fitting its name, Double Dash's gimmick is that you can race as 2 racers per kart instead of 1, which is a solid thing to base a kart racer around. The fact that you can play as any 2 racers in a kart makes me a lot more compelled to choose a variety of characters than I would before. Choosing Mario in Mario Kart is boring, but when I can make Mario and Diddy Kong in the same kart, it's wackier because I can imagine they were hanging out together. Since every character needs to be part of a pair, there's many more characters than Mario Kart's had in the past. A lot of staple Mario Kart characters were first introduced in this game. Waluigi, King Boo, Bowser Jr., Daisy, Birdo, those are all characters who have appeared in Mario before. The real big addition is Toadette. Hey, we need a partner for Toad, someone at Nintendo said, and they spent maybe 2 minutes coming up with Girl Toad. She's since appeared in a ton of Mario games afterwards. The only pairing I think is kinda lame is Koopa Troopa and Koopa Paratroopa. Just adding Goomba or someone would have made more sense. It feels redundant to have 2 Koopas. I guess the racer in the back has to grab onto handles and has fairly complex animations, so this is the one Mario Kart game where Goomba couldn't work. Justice for Goomba. There is a gameplay purpose to the 2 racer system, because this is the first game in the series to allow you to select your kart, and it gives you stats for all the karts and characters. You can use this to make your own kart build and try to balance out all the stats between both characters and the kart. In the races, one racer drives while the other uses items in the back, and one of your buttons switches them. You can actually hold on to 2 items at a time if you switch between racer and gunner, and there are even certain item boxes that carry 2 items. Holding on to items is simple, but it makes you feel like you're performing some advanced technique. I do think the mechanic was done better in Mario Kart that follow it though, because pressing a whole button to switch racers gets annoying sometimes. I reckon that's why it's done this way though. Each character has their own specialized items, which end up being huge, almost game-breaking items at times. Mario and Luigi can fire like 5 fireballs at a time, and Bowser can launch huge shells that almost completely fill up the track. It adds to the attention-grabbing nature of the game. Double Dash features 4 cups in total with 4 tracks each. It's fine, but I can't help but feel that at this point in this series in particular, it's not a lot. Especially with the exponential growth of the character roster. Maybe it would feel more content-rich if they let me into the battle mode. The tracks that are here though have very few misses. Yoshi Circuit is a favorite of mine. I love the reference to the Yoshi copter from Yoshi's Island. Yoshi. But the most iconic addition is the infamous Baby Park. It's a tiny circuit with 7 laps where the person in first place is gonna constantly be passing the person in last. This is a true free-for-all where no one is safe and everyone is in the same hell zone, being affected by all the really good items the people in last place tend to get. When I get an item on this track, I don't have time to pay attention to if I'm gonna throw it at an actual meaningful rival, I just throw. All the music in Mario Kart Double Dash is catchy in an annoying way, but Baby Park's music has the energy of a child running around and singing the SpongeBob SquarePants theme song, and it will bore itself deep into your brain because of how catchy it is. It makes for a hilarious experience that is a perfect encapsulation of Mario Kart. It is weird that babies can drive, but in our world they let 8-year-olds drive certain race cars. So don't judge what Mario lets happen, okay? It's only the difference of a few years. The game also expands on gameplay by giving you a boost if you drift for long enough, for red flames to turn into blue flames, but it's not really a big enough boost to meaningfully change gameplay. The tracks are good and so are the additions to the gameplay, but something about Mario Kart Double Dash feels a little lacking compared to the other Mario Kart titles. Maybe not lacking, but less memorable. It might be just because the game has a very similar feel to Mario Kart games that would come after, which makes me compare it to them, but it also has an arcadey styling and it just feels like a more come and go experience. I guess you have to think of it as a different type of experience to other Mario Kart games. There are a lot of features in the Mario Kart series that, when you ask about them, the answer is because Double Dash. Why was Toadette created? Why do they have so many characters? Because Double Dash. Why are carts customizable? Because Double Dash. Why do some of the games let you carry 2 items? Because Double Dash. Why is Baby Park a thing? Because Double Dash again. And low-key, it is one of the games in the series with the biggest influence on the rest of the franchise. However, it has this reputation as being a less memorable stepping stone, which isn't helped by the samey racing. Is that true? It all kind of depends on what Mario Kart games or kart racers you grew up with. Everyone has different priorities. It's fun, but I do find myself going back to it the least. Getting this in the same year for the same console as Kirby Air Ride was crazy though. Especially because we would later get Kirby Air Riders and the Mario Kart sequel for Switch 2 the same year. Every once in a while the stars align for a few really good kart racing games to release in quick succession. Digimon is a series long accused of being a Pokemon clone by people who don't know anything about what a Digimon is, so it only makes sense it would be part of a genre people accuse of being a Mario clone. Digimon Racing was released in 2004 for Game Boy Advance, being one of the first Digimon games released on Nintendo. And they really want you to know that it's compatible with the wireless adapter. Out of all the kart racers I've played, it's certainly one of them. You can play as a few Digimons, and it's got a gimmick where you can evolve by racing over certain panels, but getting hit will make your meter go down and possibly devolve you. Not using proper Digimon terminology, but I don't care. Every character technically has 3 forms, with their default being the starter form, their upgraded form being faster, and their devolved form being smaller and slower. If you go into this form, you've really fucked up. I enjoy it as a gimmick, and there's some strategy in needing to go over specialized panels, but I don't get as much out of it as I wish I could have. Evolving is easy, and it doesn't feel like a reward for racing good, it just feels like the standard thing for most races. It depends on what track you're in though. One of the tracks had shortcuts that were available, but no panels that evolve you on the way of any of the shortcuts, which means you'll have to think on if you want the shortcut or to evolve. I wish more of the tracks had decision making like that. There are 9 tracks in total and 3 boss races. Having bosses in a kart racer is a strong idea, especially ones where the main goal isn't just to race a souped up version of a racer. In practice, they're not super substantial. They mostly boil down to driving in a circle and hitting an enemy with items before a time limit runs out. The whole aesthetic of the game is a cool sci-fi look, like digital monsters. However, the actual tracks are all just fairly generic outdoors locations. The canyon area, the grass area, the swamp area. Maybe they're really accurate to Digimon, I don't know. That swamp area is one I don't want to look at again though. I am actually so okay with never racing on it ever in my life. Digimons act as obstacles on tracks, which makes them at least somewhat unique, and the game is separated in feel by the jump button giving you a huge leap. Often you can completely skip parts of the track since it's pretty small. There isn't actually a dedicated drift button, and if there is, it's definitely not needed. Your racer has a very big sprite, especially when you're evolved, which is a little much for the small size of the screen, and moving around can get annoying, especially with the odd physics. I'm being pretty negative on the game, but I'm sure if I actually liked Digimon, I would look at it and say, wow, this is a forgettable game and it's based on an IP I like, and not, wow, this is a forgettable game. I think Digimon Racing has cool ideas, but it doesn't pay enough attention to the core gameplay of what a kart racer should be to make its ideas really shine. For my play experience, it's really hard to actually fuck up the core feel of a kart racer unless you're Atari Karts, and I think that leads to some developers not paying enough attention to making kart racers feel fun on their own. Plus, in the modern age of 3D development, a handheld kart racer game is probably not going to have the same development cost. Or not. I don't know what Bandai's development priorities were in 2004. It's been a few entries, but we're back to games developed by Rare, the company behind Diddy Kong Racing and Mickey Speedway USA. This is their last game in the video, and we have some catching up to do though, because in the time since we've last seen them, they were acquired by Microsoft, and are now effectively barred from making games using Nintendo's IPs. It's more complicated than that, but I'll get to it later. Banjo Pilot began life as Diddy Kong Pilot, essentially a spin-off of Diddy Kong Racing with just planes. It was then retooled into a Banjo-Kazooie game because even though Banjo debuted in Diddy Kong Racing and Banjo-Kazooie was published by Nintendo, they're considered an Xbox IP. Although the Game Boy Advance is a Nintendo console, Rare still made some games for it under Microsoft, because Microsoft didn't have a handheld system of their own. So the logic is that they're not a competitor in the handheld space. I feel like Microsoft just did that to appease Nintendo fanboys, upset about no more Banjo-Kazooie on their system of choice. The whole legal situation with Diddy Kong and Banjo is fascinating, and this game's existence makes it even weirder. Banjo Pilot essentially has the same physics as the plane segments of Diddy Kong Racing. Even the rings you can boost through are a nostalgic throwback to how they looked in Diddy Kong Racing. The flying segments weren't my favorite, but it is nice to see them return, and the 3D effects work very well for a sprite-based game. It is a remarkably boundary-pushing GBA game, but it's so effective that it's hard to think of it that way. Plenty of other GBA games were murder on my eyes, and this actually looks good in comparison. Being in 3D like this does mean you'll have to engage with the game slightly different to a normal kart racer, and it is a fun way to separate it from other kart racers on the market. You could very well argue this should not be on my list because it is not a kart racer, but I've betted my rules before. Stop being the fun police. Anytime you're hit by an item, you will immediately crash to the ground and have to fly back up. And the items are replaced to be Banjo-Kazooie related things, like eggs, golden feathers, and sugar cubes, I guess? I could just Google what these are, but I don't want to. Despite this game being envisioned as a Diddy Kong Racing spin-off, it doesn't have as deep of single-player offerings. There's not even a story, but it does have some content to go through if you're playing on your own. After completing a Grand Prix, there are boss fights against racers that act like dogfights, where you alternate being behind and in front of another racer, and have to get items that can damage them. Banjo Pilot hasn't forgotten its collectathon roots either, because there's a challenge where you race against Bottles the Mole and have to win while also collecting puzzle pieces called jiggies all over the track. This is a lot easier than the silver coin challenges because you don't need to collect them all. You only need to race against one other racer, and the game tells you where those items are. The Grand Prix mode also has hidden music notes that can act as collectibles. The game doesn't tell you where they are. By getting them though, you can unlock characters or battle courses. The game isn't exactly revolutionizing the kart racer or anything, and I can understand if that's disappointing to some because of Rare's track record. But there is more content than the average racer here, and you can get some mileage out of it. If you know Banjo-Kazooie, you'll recognize a lot of stuff in the game. Basically all the tracks are adapted from levels, specifically from the first game, and they really look as close as they can to being pulled from that game. Also, Espresso from Donkey Kong Country is here for some reason. It feels a little strange how close everything is to the imagery of Banjo-Kazooie. In the past, Rare has been comfortable changing up a lot of imagery associated with franchises, and that's how Diddy Kong Racing or Donkey Kong 64 ended up being so different from the Country games. But Banjo Pilot is so accurate to Banjo-Kazooie, it almost feels like it's trying its best to justify being attached to the series, and I do feel like it takes away from some of the unique imaginative sense Rare games typically have. Banjo Pilot is fun and I'm glad it happened, but it's also a game I think really could have used a sequel or something to flesh out its ideas, and to give it some of its own identity. Rare is capable of great things, and I wish we could have another Diddy Kong Racing. I didn't mention this earlier because if someone wasn't aware of the legal situation with Rare, Microsoft, and Nintendo, this might have made their head explode, but did you know Rare was allowed to use the Donkey Kong IP in GBA games? They developed ports of the Donkey Kong Country trilogy, and that was after they were acquired by Microsoft. I guess making a Diddy Kong Racing sequel would have been a step too far since it's an original game. Adding Espresso wasn't though. This game's existence is bizarre. A few years later, Rare would make Diddy Kong Racing DS, a port of Diddy Kong Racing for DS, but it's not on my list. Fun context to give though, because it further complicates things. They cut Banjo and Conker since they're Microsoft-owned characters, but every other character who debuted in Diddy Kong Racing who didn't get spin-off games is considered Donkey Kong characters, I guess. Why hasn't the racist elephant popped up in Donkey Kong Bonanza? This whole situation is as crazy as some kind of frog. And this is where I would cut to talking about a crazy game with frogs, but Banjo Pilot has even more legacy. When writing this script, a game called Super Ukulele Karts was announced. Ukulele is an indie series that, given the name, is an obvious reference to Banjo-Kazooie. While the series started as just that, it has quickly evolved in taking inspiration from other platformers. Super Ukulele Karts doesn't seem like it's taking any inspiration from Banjo Pilot or Diddy Kong Racing, but just on virtue of its name and origins, I kinda have to bring it up. Let's get to the stupid thing you want me to talk about. Where to even begin with Crazy Frog Arcade Racer? It's a kart racer based on the Crazy Frog music videos, and it doesn't surprise me they'd make this. Crazy Frog Arcade Racer was released on PlayStation 2 in 2006, and it's not even the first Crazy Frog kart racer. The original was on DS and exclusive to Europe. It was developed by some French company called Neko Entertainment. The first Crazy Frog music video's premise involves the Annoying Thing, that's his official name, outrunning some robots on a track, so if you squint your eyes and use your imagination, I suppose you could imagine it's good material for a kart racer. You could tell they were kinda running out of ideas. There's a character named The Holiday Thing, which is a separate character slot from The Annoying Thing. It's just Crazy Frog, but he's in casual wear and riding a tube. That's kind of awesome actually. And yes, they did remove Crazy Frog's dick. Each of the tracks are meant to capture the feel of Crazy Frog music videos, so they're long and winding and have a futuristic but grimy look to them. It's probably the fastest moving kart racer I've played so far, and it makes it feel like F-Zero. At first when I moved my kart, I was actually thinking, is my game glitched? Because it's slippery and not like any other kart racer. But to my surprise, it kinda works. You're on full blast all the time, and it's fun to just keep yourself on the track. Sometimes there are parts where you jump off a track and have to land on a small strip of track while avoiding the rest, and it's fun. Unless you try to jump ahead, that might fuck up your racing though. Don't get me wrong, Crazy Frog Arcade Racer, janky as fuck, not great. But I do feel like most of the duration this game gets is just the concept and not the content. Some of the tracks play the Crazy Frog songs, and those that don't play electronic music with Crazy Frog noises mixed in. And I think this game won't work if it weren't for that detail. Sliding down long icy tracks while Crazy Frog Axel F plays is such a weird experience, and everything about the vibe of this game feels like what a bowling alley in the early 2010s felt like to be in. Before I played this game, I was talking about my video project with a friend of mine who had Crazy Frog Arcade Racer as a kid, and he told me he kinda liked it since, for a PlayStation household, there weren't many other kart racers to play. And yeah, I get it. If you're not taking the PS1 into account, the PS2 didn't have a ton of good kart racers. This might be one of the better ones on the console. Kart racers were still very popular this console generation, but not quite as much as they were in the PS1 era. There are a few extra gameplay modes available, one of which is Chase, where you're being pursued by robots and have to survive as long as possible. You have a life bar, by the way. I never mentioned it earlier because you can restore it very quickly, so it doesn't really factor into the gameplay. I just think it's really good that when they were making this, somebody was thinking, we gotta add a mode that's accurate to the lore. There are modes that aren't even racing. You can watch clips of the Crazy Frog music videos if that's something you want to do, and the game has a dance and pinball mode. The pinball mode is pretty fun. You have to hit all the enemies on screen, and you get to launch your ball from the place you hit an enemy. So it's not normal pinball. The dance mode is just a rhythm game and not a good one, but a mode as good as you'd expect from a side mode in a Crazy Frog racing game. If you just really want to play Crazy Frog The Final Countdown in a rhythm game, here it is. Is Crazy Frog Arcade Racer one of the worst kart racer games of all time? I would say no, but if you did put it near the bottom, I wouldn't make a big storm about it. If a child could only play this and not Mario Kart, it would justify them doing some murder, but not a ton. That's my compliment in case you couldn't tell. It's been a few entries since we've had a new kart racer based on an iconic video game mascot, so Pac-Man World Rally is here to save the day. The Pac-Man World series is a trilogy of platformers from 1999 to 2005 that was one of the many attempts to make Pac-Man into its own coherent universe. Pac-Man World Rally is obviously based on that series, and the name World in its title isn't just for brand synergy. It has lots of elements in common with Pac-Man World, like characters and gameplay. There are 4 cups, all themed around fruit, with 4 tracks each, most of which have different numbers of laps. The theming for the tracks are a little generic, so most of the areas you're racing on are what you'd expect for a platforming game. The jungle area, the canyon, the volcano, but they are pretty clever in their implementations, because of the way they incorporate gameplay elements from Pac-Man World. Also, there's a track based on feudal Japan, and whenever there's a racetrack based on feudal Japan, odds are it's going to be the best one in the game. I have 2 other examples of this, neither of which are games I'm reviewing in this video, but I digress. Pac-Man World Rally's courses feature 2 different kinds of collectibles, fruit and power pellets. If you grab fruit, it actually unlocks shortcuts for the next lap, which is a genius move, and I find it really satisfying to be able to pull off. Power pellets work almost one-to-one with how they do in the Pac-Man World games. If you collect just one, a string of power pellets will pop up, and by collecting them you become Super Pac-Man, which gives you a speed boost and lets you chomp other racers on the track. Weirdly, the kart looks like Pac-Man regardless of if you're playing as Pac-Man or not. But do you know what I would have said if everyone got their own individual super kart designs? Wow, that's a fun detail they didn't need to put in the game, so maybe I shouldn't complain. Pac-Man World Rally has this sense that you're breaking it wide open when all you're really doing is collecting keys to unlock shortcuts. Drifting is really smooth and you get a huge boost. I feel as kart races go on, drifting gets more and more important to the core gameplay loop. Maybe I'm just saying that because it's true of Mario Kart. Either way, I like how it feels. There's a battle mode in addition to the Grand Prix, and it's full on Twisted Metal since everybody has their own life bar. I like how they literally call it a death match, and when you eliminate someone it's referred to as a kill. I feel like this is the kind of game where kids who grew up with it would make videos about how it's actually dark and fucked up and not for kids. There is Pac Devil as a playable character, and he rides a motorcycle. I'm sure that somewhere out there in the world is at least one guy who only has a PS2, refuses to buy PS1 games, and really wants to get into kart racers. To this hypothetical person I say, go pick up Pac-Man World Rally. For PS2 owners, it might just be the most exemplary of what kart racers are, and it's a pretty fun game, even if it's not the best. In 2010, Pac-Man would get another kart racer called Pac-Man Kart Rally, but it was a mobile game and is now being delisted, so tragically I can't review it. I just really wanted to play it, but now I can't, oh no. The immense success of the Nintendo Wii came with a downside: shovelware. Shovelware is a term used to describe games so bad they're literally shoveled onto consoles like slop. And the Wii era is not the only console generation with shovelware, but because of the ease of development, the success of the Wii, and it being geared towards kids, it has a reputation as the premier location for the most shovelly of wares. And kart racers feel pretty suited to this label because they're also geared towards kids and can be made for cheap. Probably the single most infamous one is M&M's Kart Racing. Yes, they made an M&M's Kart Racer. The combination of the license and concept alone is enough to make this stand out as a ridiculous game, and it's pretty bad. In M&M's Kart Racing, you can play as the M&M's mascot and race in either a Grand Prix tournament called Tournament Mode, a quick race, or an arcade mode where you play through every track in order and restart if you lose one. The big gameplay feature to keep in mind is that all the movement is done by tilting the Wii Remote left and right to move your racer and steer your kart. Sounds like that could go wrong quick, but the motion controls are fine. There's a certain weight to your kart, and it moves slowly enough that the priority of the game is navigating rather than having an exciting, fun race, which has its own appeal to it. M&M's Kart Racing is at its best when the tracks feel like small little obstacle courses you navigate through, which is saying a lot considering those obstacle courses are often designed in ways that make you pretty much forced to be hitting walls all the time. It's not as glitchy or as buggy as I expected, and it's not like I get stuck or anything, but it's not exactly the pinnacle of level design. Clearly the game designers thought it was good enough because there's no items, meaning it's pretty much all the gameplay is. M&M's Kart Racing is really easy too, which makes this one of the most dull kart racer experiences I've ever had. When there's wider, more open tracks, it ends up being even more of a snooze fest because so many of the tracks just have nothing. It gets to the point that I want bullshit obstacles, because then there's at least a challenge. You can collect teacup things that give you a boost, and that's your item. It's not much of a boost. You can also collect chocolate coins throughout the courses too. These are how you buy new carts, although the game has a weird system where every coin you grab saves to characters individually. So if you unlock a cart, you only unlock it for one racer and not anyone else. I don't know if that was made to pad out playtime or is just an oversight. M&M's has a pretty long history of video games, and its developer DSi even made a separate M&M's game around the same time. Despite that, there's really no actual connection to M&M's except for the racers. All the tracks have a weird griminess to them, and everything just looks dirty. The beach level looks very close to the beaches I've always been to growing up. I'm from Saskatchewan. Not a compliment. The water will disappoint that Miiverse guy. Weirdly enough, the game has a character named Foxy who is pretty much identical to a character from a 1994 fighting game called Brutal Paws of Fury. They have no claim to the license of that game, nor is it related to M&M's in any way. They just kinda included it. And since the publisher of Brutal Paws of Fury is now defunct, who's gonna sue them? M&M's Kart Racer is easily the most boring kart racer I've ever played. Just the lack of items and drifting alone makes it automatically so much less interesting and deep. There's some interesting things you could do with a chocolate-themed kart racer. This does none of it. There's a certain part of me that finds it a little fun or at least interesting, or maybe I just appreciate the variety because I've been playing so many games in the same genre. A question I've been asking myself a lot. Mario Kart Wii is nothing short of the greatest kart racer ever made when it came out in 2008. This is not just the nostalgia talking. In its time, Mario Kart Wii sold over 30 million copies, which makes it a very popular title and a genre-defining game. When people think of a kart racer, they're probably gonna think of a different, more successful Mario Kart game, but that one took a lot of cues from this game. I'm going to talk a lot about Mario Kart Wii, but I need to acknowledge it didn't get so far on its own because in 2005, Mario Kart DS was released. It has a very good argument for best Mario Kart game. It had Rob and a mission mode with bosses. I don't have Mario Kart DS on my list, which is gonna put me on some people's shit lists, and fair. I've got no good reason other than some Mario Kart games had to not be in the video. Mario Kart DS is a beloved classic that laid the groundwork for Wii to be so successful. I'm probably gonna mention features that debuted in DS as if they debuted in Wii, so sorry about that in advance. Or should I say, sorry about that in DS. I've always thought of Mario Kart Wii as an extension of the Wii console as a brand. The Wii was loosely themed around TV channels, so Mario Kart Wii slightly leans into that aesthetic and uses slick, white menus unlike the cartoony looks of Mario Kart games of the past. Even just comparing the logo of this game to every past Mario Kart game, besides DS, shows it's a lot more focused on realism. The game keeps the cartoony feel of Mario with a little more washed out than before. It's cool though. Mario Kart Wii also has Mii's populating lots of the stands and even a Mii as a playable character. In this generation, Mii's and the Wii as a brand were so popular, they even seeped into non-Wii series games. The character models do look noticeably worse than Double Dash. I don't know what that was about. So the racing in Mario Kart Wii is just as good as ever. And this time there are some pretty exhilarating additions that make it both comically easy to catch up to other racers and very hard to stay in first place for long. Drifting gives you a huge speed boost every time you do it, and you have the choice between automatic or manual styles. Automatic means you'll drift without having to press the button, but you won't get a turbo boost, which is clever because it ties into car terminology. Somewhere out there is a teenager just driving for the first time and thinking a car being a manual means it has a drift button for an extra turbo boost. If you're driving manual, it makes getting little mini boosts very easy, and drifting is something to do near constantly if you want to beat some of the more advanced tracks. Another new mechanic is that if you're driving behind another racer and closely tailing them, you can get a speed boost by coasting off of their wind. And it's super satisfying because you can push other racers right to the side just by driving ahead. I love how boldly chaotic Mario Kart Wii is, and adding all these new mechanics shows a lot of confidence. I'm not even done yet. If you launch off a ramp into the air and shake the Wii remote, you can do a trick, which gives you a big boost upon hitting the ground. You have the option to play with a traditional GameCube controller, which I did, but Mario Kart's main method of control is by tilting the Wii remote to steer your kart. You can turn it off if you want a less gimmicky experience, but I do genuinely think this is a case where motion controls make a game better. I probably won't use it in single player if I'm trying to unlock a bunch of stuff, but if I'm playing Mario Kart Wii with friends, pass over the Wii remote wheel. These wheels you insert the Wii remote in do literally nothing, but they're intuitive enough that they're pretty worthwhile, and unlike the Switch Joy-Con wheels that were later made, most people actually want to use them. Nowadays, Wii wheels are in landfills everywhere, and if you try to sell one to GameStop, they take you out to the back of the store and shoot you, but they're an iconic part of Mario Kart Wii's legacy. If all of that wasn't enough, Mario Kart Wii also features a new mechanic where you can hold items behind you to block projectiles and use them when they're more advantageous for you. This feels like a way of keeping some of what was good about Double Dash's item system without doing the whole gimmick of that game again. It has since become maybe my favorite mechanic in Mario Kart. This game ups the amount of racers in a course from 8 to 12, so you'll need the extra protection from projectiles, and this rewards mastery of the game while still keeping challenge. If you're stupid, it even lets you hold a bomb item behind you to block shells with. The last thing that I want to add to this already stacked gameplay section is that it features both karts and bikes. As far as I know, all that bikes adds are different tricks and a different feel for drifting and controlling. Oh, you can also do a wheelie. The 50cc mode is entirely karts, 100cc is entirely bikes, and 150cc is a mixture of both. A strange way to add variety, but The kinda strange that gives character. Two of my criticisms with Mario Kart Double Dash have been addressed here. They actually let me into the battle mode this time. It's not that fun when you're doing it single player, but I'm just happy to be included. Mario Kart Wii isn't even close enough to having an insubstantial amount of content. The amount of tracks is effectively doubled. There are 8 cups instead of 4, and tracks from every Mario Kart game released up until this one are included, besides the arcade one. Whether they just need a small graphical touch-up, or they're pretty much completely remade, like the SNES tracks. Even the battle mode has returning courses. This must have been mind-blowing when it happened, and it's really awesome. It makes past Mario Kart games feel like they have huge legacies that don't end when they come out. Mario Kart DS started this feature, so credit goes to it. Ever since this feature was introduced, kids everywhere have been wondering what GCN means. I know what it means, so no need to correct me. I get it. The thing about Retro Cups returning though is that the average quality of Mario Kart tracks introduced in Wii are so much higher than the past of the series, to the point that I don't really want to play on these tracks as much. This is a compliment. You can just say the name of any Mario Kart Wii track and anyone who's played the game before will probably start reminiscing on it. Maple Tree Way, Toad Factory, Mushroom Gorge, Wario's Gold Mine, Coconut Mall. My absolute favorite from Mario Kart series is Koopa Cape, and it was introduced in this game. Even the generic opening Luigi Raceway track is really good. Mario Kart Wii has legendary tracks that set a new standard to what came before. This isn't even to mention the music. Maple Treeway and Coconut Mall have got to be the most iconic songs in this series besides the Super Mario Kart main theme. The tracks do such a good job at balancing either being hectic, relaxing, or a bit of both. Mario Kart Wii introduces a lot of characters people like. Double Dash already had 20, which was a lot, and Wii bumps up to 26. Who wouldn't want to play as a cool skeleton version of Bowser? Baby Mario and Luigi surprisingly return, plus baby versions of Peach and Daisy. Yeah, they're ridiculous additions, but I think they did it to balance out the roster by adding more lightweights, and the babies are popular to play as for some demographics. Rosalina is a new character. She's the new princess, they have to put her in everything, but probably the weirdest new addition is Funky Kong. It's rare for us to even get Diddy Kong on the roster, so he was a very beloved addition, and has become synonymous with Mario Kart Wii. No one associates Funky Kong with Donkey Kong Country anymore. When Mario Kart Wii released, it was the ultimate kart racer game, the quintessential example of the genre. A ton of new mechanics that build upon the past, one of the largest rosters in the genre, and just so much stuff that makes it a landmark title. Is nostalgia a part of it? Sure. The fact that it's a Mario game and the Wii was such a success is probably a lot of what made it so iconic. But it's one of those few kart racer games where, once I started playing, I felt compelled to unlock and see everything. I didn't, because I played this game before and I've got 49 other games to review, but I felt compelled to spend a lot of time with it. Oh boy, a kart racer based on Madagascar, the movie franchise, not the country. Madagascar Karts was released shortly after Madagascar 2 for PlayStation, Xbox, and Wii. Like the game released on those consoles, not the movie. You could watch it on PS3 though. The version I'm talking about today is the DS version, which is quite a bit different due to being on a handheld. I have talked in depth about 0 DS games so far, which is kinda crazy considering how successful the console was, and the fact I had to mention so many kart racers on DS in passing. A lot of big console games got DS ports, so Madagascar Karts is my way of representing the system. As a kid, I used to own the DS version of the game, so maybe that's what drew me to it. I didn't even have Mario Kart DS as a kid. This is what I had to live with. Thankfully, back in the day, Nintendo was gracious enough to let you play Mario Kart DS on your system online, even if you didn't have the game, as long as someone else did. But enough about Mario, how is Madagascar Karts? Madagascar Karts is one of those games where the actual driving is not very memorable, but it sets itself apart by having interesting gimmicks that make it feel like its own thing. The biggest one is that in a Grand Prix mode, every track has mangoes you can collect as you go by, and the number of mangoes is added to your point score at the end of the race. I think it's a really good mechanic, and I am surprised more racing games haven't done it. It feels like an expansion on past racing games where the idea was to race and collect. It reminds me of the gourmet race mode from Kirby Superstar. In practice though, it's not super relevant because you get a bunch of points from winning anyways, so it only serves to slightly offset the results of the race. If it was expanded on in a different game, it could make for a very unique experience that I would love to see. Collecting mangoes also gives you a turbo boost, and out of all the kart racers with turbo boost meters I played, this might be one of the fastest. Or at least the one that most effectively allows you to catch up to first place. Madagascar Karts is very easy even on 150cc, so I don't know how needed the boost is, but I appreciate it. This game does call it difficulty options 50, 100, and 150cc like Mario Kart, which I was surprised by because I don't think I've found any other kart racers so far that have also adopted the terminology. Maybe I just forgot. The game also has tricks, but they work quite differently to Mario Kart. When you're in the air, you can spin the kart around in different directions, and you have to make sure it lands on its wheels or you'll be knocked down. Like a 3D version of Excite Bike. It doesn't affect the gameplay much, it's one of those things in the game that feels like it has a lot of potential to make it more interesting. Maybe the console versions do pick up this potential, and the handheld version just fumbled, I don't know. Not playing it. Given the source material, most of the tracks have similar theming. New York City, African wilderness. It seems like the tracks might lack variety at first because of this, and yeah, they're not Rainbow Road, but at least they have fun obstacles. One of the tracks is even set in a volcano. One of the items is a disco ball, and it gives you a speed boost, and plays a crunchy DS version of I Like to Move It, Move It. One of them is also a crate that can protect you from projectiles, like how the animals are shipped away in crates in the movies. That's a little tiny bit clever if you think about it. Obviously a bunch of animals from the movies are playable, and my favorite character to play as are the British chimps. There are 2 DreamWorks guest characters unlockable through gameplay, Shrek and the Seth Rogen blob from Monsters vs. Aliens. I was gonna make a joke that he's my 3rd favorite Seth Rogen alien, but it's actually very important to the plot of the movie that he's not considered an alien. DreamWorks is pretty willing to make kart racers of their IPs, not as much as Nickelodeon, but they've got a few. There was even a crossover DreamWorks racer on Wii, which also had the Seth Rogen blob from Monsters vs. Aliens. Madagascar Karts is another classic example of a perfectly okay kart racer, but it also has a lot of good ideas whose true potential aren't fully realized. If I had talent and I wanted to make a kart racer, I think I'd steal the Mango Point system. It could really set itself apart from other kart racers on the market right now. My emulator glitched at first when I tried to play the game, and for a solid 5 minutes, I was trying to fix it while staring at a blank screen while a shitty compressed version of the I Like to Move It song was playing. Irrelevant to the quality of the game, I just wanted to mention it. I have a few friends who are into Yu-Gi-Oh! And when I mentioned I'd be playing the Yu-Gi-Oh! Kart Racer, they were surprised that such a thing even exists. It's such an inherently awesome concept. It's not based on the main era of Yu-Gi-Oh! And it's debatable whether it's actually a kart racer, but it has racing and items and a Grand Prix mode, so it fits in my book. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5DS is a whole new era for the franchise where, okay, from my understanding, the gimmick is that people duel while riding on motorcycles. It is set in a fascist police state where criminals are branded, but also you can escape from the law by winning in card games played on motorcycle against the police. So Wheelie Breakers is an adaptation of that racing dueling concept. The game is a Wii exclusive, but thankfully the classic controller is an acceptable control option, so I don't have to deal with any wacky control schemes. Starting the game up right off the bat, Grand Prix mode has nothing unlocked, so story mode is calling my name. It has you make a very basic custom character and race through several stages against one opponent. The goal of a race is always to get first, but they're contextualized as duels and are gonna be one-on-one. This story has a visual novel style that I assume is meant to capture the plot of the show, but it's pretty bare bones and I couldn't really follow along super well without the context of the show. I guess all that really matters is that this is a society based on dueling and you want to win those duels to become king of the duelists or something. This game is probably one of the more complicated racing games I played because there's a whole deck building mechanic on top of the racing. And racing feels like a battle rather than just trying to get somewhere before your opponent. Your cards are your items, and you start with a full deck, but you can replenish cards by picking them up on the track. Cards will be either trap cards that activate under certain conditions, attack cards, or summon cards. Every character has their own type of card they can use, and you can purchase a bunch for your custom character. The trap and attack cards are mostly debuffs, so they're not super consequential, but in my opinion the real fun is in the summon cards. You can summon monsters to appear over your head, and pressing a button has them fire projectiles at your opponent. You have a certain amount of life points, and once it hits 0, you'll be stunned in place. The announcer will, however, pop up and graciously announce that you still have time to catch up. I really enjoy the game of having to constantly dodge around attacks while firing your own, and it's made 100 times cooler by the announcer. There's a funny feature where you can drive forwards while facing backwards, which is how you shoot projectiles at your opponent. And it's so impractical looking, but so cool. I distinctly remember when I first started playing and was just getting my bearings, and I just spun around and started facing backwards. It was then I realized what kind of game this is. There are over 100 cards in total, so I can confidently award Wheelie Breakers the award for the kart racer with most items. One of these summons is just straight up a giant semi-truck that transforms like Optimus Prime, so shout out to that. The game is pretty difficult to learn and there's no tutorial. Every card even has a big text box on the bottom of the screen explaining what it does, which is distracting in a kart racing game. But it is based on a card game, so that's not unexpected. The tracks in the game are all somewhat similar, but reflect the themes of classic and Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds. You race on either sleek, futuristic-looking tracks, or run-down pipes and sewers. Being able to feel like there's just a little bit of world building in a kart racer is appreciated. Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D's Wheelie Breakers is a bizarre oil and water mix that is pretty fun. It really is a game for the fans, and it makes me wish I grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's been a while since Sonic Drift, but now Sonic is back in a kart with Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing. Despite Sonic's name being in the title, I consider it more of a Sega crossover game, although the distinction is meaningless once you actually think about it. Sonic characters have the biggest portion of the roster, but there are all kinds of Sega characters and tracks, most of which are on the cartoonier side. There are some more realistic humans thrown in, like Jackie and Akira from Virtua Fighter. If there's one thing to know about how to succeed in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, it's that drifting is your best friend. You get a huge boost after every drift, and it's got pretty much no downside. Half the time, the optimal thing to do is to start your next drift the second your drift ends. You can chain them together. While drifting is easy, most of the karts have low acceleration, and it gives it a feel like an arcade machine. Like one of those big cabinets where there's a heft to your movement, but it's easy to move around. This was developed by a British studio called Sumo Digital, and even though Sega didn't give them a ton of funding, it's got a charming low budget feel to it. I always liked how Sunset Hill was added as a track instead of Green Hill Zone. It has the appeal of a starting zone, but it feels so much more interesting to race on. Curian Mansion from the House of the Dead was cool too. There aren't a ton of tracks and some of them are repeats, but it's quality over quantity. The roster of this game is pretty closely linked to Sonic or Sonic Team properties. There's like 8 Sonic characters including Big the Cat, and I feel like most of the other Sega All-Stars were chosen by how closely they can fit Sonic's world, which is why characters like Billy Hatcher or I have top billing. This game kinda experiments with what can be a character in a kart racer. The Choo-Choos are just some mice, and then there are some characters that are multiple people in one kart, like Akira and Jackie are Zobio and Zobiko. I'm not entirely sure how much Akira and Jackie needed to be in a kart together instead of separate, but I really like Zobio and Zobiko as additions. They're from an obscure House of the Dead spin-off, and they're a clever way of representing that series in a more cartoony style. This roster really shows the place and time Sega is at, because pretty much none of their other biggest game series are in the roster. Puyo Puyo, Persona, Yakuza, they're all pretty much necessary for any big Sega crossovers now, and when this game released, they're all either not very relevant in the UK or hadn't been acquired by Sega yet. There's a couple of guest characters available on Wii and Xbox 360, like the Mii's and Xbox 360 avatars. The Xbox version also features the glorious return of Banjo-Kazooie to kart racing. He is featured very prominently on the box art. Does he have any connection to Sonic or Sega? No, but it's cool to see him used for something. While I'm on the subject of the roster, I also want to acknowledge how funny it is that Ryo Hazuki from Shenmue is on the roster twice. One is him on a motorcycle, other is him on a forklift. They just decided the forklift was funnier or more iconic and made it his main vehicle, I guess, instead of his all-star attack. I should explain those. Every character has their own signature super move, which you have a chance to get from one of the item boxes. Usually they give a character a boost or a chance to attack others. Sonic's has him turn into Super Sonic, and Ryo Hazuki gets a forklift. If you're even remotely good at video games, this mechanic is not going to be relevant. They basically only give you these power-ups if you're close to last place, and they feel rare. You'll know one has been activated if you randomly hear music from Sonic Adventure start playing. Also, there's an announcer, and he just kinda insults your driving. The announcer in this game fucking hates everyone's driving. There is a Grand Prix mode, but honestly, screw the Grand Prix. There's a mission mode. There's like 60 missions, and it is easily my favorite part of the game. Some of them are races, but they can also be things like boost challenges, or challenges where you gotta collect Chaos Emeralds. This mode is the bulk of how I enjoyed Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing, and it's got a surprising amount of content considering how small and content the rest of the game is. You can even get coins from clearing them, and that's how you unlock characters. There's a lot of single player content in just this game. Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing is a humble effort, but a quality one. Mario Kart 64 might be in The Sopranos, but this game got to be featured in Breaking Bad. That means something, right? A couple of years later, this game would receive a sequel called Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, which is pretty much just the same thing but with more content, and it gets deeper into both non-Sonic characters and Sega characters. It's the only game where Danica Patrick and Wreck-It Ralph can race in a Burning Rangers location. I'm glad this game got a sequel because just adding more content and characters is basically all I could want from it. Oh, and in the sequel, the track based on feudal Japan is the best one. We've got another Diddy Kong Racing on our hands. By that, I mean a kart racer that does so much new and has so much content that I'm gonna have to dedicate even more time to it. Mod Nation Racers was released for PlayStation 3 and PlayStation Portable in 2010 and was published by Sony. All the marketing and hubbub around this game treats it as a kart racing version of Little Big Planet. In that series, you can fully customize levels and your character, but there's enough pre-made content and even a whole story that will keep you satisfied if you want to completely ignore the customizable aspects. Mod Nation Racers is the same but with customizable race tracks, and it is one of the best kart racers on my list. Definitely in my top 10. The version I played and am covering is the PSP release, although from what I can tell it's basically just a compressed port of the PS3 game with better loading times. Yeah, the PSP version had better loading times. Did I play the PSP version because it's easier to get footage of? Perhaps, but Mod Nation Racers was a PSP game first by exactly 1 day, but that means it was first. I suppose I should start with the customization. In the track editor mode, you can make the layout of a track and then place a bunch of obstacles everywhere. The actual laying out of the track is pretty restricted because there's a length limit, but in terms of obstacles, you can go crazy putting bumps or ramps everywhere and put a bunch of death traps too. You could probably tell this before, but I am easily impressed when it comes to kart racers. I was wowed by picking up mangoes in Madagascar karts, so to me it's huge. Track editors have existed in racing games for a while, but something this in-depth existing for kart racers is game-changing. I'd say where I come up against its limits is in making longer tracks or trying to recreate tracks. At first I thought, oh, wouldn't it be fun to make Yoshi Circuit here? Although that might be long, so maybe it can only be 1 or 2 laps, but that's not really how it works. Tracks have to be small, and you can't go in a straight line when making a track layout, so diagonals are impossible to make. Where it excels is allowing you to make big and chaotic tracks. It basically lets you shitpost in racetrack format, and for what it's worth, it encourages a lot of creativity, even if there's an expectation versus reality dynamic. The AI isn't always the best at responding to tracks. In mine, I put a big obstacle right in the middle of the track. Nobody knew how to go around it. I get that they can't respond to everything, but they're stupider than I thought. Most of the appeal of the game is racing on tracks your friends made, but the multiplayer component isn't accessible to me, and the online server shut down in 2018, which is disappointingly early. I get the PSP and PS3 aren't getting much play in 2018, but that's less than a decade of service. And this game deserves a long lifespan when sharing is so central to its appeal. The physics of racing are pretty solid, and there's a ton of mechanics that makes this one of the more complicated kart races I've seen. There's drifting and drafting. The drift is riskier than other kart racers because it doesn't give you a huge boost. And drafting just means that you can get a speed boost by following closely behind other racers, like the mechanic in Mario Kart Wii, but more subtle, and it doesn't let you go barreling past them. If you're in the air, you can also move around, which nets you points and looks cool, but it is risky since once you hit the ground you could be in a completely different position than before and will have to reorient yourself. Points from drifting, drafting, and airtime all contribute to your boost meter, which you can use to boost, or you can use a meter as a shield. I feel like kart racers often try to give the player a little bit more control on if they can avoid items or not, to step away from their reputations as being bullshit. And as far as these solutions go, the shield is a pretty good one. You can also swerve to hit other opponents during a boost by pressing on the D-pad, and you even have a move to stomp on other racers. Very violent kart racer. Mod Nation Racers doesn't need this much complexity in racing mechanics, but I appreciate that they made an effort to make the racing feel good. The amount of mechanics seem like they could get overwhelming, but it explains them pretty well. The game features a pretty in-depth career mode, which is a fancy way of saying it's got a story mode. Each race in this story mode has about 3 different challenges, meaning you can get a higher score by following them all. And the challenges mostly serve to introduce you to the mechanics, so you're subtly encouraged to experiment with how you race. You can definitely get away with not always using every one of these mechanics, so the game isn't going to demand you master it. There are cutscenes before every race, and they went way harder than you might expect. It's pretty cinematic, and it replicates camera techniques to make it look like it's actually being filmed, which is silly when the characters look the way they do. Sometimes the game will have a fake commercial or newsreel and it's legitimately really funny. The story isn't super complex, it follows a generic character wanting to go to the top of the racing world, and there's an antagonistic force called conservative motors that want everyone to race in bland plain cars. It's more about being silly and teaching you some of the mechanics, but it is really entertaining. There's a character who is your mentor, and he fits the grizzled old vet archetype. He's the one who guides you throughout most of the game. He is also the announcer, who complains about your racing being bad, and I just think he's funny. Mod Nation Racers might have some hideous character designs, but you know what? I enjoy the menu and look at the game as a whole. Mod Nation Racers, I'll be upfront here, it is probably the best racer on a Sony system, at least that I played. It got so much more content than you'd expect, and there's several mechanics that would have been a good enough gimmick on their own that all come together for one massive package that works together impeccably. This is one of those huge surprises I ran into in the process of making this video that I hope more people acknowledge. The track creator might not be everything I thought it would be, but even when one aspect of the game is a little flat, the other parts still manage to excel, and I do have to acknowledge how cool it is that the customizable tracks are accessible and not super confusing. Mod Nation Racers would later receive a sequel that was a launch title for PlayStation Vita, proving that Mod Nation is first and foremost a handheld series and fuck the PlayStation 3 version. But it's probably more famous for its spiritual successor, Little Big Planet Karting. Although I'm not sure how much you could call it a spiritual successor when it released just a couple years after it. Mod Nation Racers was always envisioned as similar to Little Big Planet, so with Little Big Planet Karting, they just rolled with it and essentially made a sequel to Mod Nation Racers with a Little Big Planet coat of paint and the same developer. I just find that a neat historical curiosity and a fun part of Mod Nation's legacy, even though I am not reviewing Little Big Planet Karting as part of this video. If I had to describe Mario Kart 7 in a nutshell, I'd say it's fucking Mario Kart again! It released in 2011 as the Mario Kart game for 3DS, and it's even lazier with the title than Mario Kart DS and Wii. Mario Kart 7 is more of the same gameplay that worked in Mario Kart Wii, but much smoother, and its visual style is more in line with other Mario games that were released around its time, like the new Super Mario Bros. Games or Super Mario 3D Land. It has a reputation as one of the forgotten entries in this series, and for being one of the less interesting Mario Karts. While true in some cases, Mario Kart 7 also features lots of little things that make me go, huh. Little details that make it fascinating and set it apart as one of the quirkier entries in the series. One of my favorite additions to the formula is how Mario Kart 7 gives the series a much more robust system for customizing karts. It's a small gameplay tweak, but one that I think was very worthwhile. Before starting up a race and after selecting your character, you can individually choose your kart, wheels, and glider. Your stats will be on screen the whole time, so I'll often try to pick things that balance out the racer. I like to play as heavyweights with terrible acceleration, so I usually try to pick options to accommodate for that. You can unlock more customization options, which means there's pretty much always a reason to go back to Mario Kart 7, and I like how goofy they get. Mario Kart 7 also introduces glider sections, where you can use a glider to fly in the air, which is easily the most iconic Mario Kart feature it introduced. It gives the player a ton of options, especially when there are some sections where gliding can give you a shortcut, or you can get to a platform high above that the other players can't reach. I really love the part on the Rainbow Road track where there is a big tunnel you can race through, and at the end it has both boosts that don't allow you to glide and boosts that do let you glide. I do remember not really knowing how to glide when I first played the game. You have to hold back to catch air, and otherwise you just completely plummet down and have to be rescued by Lakitu. Is that bad game design, or was I a stupid kid? I don't know. In addition to gliding, you can also go underwater in some sections, but it's more for the spectacle because underwater racing is essentially just slower regular racing. Some of the returning retro tracks have been updated to allow you to glide or go underwater though, which is cool. Part of the fun of seeing retro tracks come back is that they can be changed for a new gameplay style, and this is a good way of making them a little bit more fresh. Just like Mario Kart Wii, there's 8 cups, with half of them being retro. They kept what are easily some of the best Mario Kart Wii tracks, like Koopa Cape, Maple Treeway, and Coconut Mall, and there are some solid ones from other games too, like Airship Fortress or Daisy Cruise. It also brings back the version of Rainbow Road from the SNES Mario Kart, and I think it's cute that both retro and modern cups end in Rainbow Road. Honestly, I'm not quite as enthused to see retro tracks here as I was in Mario Kart Wii. I think maybe it's because the concept had already been done before, or maybe because Mario Kart 7 doesn't have a ton to separate its gameplay from Mario Kart Wii. I like the feature, but here it feels more out of obligation. As for the tracks introduced, they're weird. When you start out, they're pretty boring and forgettable. I don't think anyone's gonna remember Cheep Cheep Lagoon anytime soon, and they just had to include both new tracks titled Toad Circuit and Mario Circuit. Before you write off the game's tracks though, they absolutely lock in later on. Piranha Plant Slide, Music Park, there's a Cyberpunk Bowser themed track. The game even experiments with tracks that aren't circuits. There's a couple of crossover tracks based on Woohoo Island from Wii Sports Resort that don't have loops, and this game's version of Rainbow Road is only one loop too. It's my favorite version of Rainbow Road. I love how it embraces Rainbow Road being set in space, and it includes meteors or planets' rings you can drive on. It might be controversial, but I kinda wish this game took a break from retro courses just to let its new ideas shine. There's a lot of fun new stuff that I wish had a little bit more breathing room. Mario Kart 7 would later be pretty much overshadowed by later Mario Kart games, and that would help it feel a little bit more unique. In terms of the gameplay, it feels very similar to Mario Kart Wii, but drifting is a bit more smoother. It's not doing anything new or fancy here besides the gliding. I guess you don't have to press the directional key to do a trick now, it's mapped to the shoulder button instead, a lot more natural. There are a few new items introduced. This is surprisingly the first time the Fire Flower is an item, unless you count Mario and Luigi's special items and Double Dash. There's also the Lucky 7, which is usually only given to someone racing really poorly. It gives you pretty much every item in the entire game at once. The game also introduces the Super Leaf. This was when Nintendo was trying to push it in a bunch of Mario games. It allows you to swipe a tail in a circle around you, potentially knocking away opponents or just hitting them. Feels like it's a lot more suited to the battle mode than races. I do feel like battle mode was less of a priority here, since there's only 6 tracks, 3 of which are original, but at least there's some new stuff. Can you imagine if a new Mario Kart game didn't have new tracks in battle mode? One of my favorite battle mode tracks, Honeybee Hive, was introduced in this game at least. It's not that complicated because it's just a honeycomb shaped arena with lots of different rooms, but it's fun and looks cool. I don't know what you want me to say. Mario Kart 7's roster of characters is infamous. There is a few characters missing like the babies, Diddy Kong, and even Waluigi. Yeah, this game features Waluigi Pinball as a race course, but not the guy it's named after. You know what? I'm gonna defend this a little. I think every long-running game series with a big roster of characters needs one entry where they just do shit and snub some of the mainstays, just so people will talk about it later. Mario Kart 7 is the King of Fighters 2003 of the Mario Kart franchise. Some of the new characters are really weird though. There's Wiggler and Honey Queen. The giant bee from Super Mario Galaxy isn't necessarily a pick I think I'd choose, but I guess she's welcome. Lakitu is here too, as a playable character. There's probably some overlap with him and Koopa Troopa, but after his service fishing you out of deadly pits for so long, he deserves it. The last new character is Metal Mario. He's Mario, but metal. I guess it's a reference to the metal cap item from Super Mario 64. I'm not gonna say I'm a huge Metal Mario fan, but I like there being variations on characters in the roster. Mario Kart 7 is a pretty straightforward Mario Kart game, all things considered. It's a game that's not trying to be groundbreaking or to push hard in one direction. It's just Mario Kart again, and it was successful at that. It's now one of the best-selling Mario Kart titles, even if there were some giants it can't come close to reaching the sales numbers of. Despite it being a straightforward Mario Kart that sold well, it is now one of the more forgotten games in the series, and is mostly remembered for the tracks that would appear in sequels. That is part of the risk of making a more safe entry. It ends up not quite sticking as much as other games. I don't think it was meant to be a safe entry in the franchise though, at least all the way. The characters they chose and some of the tracks feel like they're trying to be weird and quirky, but it wasn't that much weirder than some of Mario Kart Wii and DS's decisions. Mario Kart 7 was what the franchise needed at the time, but it's not a game I'm itching to go back to. Garfield Kart is a game that kind of pissed me off. Not because it's especially bad, but because it's such a bizarre mess that doesn't even have the dignity to be bad enough to be funny. Garfield Kart released in 2013 for 3DS, mobile phones, and Windows, and was based on that really weird Garfield cartoon that was airing at the time, the one that spawned a bunch of memes. Garfield Kart is a pretty infamous game. It was ripped to shreds critically upon release, but it also has a bit of an ironic meme fan base, which is why it's currently sitting at a 9 out of 10 on Steam. It regularly goes on sale for like less than $1, so I had already bought it before starting the video, just for laughs. Anyways, I cannot stress enough that Garfield Kart is just a kart racer. If you're looking at only the racing, it's fine. It's not glitchy, it's not especially bad, and it is serviceable. Usually it's not something I would have to clarify, but seeing the cheapness of everything in the game, here it is something I need to make clear. The menus, the characters, the tracks, they're all clearly mobile phone quality. I don't think that makes it bad automatically, but it's not great. Garfield and John are the first two characters upon starting the game, with an additional 6 unlockable. All the tracks, locations, and items are, I can't confidently say they're not representative of the Garfield cartoon, but I don't really remember the desert area from Garfield. It's not very strongly tied to the brand, but at least it looks pretty close to the show. That might say more about the animation style of the show than this game. Basically everything in the game, characters, cosmetics, tracks, and car parts, are unlocked with coins you get by beating races. In theory, this is not very different from the method of unlocking stuff in Mario Kart 7, but it feels like much more of a grind, which might be because way less is unlocked in the start. There is also a weird system where the only 2 karts you have at the start suck to the point that races are significantly more difficult. One of the karts has a description that says you would have to be dumb to use it, which is real funny when it's the fastest kart available by default. That means that races will be harder at the start until you can get enough coins to upgrade to a better kart, which is a weird sort of difficulty progression to tack onto a game like this. Since you use the same coins for kart, unlocking new tracks, and cosmetics, you're probably not going to want to buy cosmetics to save money for more important things. Karts and cosmetics being bought using the same currency is fine, but having to get coins to unlock more cups is baffling. Karts and cosmetics being bought using the same currency is fine, but having to get coins to unlock more cups is just baffling, and I don't understand why it's a thing other than slightly extending playtime when nobody wants playtime to be extended in this game. The most egregious example of a bizarre grind being forced in are the boosts. Basically, you can buy power-ups for each race that makes every one of them a lot easier. If you start a race without a boost, it just says, shame, which is probably a mistranslation, but I like to think that the game is just trying to shame you. It's the same message that appears when you lose, too. Anyways, you lose boosts after using them, and have to buy them back again. I think this is their attempt at doing the scummy mobile game thing, where they restrict how much you can effectively play to get you coming back more, but it doesn't do it fully, and because it's on a console it ends up feeling weird. I don't understand why the game is like this. It released simultaneously as a 3DS, Steam, and mobile game, and feels like it's not really suited to any of the platforms. I played the Steam version, and even though I could control it with a controller just fine, I had to switch to a mouse for the menus, which shows just how unfocused the game is. Garfield Kart is one of those games I can't feel particularly one way about. Is it a little funny that there's a Garfield Kart racer and it looks like this? I guess, but I don't think it's funny enough to be super noteworthy. It's just a little sad. The Garfield Kart series would go on to be more than just this though. In 2019, it received basically a remake titled Garfield Kart Furious Racing. It has the same tracks and characters and is basically a non-mobile version of the concept, but not one I reviewed today because I hadn't bought it before this video. It's probably a good direction to take the series, and I'm sure it's a better game. It got a sequel too, Garfield Kart 2 - All You Can Drift, which is not making the cut for this video. Please remember, it is officially spelled with a hyphen, not a colon. According to Garfield Wiki, it used to be spelled with a colon before it released. Isn't that a neat fact you can only find in quality content like the 50 Kart Racer review extravaganza? Garfield Kart 2 is probably a better game, and as the great philosopher of our time, Orson Fan 43 once said, Mario Kart World is the best racing game of 2025 and features a cow. Sonic Racing Cross World is the best racing game of 2025 and features SpongeBob, Pac-Man, Mega Man, Hatsune Miku, and more. Me with the sarcastic mode. The real best racing game of 2025 is Garfield Kart 2 - All You Can Drift, since it's better than the two and features the big, open bracket, vicious, close bracket, dog, open parentheses, and it would have been better if appears U.S.Acres characters, close parentheses. I don't know what I'm doing. In 2014, Hello Kitty Cruisers was released for Wii U and mobile devices. It later got a Switch port like many Wii U games. Foreshadowing. Since kart racers have such pull for casual gamers, a Sanrio-themed kart racer sounds like a pretty smart idea, and could have easily been a huge success. Turns out it's bad. Really, really bad. Now, I'm not reviewing Hello Kitty Cruisers today. It's actually Hello Kitty and Sanrio Friends 3D Racing, a game that released the same year for 3DS. I thought it would play differently, because their names are different and all, but just from a cursory glance, they're basically the same games. This one is a little different because it's on a 3DS, so everything looks worse. I had originally wanted to play Hello Kitty Cruisers because it's the more well-known game, but it's been delisted on every storefront, including the Switch store, and I don't know why. Physical copies are literally GameCube game levels of pricey, and I know it's just because of artificial scarcity and not because anyone wants to play the game because it's not good by any possible stretch of the imagination. The game lets you play as a few Sanrio characters and race in either a Grand Prix mode or a challenge mode. To the game's credit, there's more than the average amount of content for a kart racer, and there are vehicles and characters to unlock, which gives you something to do even if there's no real gameplay difference. Actually starting the race, it's immediately apparent just how agonizingly slow everything is. Like, the snail pace that karts move at might just be the slowest I've ever seen in a kart racer. The issue with a kart racer this slow isn't just that it's boring. Not moving fast means that it's extremely difficult to pass other racers or get past. It's not non-functional, but it's cutting it really close. There's no drift button either, so the challenge in movement is completely stripped out. The best way I can convey how the challenge in Hello Kitty and Sanrio Friends 3D Racing felt is that the first time I played, I accidentally pressed the reverse button and backed up a bit instead of going forward. That lasted like a second. I passed no racers and got last place overall. Every other time I played, I shot up to first place immediately and just stay there the whole time. with the occasional race where I ended up in second or third. There are boost pads and items, so the game isn't completely M&M's pilled. That affects gameplay somewhat, but I didn't think they were a big factor. The items are very weak. There's no homing option like Mario Kart's red shells, and with Racer's relatively small karts, it is very difficult to hit people. The game isn't all kart racing though, because there are also water levels where you're on boats, and sky levels where you're in a plane. There's not a ton of differences in the kart physics, but the sky levels do have that little extra layer of three-dimensionality. If there's any enjoyment to be had in Hello Kitty and Sanrio Friends 3D racing, it's through the faint, distant memory of Diddy Kong Racing that someone on the development team probably played. This is their opportunity to repeat tracks throughout a Grand Prix, so you can race on a track as either a water, land, or sky level. The levels are different each time, so I don't mind that though. Plenty of kart racers in the past repeated tracks, and this is a clever way of doing that. I like that even in a very, very bad game, there's at least some good ideas. That also means that they had 3 chances to spell balloon right, and they didn't do it in any of them. The tracks do the thing Mario Kart does where they're named after characters. Oh, and also, one of the tracks is shaped like a dick and balls. There's a challenge mode with basic things like collecting apples or going through enough gates, with 1 challenge for each track. I like these kinds of things, but them being fun entirely depends on if the racing feels good or not. As previously mentioned, it does not. It's stiff and boring, and once I had played all the tracks, I had to take a moment to just decompress after sitting through it all. The tracks in the game are all really ugly, and some of the obstacles are hilariously unconvincing. There's one track with a snowball that goes back and forth, and they just drag a model of a snowball in both directions without even bothering to animate it in any way. Look at these bees. One thing I also noticed is that there's no delay for when menus pop up. You pass the goal, and the next menu just instantly pops up with no delay or fanfare. That might not seem like a big deal, but it's not been in any other kart races I played, and it's so rare to see. It does wonders for making a game feel like it was cobbled together as a high school computer science project. There's something really unprofessional and distracting about it in a way you need to play a game that does it to understand. But if you are, just play Superman 64. Hello Kitty and Sanrio Friends 3D Racing is also weirdly insistent you use the touchpad. There are only touch controls for every single menu in the game. If you press the start button, you have to touch the bottom of the screen to unpause. You can't just press the start button again. It's really annoying, and there's no excuse for not implementing actual menu control. It means you have to put your finger off the gas button to unpause, and you're probably gonna be completely stopped once you unpause. There is a weird issue in the game where the sound effect for completing a lap only plays on your second time passing the checkpoint, and it's not game breaking, but it doesn't give me confidence that this game was play tested. I think the only reason I noticed it is because I swear the sound is the exact same sound effect as when you level up in Symphony of the Night. Please someone tell me I'm not insane. Who am I kidding? I made this video. Hello Kitty and Sanrio Friends 3D Racing is the worst game on my list. I don't get any pleasure from dunking on it because it has some ideas that I would like to implement in my hypothetical ideal kart racer, but I'm being way too nice in saying that. It's got this combination of terrible visuals, dull gameplay, and general incompetence to make it a pretty big stinker. I want you all to know that my copy of Eminem's Kart Racing took a while to arrive in the mail, and I was forced to play Garfield Kart, Eminem's Kart Racing, and this 3 in a row. I'm gonna cleanse my palate with something better. The year is 2014, and there's finally a really good reason to buy a Wii U, Mario Kart 8. Mario Kart 8 might be the definitive Mario Kart game. It was a refinement of everything the series had done up to this point, and it wasn't just the best-selling Mario Kart, it's the best-selling Mario game. Mario Kart 8 spawned a whole new era for kart racers, and on a personal level, it's the Mario Kart game I played the most. It might be the most important racer on the list. I should clarify what I'm reviewing here is the Wii U original and not the Switch port. Yeah, the footage you're seeing here was recorded on the Switch version, but it's more convenient to get, okay? Grow up. I will touch on some of the improvements made in Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but for simplicity's sake, I'm mainly reviewing the Wii U original. Got it? Alright, let's get into it. The gameplay of Mario Kart 8 is very much built on Mario Kart 7, as evidenced by the name, but it's even more refined. It's the final step in making the ultimate Mario Kart experience, and the way I describe its gameplay is that it gives you more control over the outcome of a race based on pure skill than any kart racer had done in the past. Tricks and drifts are easier to do than ever, and the moment-to-moment gameplay has so many intricacies that allow you to master everything in a way I wouldn't really say is true of more chaotic games like Mario Kart Wii. It's pretty easy if you can get the hang of it, but even when I'm in first place, it's fun to just try and navigate as fast as possible. The lack of chaos does make it not as replayable as other Mario Kart games though, and I kinda feel fatigue with some of the tracks, even if they're well designed. The game somewhat mitigates the issue of tracks not offering much once they're mastered with one new feature, the 200cc mode. There's an extra difficulty option, and the game puts it very accurately. Crazy fast, braking is crucial. There is once a time where I could get first place in every cup on 200cc, but that time has long since passed. And even with the hundreds of hours I put into this game, it is very difficult to consistently win 200cc. There's also the mirror mode, which is 150cc with the tracks flipped. It's intended as an extra challenge for those who have mastered everything else before. Have I even mentioned mirror mode before? I don't think I mentioned mirror mode before. That's been a thing in Mario Kart game ever since Double Dash, and has made it to plenty of other racers too. There's a few new items introduced in Mario Kart 8, first of which is the boomerang flower, which lets you throw a boomerang that goes back to you after throwing it. I kinda like how on the last throw it doesn't come back to you, so you can strategically turn it into a green shell while getting rid of it. The Lucky 7 has been replaced by the Crazy 8, and there is one more item you can use, a coin. This game brings back the feature from Super Mario Kart, where you can grab coins and get a slight speed boost with 10 of them. And so, the lamest item in Mario Kart has returned, the one that just gives you a couple of coins. The most iconic item introduced in Mario Kart 8 though, is probably the Super Horn. It's a horn that can knock away items coming your way, including blue shells, meaning you'll want to hang on to it if you're in first place. I think this, and the general feel of Mario Kart 8 as a whole, were intended as a response to the criticism that the series is random or unfair. While addressing that problem could easily remove some of the soul, this game does it well while keeping what makes Mario Kart special. Another way it's more casual friendly is that Lakitu takes significantly less time to fish you out from dangerous spots. In previous games, you had to plummet down and wait for the screen to go black then turn back on to be fished out, but here Lakitu gets there quick and simply just takes a few coins for your trouble. I like it a lot better, and it makes me appreciate Lakitu even more. Lakitu is back on the roster, speaking of that. I would describe the character choices in Mario Kart 8 as bizarrely safe. It has a bunch of choices that are weird, but not in an envelope-pushing way. Metal Mario is back, and now there's a metal version of Peach, except she's Pink Gold Peach. It's stupid and so silly that it's kind of funny. Who the hell is Pink Gold Peach? The game also adds every single Koopaling as playable characters, which is a weird thing to do, but the Koopalings are so common in stuff like the new Super Mario Bros. Games that it's not even that big of a deal. I don't know what doing this accomplishes that adding Bowser Jr. couldn't, but it's fun as a one-time thing. There are a couple of popular characters who are missing from the roster, like Birdo or Diddy Kong, and that's fine. Those characters aren't in every Mario game, but I feel like with the rest of the roster not having a ton of out-of-the-box character choices, they're missed, and the roster is one of the weaker ones of this series. Kart customization returns from Mario Kart 7, although this time you have to press a button to see your stats for some reason. There's more things to unlock and more creative karts though, which is cool in my book. The visual style the game goes for is almost hyper-realistic at times. It's still a Mario game, but it commits to having very high visual fidelity that borders on realism at times, specifically with some of the tracks. It's basically a Wii U technical showcase. There is also the weird fucking free, realistic Mercedes GLA DLC update. I don't know what that was about. Mario Kart 8 also commits hard to a televised aesthetic. There are sponsors in the menus between each race. Lakitu is holding a camera like in Super Mario 64, and after each race, you have the option to view a highlight reel of events that happened over the course of the race, with editing that resembles a televised sports event. I've always found this whole framing device charming, and it sets it apart while feeling like a full realization of what some of the past games were going for. Mario Kart 8 has some really imaginative locations. There's tracks like an airport which you can fly in the sky for a bit in, or my personal favorite, Mount Wario, which has you race down a mountain with no laps. The ending stretch where you go down a skiing course and you all end in one place with an audience around you is legendary. This isn't even to mention the whole main gimmick of Mario Kart 8, anti-gravity. In certain racetracks, your cartwheels will spin horizontally instead of vertically, which allows you to literally race upside down or sideways on certain tracks. It doesn't affect gameplay a whole lot, besides bumping into other racers giving you a boost, but it allows for a lot of flexibility in all the tracks, and once combined with the gliding and underwater mechanics, it feels freeing. There are lots of past tracks that return, and some of them are pretty much completely reinvented with this gravity mechanic. This is the first game in the series to have a live orchestra performing the soundtrack, which is something the Mario Kart series should have done years ago. It's epic and fits the realistic vision the game is aiming for. The game has an online mode too. Mario Kart had it before, but this is the first one I can access. It's nothing huge and is mostly just a lobby where you can race random players, but it is fun to get to race players who might be more skilled, so if you've mastered the tracks, you can get an experience that is more difficult without just ramping up the speed. You could also be racing against 12-year-olds who are playing the game for the first time. There are 12 slots for racers, they could be from anywhere. I need to balance out the compliments I've been giving the game by addressing something awful about it, the battle mode. Mario Kart 8 has no battle mode tracks. It instead has a list of tracks that are already in the game which you're allowed to race on for the battle mode. It's lazy, and some of the tracks, like Toad Turnpike, are not suited to a battle mode. Since tracks are so big and really not meant to be raced on like this, a lot of the time it's easy to barely encounter any racers for the whole battle mode. The battle mode was so bad, it got a complete overhaul once the game got a Switch port. A few months into its lifespan, 2 DLC packs were announced for Mario Kart 8, with new characters, new tracks, returning tracks, and some new vehicles. While kart racers had DLC in the past, this might be one of the first big examples of them getting huge packs, and it's definitely an early example for Nintendo, since the company was hesitant to make DLC for a while. The new Mario characters are variations on base game characters like Tanuki Mario. At least they're more interesting than Pink Gold Peach, but then there are also crossover characters from other Nintendo games. Link, the Animal Crossing villager, and Isabelle. I appreciate that it's restrained enough with the crossovers to still feel like Mario Kart, and they're pretty cool. The tracks are the star of the show. Some of the returning ones feel like complete reinventions, and the new tracks can be some of my favorites. I love that both Dragon Driftway and Excite Bike Stadium were added because they both feel like they could make use of drifting and tricks to the full extent that a track can make use of them. There are crossover tracks too. I already mentioned the Excite Bike one, and Zelda and Animal Crossing get one track each. Then there's 2 race tracks based on the racing series F-Zero, which are legendary. Just this DLC pack existing at all and being so high quality is a cool cherry on top for Mario Kart 8 as a game. Because the game is so high quality but also masterable, I think adding more content is the way to go to progress it. The past tracks, while good, are easy to get bored of if you've played them a lot, and I am content with this being the way they expand on the game. Mario Kart 8 was the best-selling Wii U game, but only sold about 8 million copies, which is small compared to the rest of the series. Where it really got catapulted to legendary game status was with its Switch port Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, the version you've been seeing footage of. You know how the item box lets me hold 2 items here? That's a feature introduced in this game, so pretend it wasn't there earlier. This version fixed the battle mode and introduced a couple of new characters, and it comes with all of the DLC included. The drift mechanic is also updated to give you an extra level of boost if you hold down the drift button super long. This is the same game at its core, so if you play that to death, I don't think it's a necessity, but it is a very good update. This version was a massive success, and I mean 5th best-selling game of all time success. It sold over 70 million copies. It was bundled with the Switch, but that's still impressive. And statistically, it means that if the average person you find on the street has played a Mario game, it'd probably be this. This kart racer spin-off has ascended to being most of what the Mario brand is. If somebody somehow doesn't know what Mario is and someone else explains that it's a platformer series, I'd be like, I guess technically, but it's not really accurate. After Mario Kart 8 released, it would be a while until we get a proper new Mario Kart. There was a mobile release called Mario Kart Tour, and eventually they started porting over tracks from that game as DLC to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, as part of a huge DLC pass, including returning tracks. My favorite one is the one based on feudal Japan. Well, it's time for the most important kart racer in the video, for Super Indy Karts is the only one to release on Ouya. Super Indy Karts is the first independent racer on this list, and a crossover between several different characters from indie games. It was developed by a company called One-Legged Seagull, and was released as an early access title in 2015. Must have been really early, because it's still in early access. I would normally approach an early access game in a different way to full releases, but it's been in early access for so stupidly long, and it has so much more content than the average kart racer that I think it's not completely out of the question to make an exception. I'm no game developer or anything, so I have no idea about release schedules, but I feel like it would probably be better if they just called it a released product and made updates periodically. It being dubbed early access makes it feel incomplete in a somewhat misleading way. Super Indy Karts is a throwback to the old sprite-based 2D kart racers of yore, but in terms of gameplay it does not feel like it because it is lightning fast. Everything melts together into one big pixelated blur. Drifting gives you a giant boost, which is pretty risky at times because skidding causes you to slide pretty far. There's 50, 100, 150cc, and even a 200cc like Mario Kart 8, which is complete lunacy to play through. Most of the series featured in the game already have a retro throwback style and use pixel art, because that's very popular for indie games, and the tracks reflect that influence with a 2D pixel art style that vaguely brings to mind past game consoles without confining itself to those systems' limitations. That's a good way to describe what this game and many of the indie series it brings in are going for, invoking retro games while doing stuff only modern games can. I was familiar with about half of the series in the game beforehand, so they're not super niche, but I like how they chose characters that feel like they belong together. One of these standout is Chubby Snow from Mission in Snowdriftland. That's a Flash game that was originally commissioned as an advertisement by Nintendo of Europe until it was taken down. The rights to it stuck with the original developer, so it got a second life within the indie game community, which is a cool story. Let's not bring the mood down by talking about the massive creep who started the cult following though. It also features ToeJam and Earl, who were originally from a game published by Sega for Sega Genesis, but the latest entry was independent, so they got to be in Super Indie Karts. There's a lot of characters from different indie games with neat stories like that. Now the thing is, their sprites all look really different, with them each having pixel art that replicates their looks from their own source materials as closely as possible. Even the tracks do that, and it's a little hit or miss for me. Sometimes with them looking so different, it can come off as incoherent, and like the game isn't committing to a strong visual style. That's not true because the menus and original content look great, it's just that the game does a lot of imitating. I will admit it shows a lot of attention to detail though, at least. There are a pretty good amount of cups and tracks in the game. I suppose it represents the results of a whole decade's worth of effort. There's still lots of cups that aren't available, acting as a forever reminder that this game is technically unfinished. I have my issues with some of the tracks, specifically their gimmicks. The ToeJam and Earl one has a mildly annoying section where the ramps you go forward on will disappear, leaving you to just fall to the ground. And there's a Runbow track whose whole gimmick is that some parts of the track will be translucent according to the constantly changing color of the background. You have to just jump over parts of the track each time. It's just bad, and a bizarre stain on an otherwise pretty well designed list of tracks. In all of the tracks that make up the Grand Prix mode, there are 3 achievements you can get: winning the race, getting 15 or more gems, and the golden mushrooms that are hidden somewhere in the track. Those give you the option to master tracks if you really want to, without forcing it on you. It has a gameplay benefit because if you get enough collectibles, you get this kind of super mode where you're invincible, and solid idea for a gimmick. It gets a thumbs up from me, and I did feel compelled to get many of the collectibles, which is a good thing. The other big gameplay addition is the mission mode. It kinda sucks. Okay, that's a little harsh. When it works, and there are some missions that work well, but the rest of it is bizarrely incompetent in a way that breaks my trust to the point I don't want to do any more missions. They're pretty much all collectible based, and it works fine when there's not many collectibles or it's a drive through the rings challenge, but sometimes it kinda falls apart because the missions don't let you easily reset, have no real time limit, and require you to do a whole lap again if you missed one of the collectibles. One of the challenges is to collect 16 things, and one of the things just isn't available on the second lap, so it can very easily result in you awkwardly going through an empty and boring race, just looking for one thing over and over again. The reason I liked missions in Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing is because they're brief, flashy, and over quick while still being fun. Some of the missions in this game baffle me. I hope it gets fixed at some point. It is early access, but remember it's a product people are spending money on. Super Indie Karts is one of a few independent games on this list, and when you think about it, a kart racer is a pretty good genre for indie games in some ways, and not great in others. If you can get licenses and enough buzz, it can be a success just based on how much of an interesting curiosity it is. Since there aren't many kart racers still being made, but at the same time, there is such a history within the genre, and this idea that they're all Mario Kart clones, or just for casuals, which could draw someone away from them. I don't know, take this with a grain of salt because I'm just bullshitting here, but there's something to be said about what an indie kart racer with a good amount of success means for the industry. I had my issues with Super Indie Karts, but it is very ambitious and a pretty good kart racer, worth remembering for the interesting point in history it represents alone. In 2019, the Crash Bandicoot N. Sane Trilogy was released, which was a compilation of the first 3 Crash Bandicoot games on PS1 remade. It made $1 bazillion, and yes, that was the actual number. So the next step is a remake of Crash Team Racing. Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. With remakes being so huge, I wanted to dedicate at least one entry to a kart racer remake. Now, I'm not always sold when it comes to remakes, but Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled is about as good of a remake as you could get. The whole adventure mode and every track is recreated in a precise way with more new characters than you could possibly imagine. The entire cast of the game's sequel, Crash Nitro Kart, is here for one, and that's just the start of it. 3 words: Iron, Checkpoint, Crate. And while the original Crash Team Racing only lets you play as one character on Kart throughout the adventure mode, Nitro Fueled lets you swap characters at any time, which is pretty much objectively better. But if you're that much of a purist, you can swap back to the original configuration. The gameplay ramps up everything from the original. It's much faster, getting turbo boosts while drifting is a lot more satisfying, and it preserves the almost squash and stretch feel where you can bounce your kart with just a slight ramp. If you're looking at purely the gameplay, it changes the perfect amount to call itself a remake while also calling itself Crash Team Racing. Aside from maybe the visuals, this is pretty much an improvement in every way from the PS1 original. There's an online mode now, which is probably the biggest addition, but I couldn't get any connections, and unfortunately, the series is now published by Activision, so there's a problem with microtransactions. Anytime you complete a race or do most actions, honestly, the game gives you coins which you can use to buy characters, costumes, or carts in the shop. The shop is very limited though, and if you want one character in particular, it could take literally hundreds of hours to get them because you just don't make very many coins from the racing. Even completing the entire adventure mode only nets you enough coins to get a single-digit number of characters, and not even counting costumes and carts. You do make a lot of coins from buying coins with real money, and if your favorite character is in the item shop and you don't have enough to buy them, surely you have to use real money, right? They're gonna go away soon. There's a bonus for playing on the weekend, but that's not a solution. It just makes this game worm its way into people's brains and forces people to wait to play it. In the item shop you get 2 resets per day, which just makes me feel bad every time I do it and I don't get a cool character. It's Crash Bandicoot. It's not like I'm particularly attached to all the characters. Why am I getting so upset? By bringing up microtransactions, I am trudging out stale, years-old discourse that has already more than run its course. No one cares anymore, especially because compared to games that have come out after 2020, the microtransactions are comparatively tame. Anytime you complain about unlocking characters, legions of defenders will come out of the woodwork to suck off Crash Bandicoot's Wumpa fruits, but I don't think it's just out of love for corporations or anything. The adventure mode dishes out character and cosmetic unlocks, and there is some fun to be had in the fact that the game lasts so long, so anytime you pick it up, there's always going to be something new. But once you finish adventure mode once, there's only so many "bro, you just have to be patient" one man can take before going insane. Crash Team Racing is a complicated game because even though it's one of the better kart racers, and even though you'd probably be right in saying the microtransactions aren't that bad, there's still the question of what all that artificial scarcity was doing in Crash Team Racing in the first place. Would this video really be complete if I didn't play something that risks it getting taken down? This is Shady Lewd Kart, a crossover kart racer of animated internet pornography and the ultimate test of how much I can put in a video now that I'm monetized. I am going to completely censor the item roulette, just in case. It's probably fine, but half of the items in the game are sex toys. This game was made in 2020 by an independent adult game studio called Shady Corner, who have a ton of games under their belt, and when I say under the belt, I do not mean it as a sex joke. There's gonna be a lot of things that sound like sex jokes, but are unintentional. The concept behind this game is ridiculous, but I need to make it clear that I am pro adult games. There's obviously going to be issues in the genre, as there are in any part of the porn industry, but NSFW games offer a chance for people to explore sexuality in a comfortable environment, and they are a legitimate art form. There's this idea that artists making porn is a waste of talent, and I'm sure there are some cases where people are making things they don't want to make because sex sells, but if they are happy and people enjoy their work, who cares? The concept of making a porn game out of something like kart racing is not just silly, it is pure camp, and a kart racer being made for something like this is worth discussing in the legacy of the genre. Shady Loot Kart has 50 characters in total. Some of them are Shady Corner's own mascots, most of them are from adult games or animations from sites like Newgrounds. I was familiar with like a quarter of the characters on the roster, I want to say, so I feel like it's probably got a wide selection of characters across its own niche. Say what you will about them, but it is pretty cool how many of the characters in the game are just like some guy's OC who they make animations or games about. You know what? I'll admit it. The characters in the game who are made specifically to be attractive and likable are attractive and likable. Dives is a great artist, and I won't pretend he's not. Probably the most infamous character is Wild Woody. He is a sentient pencil who comes from a Sega CD game called Wild Woody, made way back in 1995, which was actually published by Sega. They got the original developers permission to put him in the game, and it was a good decision because it got my eyes on it. Why is he in a crossover of lewd game characters? Well, you see, some people have actually interpreted the title of this game as having an incredibly subtle boner joke. Also, there's a secret code where you can make Wild Woody draw a naked woman, so it is a game with uncensored boobs in it, and I think that means it should count. His voice actor returns, and good on him for embracing a character he played 30 years ago. But enough about that. The real reason you and everyone else is interested in Shady Loot Kart is the gameplay. It's another one that's really speedy, but here the acceleration is wonky. If you're just racing normally without doing any drifts or tricks, it's going to be very slow, but once you are accelerating, it's so fast that it's easy to get out of control. The version of the game I played was the demo, so I hope the controls have been fixed in the final release. Other than that, I think the gameplay foundations are pretty solid. The way tricks and drifts work bring to mind Crash Team Racing. It has the drift mechanic where you have to let go at a sweet spot or the boost will be gone. I'm surprised it isn't used in more kart racers, and I feel like it fits Shady Loot Kart better than the Mario way of drifting. You heard it here, folks. Crash Team Racing is the kart racer with the most sexual method of drifting. My mom watches my channel. When looking at the content available in the game, it's mostly just the story mode, which is basically a Grand Prix, the training mode, and the shop and gallery. Again, I'm playing the demo, so the final release probably more fully fledged out. But I almost don't need to because the full release has a shit ton of content and characters, and it's worth the price they're asking for, even knowing it's in early access. It's still being consistently updated at a rate of nearly one update per month. God works hard, but porn artists work harder. The training mode is a series of 7 levels that teach you the mechanics of the game, and they're all voice acted with cutscenes before them, which did keep me invested enough to play through them all, and other reasons. This whole game is voice acted in all of the cutscenes and in the gameplay, which is probably my favorite part, because it's actually really high quality, not even just for porn acting. It definitely adds to the campiness of the experience, when you can have a racer get a speed boost and then moan about how they're going too fast. All of the items in the game are sex objects, and one of my favorite parts is in the story mode where characters go in detail describing them all. For the whole scene, I'm filled with an emotion I can only describe in the sound, oh. As the items get worse and worse. Instead of Koopa shells, it's blue panties and homing panties. Instead of a banana, it's wet panties. Lube is used like oil slicks, and condoms shield you from projectiles. Remember when South Park Rally was the most you could get away with in a kart racer? Each character technically has their own story mode, although it's mostly just an opening and ending cutscene. The Grand Prix equivalent is a dating game like story mode where your aim is to impress pit girls by doing tricks or collecting date items in the races. You can get in any position in the races you want, and it doesn't matter. But to actually have your date meter go up, you have to collect the items while getting third or higher in a race. The reward is some spicy pictures of pit girls, and there are cutscenes between races where you can talk to the girls. It's got that classic dating sim mechanic where you can select the right answers out of a few dialogue options, and if you guess what she'd like the most, you can start the next race with a special item. Normally I hate that, but here it's inconsequential enough it works, and it's the only real dating sim element of the game. Collecting the date items is kind of really hard. Even without getting in first place, they're difficult, and the weirdness of acceleration makes the races feel a little inconsistent. Some of the AI doesn't feel very balanced too. I think the game knows you just want to see titties, so you can unlock those pictures in the gallery with coins, but they're the same coins used for unlocking characters in karts. Can you imagine who would want to use their coins on new karts? You can also get the same amount of points or coins in easy mode, which is classically referred to as just the tip mode. So if you're really itching to unlock a bunch of stuff, you can do that. Pervert. If you must know, I don't find many of the images in the gallery particularly appealing. The art style feels too cartoony and exaggerated to be super appealing, but you're into what you're into. The art style is a little amateurish, with cheap-looking hand-drawn menus that are jarringly placed next to character models that look like PS1 games. If you can get past it though, some of the PS1 styled art is nice, even if I wouldn't exactly say it's better than the look of most other kart racers. I praised this game's embrace of sexual content earlier, and while sex positivity is a good thing, the game isn't completely healthy. It's silly and obviously meant to be exaggerated and ridiculous, but there's still an element of women's bodies being treated like a reward, and there's an almost singular focus on women's bodies too, that is entirely framed in a male perspective to be heteronormative. It's not evil. Basically all porn games are like this, and just because it's depicted doesn't mean it's endorsed, but that doesn't remove the ability to analyze how the game reflects on some of the more negative aspects of the porn industry. Some of the writing is also Reddit, for lack of a better term. The game was made in 2020 and you can tell that. The dialogue is obviously gonna be cringy no matter what, but words like thick or thought completely date the game, and it's an instance where I'm laughing at the game, not with it. Kart racers have such common tropes that they've been subverted basically as long as the genre has been a thing. But Shady Lewd Kart teaches the lesson that now you can really, and I mean really, do anything with the genre. It's far from a perfect kart racer, but it's genuinely fun, and in the age of indie games being as common as they are now, I love to see more games like it. Not pornographic, necessarily, but ones that bring more to the genre that a retail release couldn't get away with. What does that look like? I can't say for sure, but look forward to the next two indie games, both of which are committing copyright infringement. That's a little hint as to what they are. Kart Rider Rush Plus is the first game on this list that I played on my iPhone, and it's a part of the long-running Kart Rider series. If you're asking what the hell Kart Rider is, I'm gonna guess you're not Korean, because this game has been played at least once by over half of the entire population of South Korea. That is not an exaggeration. This is an actual piece of information available in one of publisher Nexon's quarterly reports. This series has over 380 million registered users on PC alone, which, for those of you keeping track, is over double the amount of sales Mario Kart 8 had. This isn't to say Kart Rider Rush Plus is a better selling game because it's free, so sales don't really count, but I'm willing to bet it's made enough revenue to rival Mario Kart, considering how big Nexon is. Nexon is the company behind games like Maple Story, Dungeon and Fighter, and Dave the Diver. Yeah, it's not a fucking indie game. It was made by the same company that made a game over half the Korean population has played. The Kart Rider series might not have much of a presence in North America, but it's such a giant I had to put at least one Kart Rider game in this video. Also, Sonic the Hedgehog is in the game, so I bet I just won over a pretty substantial amount of people. I try to be thorough on this channel, but I have limited time with each game, and Kart Rider Rush Plus might be the biggest kart racer in this list in terms of sheer content. If you can imagine something existing in a kart racer, it's probably in this game and more. I can only hope to scratch the surface of what the game has to offer, especially because mobile games are specifically designed to change the more you play. At first it bombards you with rewards and coins and new characters and carts to get you hooked, and once you play more and more, you're sucked into a loop of grinding for more content. Acceleration in the game is completely automatic. All the player needs to do is control left or right and press the dedicated drift or nitro buttons when necessary. You might think the game loses some depth because of that, but it really doesn't. It feels as fleshed out as a non-mobile kart racer in terms of the movement. Drifting is a huge focus. It gives you a big speed boost, and the game teaches you right off the bat that you'll have to straighten out quickly afterwards. I don't know why, but drifting, and specifically the act of having to straighten out your kart after drifting, feels so central to the gameplay loop in a way that wasn't really true of other kart racers. And keeping your kart moving in a balanced way, it's a sweet spot where there's enough unpredictability, especially after a drift, that it strikes the perfect balance between manageable and chaotic. After drifting, you get a nitro boost, and can hold up to 2 boosts at a time. Since they're so easy to get, they're easy to constantly be using, which makes it feel frantic. And there's a fun kind of arcadey energy because of it. There's a history of mainstream console games getting really bad mobile ports, and because of this, it might be easy to assume Kart Rider Rush Plus would be weighed down by having to conform to mobile controls, but I think it's the opposite. The simple format of a phone screen works well with a kart racer designed just for it, and it's a pretty good time. There are no items, but with Nitro working the way it does, that's probably for the best. And because movement is this way, it's one of the few kart racers I think is better without items. At least that's what I would say if there wasn't a completely different mode called Item Mode with items all over the track. You can hold up to 2 in place of nitro boosts. They're all still fun, although they're pretty crazy because people are going to use them constantly. Item boxes are frequent and everyone can carry 2, which means there's always going to be some item on screen to deal with. The most insane part is that there's not just one item that targets the person in first place, there are 3 blue shell equivalents. Incredible. In most online modes, you can pick between either speed mode or item mode, but most of the rest of the content in the game is based around speed mode. The closest thing the game has to a standard mode is the online, where you just go into a lobby and race random people on a track. You can play either casual or ranked, but I don't even know if it's possible to rank down in a ranked mode. It's a kart racer, so if you're competent enough, you're probably gonna place somewhere over the halfway point. Since the game does require tons of connections for a match, they're inevitably gonna place a bunch of bots in each of the online races, but there's always enough ambiguity to plant a seed of doubt that maybe the guy I'm racing against isn't a bot. The fact that games like these are populated by a bunch of bots that they don't tell you about is an open secret of the industry, and I'm not gonna fault games that do it. It's pretty much needed for online games, but it always rubs me the wrong way that games deliberately trying to make it as ambiguous as possible how many people are real and how many are fake. Anyways, team mode is also available, but I would be here all day if I explained all of the available game modes. There's a relay race mode, a PvE mode, a drift challenge mode, a mode where you can do challenges to upgrade your license like Konami Crazy Racers, and even a mode that's a fully fleshed out story mode with characters and dialogue. And if there's one thing to know about mobile game story modes, they're usually endless, and exist to constantly serve players new content. I'm not even done yet. There's a time trial mode, a mode where you can join guilds and participate in pseudo clan wars against other guilds, and a whole fully fleshed out farming sim side mode. I'm being serious. There is a side mode completely unrelated to everything else that's a farming sim where you're not even in a cart. If that's not ridiculous enough, there's a whole house customizing side mode and a garage side mode where you can show off all your carts in completely separate menus to the farming sim. And that's not even all the game modes or content available. It's probably not even half of it. I've dabbled in mobile games like Dokkan Battle or Fire Emblem Heroes before, and those are also very overwhelming, but I think Kart Rider Rush Plus has them beat in sheer amounts of overwhelmingness. The first Kart Rider game was released back in 2003, so there's a lot of history in the world and characters, and I find the characters charming enough as mascots. The bad guy fits that Waluigi/Robbie Rotten/Cock Dastardly archetype. Is a pirate. Just fun. The graphics are cartoony while still being impressive for a mobile game, and there's a solid world here. Most of the tracks are based on a different location across the world. They're all designed pretty well. Mario Kart Tour, which is a mobile game released around the same time as it, also introduced tracks based on real places, but I think Kart Rider Rush Plus does it a lot better and in a more imaginative way. One of the tracks is like Mount Wario in that it starts on a plane on top of a mountain, and everyone races down the mountain, only this time it's based on Rio de Janeiro, and you start at the Jesus statue. Every game needs to be compared to Mario Kart constantly. That's how you write a good review. There are over 50 tracks in total, and it's to the point that you could very easily play for hours in one sitting and not run into the same place twice. There are over 100 characters, and even accounting for the fact many of them are costumes, still more characters than we've ever seen in a kart racer up to this point. As I mentioned before, there are Sonic guest characters, and they actually race on foot, which might make this the only example of a kart racer where Sonic characters just run. There are numerous other collabs like Transformers, Godzilla, Smurfs, and Pizza Hut, if you're interested in knowing that. The reason there's so much stuff to get is, of course, because it's a mobile game, and they want you to start forking over some cash. Anything good about the mechanics of this game are inherently going to be tempered by the fact that it's a live service mobile game with the intent to get you addicted and spending money. The reason there's so much content is to take advantage of the human desire to want to see things completed. So the game convinces you at first that it's possible to do everything, while making that harder and harder as you go along. There are both gacha and battle pass mechanics that are at best a way to squeeze more and more playtime out of you like a sponge, and at worst, gambling for kids. Every race literally starts with someone being rewarded for having the best costume, which might be one of the most obvious ways of cashing in on FOMO I've ever seen in a video game. I don't think it has an actual gameplay benefit, but it certainly makes me wonder how I can get this small little dopamine boost that comes with a game saying I look better than a bunch of actual bots. I do fully believe that games like these can exist as art, independent from the cynical mechanics that try their best to get people hooked. Heck, I don't know how much of it was the developer's decision and how much was imposed onto the game by its corporate overlords, but I do know that the typical mobile game strategy of trying to turn people into whales makes me want to stay the fuck away from mobile games that do this, even if I would potentially enjoy them otherwise. Yes, it's what every other mobile game does, but it doesn't excuse it. Kart Rider Rush Plus is deliberately intended to be big enough that it's hard to know exactly where everything begins and ends. so I can't tell you in much detail how it really works once you get into the weeds of things. Maybe it's a really generous game with nice, forgiving mechanics that don't do the scummy things mobile games do. I don't know, but that ambiguity is deliberately employed to make it seem like maybe, just maybe, you can understand and succeed at it. Kart Rider Rush Plus is not unique in its malice. Nexon is a billion-dollar corporation, so it stands out, but it is the same system as Crash Team Racing Nitro Fueled. Even Nintendo does stuff like this at times. Mario Kart Tour was just as cynical, and sometimes when you think about it, it does seem pretty bad that Crash Team Racing gives money to Activision. I hate to say it, but under capitalism, the point at which people draw the line in terms of the morally abhorrent behavior of game companies is up to the individual. I'm not going to throw shade at someone for spending money on this game when I regularly spend money on Nintendo games. Not Mario Kart Tour though. At first, I was planning on writing a complicated metaphor for this last section, comparing Kart Rider Rush Plus to a great old one from Lovecraftian mythology. It's a vast, unknowable beast whose existence and success makes me go mad. But I think that's silly. Kart Rider Rush Plus is just a kart racer. While it is a huge game and it uses ambiguity to make itself seem even bigger, I know what kind of game it is, and it's hardly scary or even that unique to the industry. Although its sales definitely make it a very notable entry in the kart racer subgenre, I do hope some people can come away from this video understanding why Kart Rider is a big deal and maybe respect some of the ways it distinguishes itself as a kart racer. It is probably the second biggest kart racing series behind Mario Kart after all, and a testament to the kart racing genre being much more than just a ripoff of Mario Kart. I found some Korean news articles that accuse it of being a national shame for supposedly being a ripoff of Mario Kart, which seems like a way bigger rabbit hole than I'm ready for. The game got a sequel in 2023 called Kart Rider Drift, which is also free to play but was available on consoles and replaced the original Crazy Racing Kart Rider. I had originally planned to play that, but it was delisted due to lack of financial success in 2025, so I had to change my plans. Yes, I was planning this video since at least 2025. The mobile game is still a huge moneymaker despite the failure of that game, and I think a lot of the reasons it failed was the controversy that it replaced Crazy Racing Kart Rider. Maybe another rabbit hole. The original Crazy Racing Kart Rider is over 20 years old now and was basically lost because of that game delisting it. But, as of recording of this video, yesterday it was announced that the original game is coming back, which I didn't even know you could do for a game that old that has since been delisted and is primarily an online experience. This part isn't even scripted, it's just I had to talk about it. So, technically, this isn't a microtransaction-ridden online game, at least not anymore. Over 20 years after Chocobo Racing, Square, now Square Enix, made their second Chocobo Racing game as a Switch exclusive. This time it was also partly developed by Arika, and it turned out to be an extremely controversial game because of the state in which it was launched. It locked a significant portion of content and characters behind paywalls and microtransactions. If you want Cloud Strife, you have to pay up in a game you're already spending $50 on. It's bad. So bad that in a later update, it was completely stripped out of the game, meaning the version of Chocobo General Practitioner I played is a lot different to the experience that shipped on release, and I can't exactly give a full nuanced picture of the game. If you want a review of it in 2022, I recommend James Stephanie Sterling's review personally, because the game I played is nothing but the shell of a casino that's been hollowed out, leaving just the gaudy scenery. But it's a game based on a pretty good one of the past, so I don't think it's that bad. The core racing of Chocobo Racing is basically just planted here, and despite all you could say about the game, it's enjoyable. The one major gameplay difference is that Instead of having selectable abilities, Chocobo GP gives every character their own individual ability, which I think is a good idea that gives you a reason to pick multiple characters. Chocobo Racing had these abilities, but here they're more specific and have bigger effects. They come up in gameplay more. Since it took so long between Chocobo Racing and this game, and because of the solid gameplay of the original, I think they made the perfect amount of changes they needed to make. Unfortunately, not all of the abilities are balanced well, and some of them contradict the format of the tracks. Chocobo's ability is to get a good old classic speed boost, and then another character has an ability to make a bunch of speed rings they can race through for a boost that also lets characters go through them. Chocobo's dash lets people go through his rings too, but they're harder to go through, and it's pretty obvious who to choose in that situation. And then Cloud's ability is to boost while also attacking other racers with his Buster Sword. He is just a better character, and also happened to have cost money when the game launched. There are a lot more characters in this game than the original Chocobo Racing, and they tend to be more specific. Many of them are from Chocobo Adventure games, so they're not super recognizable if you've only played the mainline Final Fantasies. Sometimes iconic characters or summons from Final Fantasy will be represented in the game, but only through their versions from the Chocobo spin-offs. So there will be like a guy named Ben who's a Bahamut, and White Mage has a name that's not just White Mage. It feels slightly weird that Chocobo spin-offs, which released back in the DS era, were so prioritized over iconic characters from the mainline games people want to see, but I can't complain about a Chocobo Racing game having characters related to Chocobos. Cloud and Squall return from Chocobo Racing, and there's also a few party members from Final Fantasy 6 and 9. Terra, Steiner, and Vivi. Terra is stuck in her Esper form, and I think it's to tie in with there being a track based on Zozo. Steiner and Vivi are odd choices, considering Final Fantasy IX is one of the less successful games, but it's so rooted in the aesthetics of old Final Fantasy that it makes sense. This video took so long to make that I have now played and beaten Final Fantasy IX. The race tracks are similarly a lot more specific to real Final Fantasy locations, but there's only about 9 of them. I already mentioned Zozo, but the game also has Gold Saucer from Final Fantasy VII and the Big Bridge from Final Fantasy V. As an FF5 fan, that is rad and cool. Some of the locations like Cid's test track also returned from the past game. While I enjoyed seeing classic Final Fantasy locations recreated, they ultimately aren't very in-depth. You only need to look at the tracks once to see how basic their layouts are, and their visuals are quite simple too. The game is a throwback to the tradition old kart racers did, where they included more complex versions of tracks with altered layouts the more you go. Since some of them are so short, it actually makes it pretty difficult to catch up with other racers sometimes, especially because just getting hit by one item gives you a massive amount of stun. This is what I mean by the layouts of the track not gelling well with character abilities. On short tracks, abilities that give you boosts are way more useful than things that like give you a shield, so choosing certain characters ends up being an unintended hard mode. Some people would probably complain about the very simplistic visuals, but I don't really care. I think they're acceptable, but given the price of this game, I am not gonna stop people from complaining. Maybe it's just the passage of time, but I think the game feels a lot more visually bright and cartoony than Chocobo Racing, and it feels like it's for a more younger audience, even though it's the same tonally. I should acknowledge that this game's title theme is one of the most annoying songs I've ever heard in a video game ever, and might I remind you I have played a Crazy Frog Racer. Since it's quite common to go to the main menu, I end up hating how bubbly it is. The big new title gameplay mode is Chocobo GP, an online-only tournament. I was not able to access it because we're in the Big 26, and I don't think anyone is still playing Chocobo GP online. The tournament needed a lot of people to fill up too. There's a Grand Prix and story mode as well, just like the PS1 game. It has a similar humor style and setup, so I had my fun with it, but I found myself skipping some of the cutscenes eventually, just because there are so many characters, and it gets a little tedious after a while, once they have to incorporate literally everyone into the dialogue. By doing any types of races, you can get either mithril or gold, which you use to buy things in the shop. It takes a good bit more grinding than a normal kart racer to buy everything, but it's doable. The shop does have multiple currencies and is kinda terrible to navigate, both of which are remnants of the game formerly having microtransactions. But at this point in the game, they're just bizarre and confusing, not made for malicious purposes. I don't even know what to say about this shop because I feel like I should have opinions. It was such a behemoth in the room whenever the game was discussed, but now it's just functional but sad. Chocobo GP is a game with a complicated history, but it's one of those games I look at and just have to sigh and say, yeah, I like it. It's fun. Would I recommend it? Probably not, but you can have a good kart racer experience with it. We are back to covering Nickelodeon-related kart racers, although, really, there have been a few that I skipped, so Nickelodeon racers have been back. The first Nickelodeon kart racers came out in 2018, got a sequel in 2020, and the third entry in the trilogy in 2022. Nickelodeon Kart Racers 3 Slime Speedway. It is basically just an expanded version of those two games with all the characters returning and new games from series Nickelodeon now owns or shows that were made since. It's a good old classic kart racer with no scummy microtransaction bullshit, and I think it's been a while since we've gotten one of those. Since this is the third Nickelodeon Kart Racers game and they only really build on each other, there is a lot of content and a ton of characters to play as. Most of the 90s classic characters who were in Nicktoons Racing are still here because 90s nostalgia sells, and of course, SpongeBob is now the main mascot of Nickelodeon, so he's no longer allowed to not be the main focus of the game's box art. Although Nickelodeon now has two properties that arguably rival SpongeBob, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Garfield. All four TMNTs and April are on the roster, plus Garfield and Odie. Some characters from Avatar: The Last Airbender are on the roster, which I always find fun to see. It's always entertaining to see Avatar lumped in with SpongeBob or Rugrats due to the intense tonal differences in these shows, but it's not completely jarring or anything. Also, JoJo Siwa is here. The SpongeBob spin-off Camp Coral was also new, so the game has child versions of SpongeBob and Patrick to really rip off Mario Kart, obviously. The biggest roster omission is probably Fairly OddParents characters, but there's some legal business that stopped it from happening, I don't know. Now, in the time between Nickelodeon Kart Racers 2 and 3, Nickelodeon got a platform fighter spin-off called Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, and I don't really have any evidence for this, but I think it influenced the game, at least in the roster decisions. It didn't have the same developer, so their only commonality is that they're both Nickelodeon crossovers made around the same time, but they both have Powdered Toast Man as a playable character. Powdered Toast Man. They also both have Aang, Toph, and Zuko as the only Avatar characters, which seems strange to me. Having Toph without Katara or Sokka makes sense for a fighting game where you want characters to be more varied, but I do think it's a bit odd for a kart racer, and I feel like they just took inspiration from the platform fighter genre. If this gets 2 million views, I will make a video reviewing 50 platform fighters. Tommy and Angela Pickles are surprisingly cut from the roster, which again is something probably taken from Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl. The game was too cowardly to let babies fight. I'm spending a lot of time on the roster here because I find it fascinating, and the combination of promoting Camp Coral, taking inspiration from another game, and adding characters from past games makes for a roster that tells a lot of stories. Zuko and a version of Raphael based on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles comics are both DLC. The DLC pack that adds them is $20, which is kinda pricey for something that doesn't add any tracks, so maybe I can complain about that. The racing is mostly what's to be expected from a modern kart racer. It's fast and frantic, and racing and doing tricks both give you big boosts. Similar to Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, there are 3 different levels of drift that are signified by the color of sparks, and the highest one requires a ton of time to actually be able to pull off. Karts are also able to transform into planes or watercrafts for certain sections, which brings to mind a mechanic introduced in Sonic and All-Stars Racing Transformed, where the game's titular gimmick was just that. This game's titular gimmick is the slime. Anytime you drive into slime along the track, it'll make you slow down a bit, but fill up the meter. It's an interesting enough mechanic on its own, but what this really does is give the opportunity for a bunch more Nickelodeon characters to be repped in the game. There's over 90 pit crew characters if you put them all together. It's basically the Smash Ultimate spirits of the game. They're not super important, but it is really impressive the amount they managed to add to the game this way. Personally, I wish there were more Nickelodeon pit stop characters that aren't from series already repped on the roster, but I am impressed with the amount of characters they added this way. And I can't believe this is a real sentence I'm saying, the risk reward in getting slimed is a neat idea. The main complaint I have about the mechanic is that the tracks themselves are pretty stacked in terms of obstacles to an annoying degree, and the track design should have held back on them a bit to accommodate slime being everywhere. It also feels like the animation that plays when you do a trick on a ramp makes you go slower rather than faster. Probably just my imagination, but it kind of feels this way. Those annoyances might seem minor, but they add up, and with everything all put together, Nickelodeon Kart Racer 3 Slime Speedway is a game with a solid base that's a little too all over the place for my tastes. I haven't even addressed my main complaint. Every track gives you 2 little challenges to do while also completing the race that nets you coins you can use to unlock characters or kart parts. Stuff like hitting a certain amount of drifts or ramps in a race. It's another really good idea that seems poorly planned out, because I genuinely think some of them either don't work well together or don't function well on some tracks. In one of the tracks, my challenge was to get blue sparks, the highest level of drift, twice. And in some of the tracks, there just really aren't many opportunities to do that without completely messing up. In another track, my challenge was to complete the race with 9 tokens, but also to collect 20 tokens. For some reason I could not explain, the 20 token counter only starts when I have already collected 9 tokens. That might have been intentional, and maybe this was the intended challenge, but it feels like an oversight. There are a bunch of tracks, and beating the Grand Prix mode unlocks 1 character per cup. For the most part, each Grand Prix is based around one series, with a few exceptions, because it's not like every series is gonna have exactly 4 tracks. I have mixed feelings on this because I do feel like it would have been better to separate tracks by series, but it is neat to be able to travel between a bunch of different corners of one franchise in one sitting. I don't know if I mentioned this before, but there's a lot of content in this game. Unlocking every character is pretty difficult, and you need to grind tokens and complete every Grand Prix to do it. There are customizable carts, wheels, and even exhaust pipes and paint jobs, which are all unlockable. It feels like an expansion of stuff like the Mario Kart customizable carts, while being distinct enough. I love that Bold and Brash is one of the paint jobs. In this era of video games, Nickelodeon love referencing their own memes, and while it is cringeworthy many times, sometimes it's funny. Like Zuko saying "that's rough, buddy" every time he passes someone in his cart. That one's good. Characters are very vocal, and that adds to my theory about this being inspired by the success of Nickelodeon All-Star Brawl, because that game was heavily criticized for not having voice lines at launch. The game also has a battle mode and an events mode, which is mostly another avenue to get more characters. I like events modes though. Part of me wonders if Nickelodeon Kart Racers 3 Slime Speedway needed to be as big as it was. It's not ridiculously huge or anything. I just got done playing Kart Rider, but it has an above average number of racers and tracks, and sneaks in a ton of characters. As much of a treat as it is, I can't help but feel like I might have enjoyed it more if a little more time was spent on balancing the challenges and tracks and making it a more overall enjoyable package, not just a big game. Apparently it's getting an arcade port later this year, so maybe that'll be different. After games like Mickey Speedway USA and Toy Story Racer, we finally have a fully Disney crossover racer, but unfortunately it's a live service game. With Disney being so invested in Fortnite, it makes sense they'd copy its business model a little, especially because this was before Fortnite had a racing side mode of its own, one that is not making it into this video. I don't know if it would count as a kart racer. Now let's be honest, I am going to be complaining about this game, so I might as well get the positive aspects out of the way first. The visual style, while definitely glossy and stylized, has a good way of popping out while staying true to the source material, and I really enjoy it. All the racers have original outfits where they're dressed like actual race car drivers, which is a detail I like. It makes it feel a lot more like the theming actually matters, and the designs are good. There are over 100 characters in the game from all over Disney, and they get pretty deep because of the size of the roster, which I've gotta respect. Oswald the Rabbit is here, which is probably the most obscure character. Wait, no, Figment. He's gotta be more obscure. Muppets characters are back to the field of racing games, and it's really funny that the 3 Cars characters on the roster just drive themselves. They don't need a cart. The whole game is contextualized as an in-universe arcade machine in the fucking arcade from Tron, which is a cute detail too. Disney definitely likes adding Tron content into things, even though I don't think there was ever a time Tron was successful. In the racing, every character is divided into their own classes: Trickster, Brawler, and Defender, which affects some of the items they can get or how they play. I do feel like combat is supposed to be a focus, much more than most kart racers, although it's not super important to the actual gameplay. It is satisfying hitting opponents away though, and the game features a team race mode, which is where I feel the combat is supposed to shine, although it's not super relevant, like I said. You have a jump button, which can be used for tricks, and there are even rails you can grind on that give the tracks a sense of verticality. A lot of the tracks in kart racers so far have offered multiple routes or shortcuts that go over parts of the track, and it's something I always find fun, although it is risky since you need to make sure racers will be engaging with each other. You also have a boost feature, which is filled up by drifting, which is a kind of gameplay synergy I'm always on board with. The racing is well constructed, but I did find it stiff and sloppy in certain places. It's probably just a control issue, but I feel like there's a noticeable delay when you press the button to move and when the cart actually moves, and sometimes the carts just slow down for seemingly no reason. Maybe there is a mechanic I'm just not conscious of and I'm actually being extremely stupid, but it is frustrating and I don't really know why it happens. In terms of content, I suppose the main way to engage with the game is by playing online races. The game barely tries to hide the fact they're not actual online racers. In the fake tutorial thing, it just straight up pauses itself. There's also a mode where you can try out some of the racers you haven't unlocked yet, on levels based on most series represented in the game, which is a nice bit of single player content to have. Of course, everything good about the game is tempered by the fact that it's an always online, live service, bullshit game. There are like 4 different currencies, season passes, and so much that's just meant to get you to play more and more. As of the time of writing, there are 127 playable characters, and there is no way you could unlock them without playing for hundreds of hours, but that doesn't stop the game from listing them all out in their own menu like a checklist. You already know my opinions on this type of game, and stuff like the game having a message that says, "This is actual money, please don't sue us," does not prevent me from being disappointed at the state of kids' video games while looking at the overwhelming menus and mechanics of the game. I don't want to waste my breath just repeating what I've already said in my Kart Rider Rush Plus section, but let me reiterate that it is an interesting game with some genuine artistry behind it, even if the racing could use a little work. If you think the game is worth it, I can't fault you, but I wish it was a real Disney kart racer instead. Racing quality probably wouldn't be much better, but it would make me feel better about myself. Do you remember earlier when I said that DreamWorks has a long history of kart racers? Well, this includes a game that was released fairly recently. In 2023, DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing was released. Now, normally I think All-Star is a bit of a generic term to name a crossover after, but in this case it's perfect, and I would not want it to be anything else. Unfortunately, Monsters vs. Aliens does not return, but there's a big selection of characters from series we've seen before like Shrek and Madagascar, but also Kung Fu Panda, the bad guys, Trolls, and of course Boss Baby. Puss in Boots: The Last Wish was, I believe, the most recent DreamWorks movie at the time of the game's release, so there are a ton of characters from that. In terms of characters who were picked mostly for promotional reasons, Puss in Boots 2 is cooler than Camp Coral and the Patrick Star Show in my opinion. The most infamous character is one who is available by DLC, Death from Puss in Boots. You can play as the concept of Death, although the developers chink it out and just called him Wolf. That is not his name. The game has the same developer as Nickelodeon Kart Racer 3, and it's immediately apparent just by playing the game a bit. As soon as I picked my character and was prompted to customize my kart, wheels, and spoiler, I knew they were made by the same people. There's a studio out there who has carved out a niche in making these kart racer games. In terms of the racing, it feels similar enough so that the solid base of Nickelodeon Kart Racer is here, although the obstacles are toned down, so every race feels a lot more manageable. There's no slime all over the track. It feels like a much cleaner game literally and figuratively. The game makes up for the lack of slime by having a mechanic where your main collectible, the music notes found in each track, can fill up your meter to give you a special item alongside the ones you can already get through boxes called a Troll Special. Trolls are both racers and items. Something like this, in my opinion, is a good way of ramping up the chaos from what kart racers usually achieve while keeping it manageable. Fitting with the game's general music theme, there are also harps along the track which basically create what amount to mini shortcuts that take you above certain parts of the level. Usually they also lead to a golden collectible thing, and every track has one for you to get, which does end up being pretty fun. Most of the heavy lifting in explaining the game's mechanics have already been done when I talked about the Nickelodeon game, but it is more refined, and I prefer it a little because of that. The Grand Prix structure is the same, with there being more cups than you'd expect, and the last one is only unlocked once you have everything else done. All the cups unlock a character, and I think the character selection is pretty big for a game like this. Pretty much every series has at least 2 characters. Maybe that's just the standard for kart racers now, if they're based on pre-existing IPs. And now there's a huge Kung Fu Panda fanbase who really wants to play as Oogway. Through completing the game's challenge mode, you can also unlock characters, and it works similar to Nickelodeon Kart Racers 3 as well. There are little events that are specific to each track. Keeping challenges to challenge mode instead of the regular races is probably the best move because some of the flaws with Nickelodeon Kart Racers 3. Sorry to be constantly comparing this game to another that's not even in the same series, but I think it's apt because it feels so similar in terms of the gameplay. So it does help to think of it as an extension of Nickelodeon Kart Racers. It has its own DreamWorks flair and enough gameplay mechanics to make it feel distinct enough though. Of course the DreamWorks Moonchild thing is the Lakitu, and a lot of the tracks in the game are just downright gorgeous. Especially the ones that take inspiration from Puss in Boots 2. There's lots of voice acting, and I find it funny that characters who have no reason to know each other will say each other's names. I don't know why, but having Shrek call out Oogway is just funny to me. Also, Shrek games pretty much never include Lord Farquaad for some reason, even in the Shrek Kart Racer, so I am glad he is playable here. DreamWorks All-Star Kart Racing might not be groundbreaking or anything, but I am glad it exists. Sometimes in the games industry, a small title made to be a crowd pleaser is appreciated, and I hope Bamtang continues refining the kart racer formula. Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers is a 2024 Sonic fan game, more specifically a sequel to a previously made fan game called Sonic Robo Blast 2 Kart, which itself is a spin-off to a Sonic fan game called Sonic Robo Blast 2. Unsurprisingly, there are a lot of Sonic fan games on the internet. The way I would describe Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers is that it asks the question of what if a kart racer game wasn't casual at all. As the website states, Ring Racers is not a pick up and play experience. If you aren't already a racing fanatic, the learning curve will be quite steep. That might make it seem like the fear and hunger of racing games, the modern way of lazily comparing every game to Dark Souls, but there is a tutorial, and once you get the hang of it, it's very understandable what you're supposed to do. Basically, every movement option is affected by rings you can collect throughout the track, and in total you can hold up to 20 rings. This includes speed itself. Having 20 rings massively changes how fast you can go, to the point that quickly collecting them is a priority basically all the time, unless you've already got them all. And the mechanics that make this a more complicated game are based around the rings. The game does something kind of insane and immediately striking by letting you move around a bit before a race even starts in the starting area. So you can start by collecting rings or even items, but you have to make sure you're ready when the race actually starts. If you attempt to start the race early, or if some asshole bumps you past the starting line, you lose the opportunity to get any boost altogether. It reminds me of Marvel vs. Capcom. In that franchise, Capcom included an insane mechanic where you can freely move before a match even begins, but here it's even more frantic because there's not just two players. The game features a very risky move called the Spin Dash, which goes with this feature like peanut butter and the machine that magically makes peanut butter taste 1,000 times better. By holding a button that almost completely stops you in place for about 3 seconds, you get a massive boost, and if you do it here, you can try to rocket forward ahead of other racers if your timing is right. Because of that charge time, you definitely can't do it randomly, but if you have fewer rings, the charge time is actually shorter, which means it's best used as a comeback mechanic or at the start of the race. You can also spend all your rings and even go to minus 20 rings for a huge boost, although once you're at minus 20 rings, any attack will cause your kart to explode, and you need to take a second to respawn. At first I assumed the Spin Dash would work like Kirby Air Ride, where you basically can stop your own kart to round corners, but if anything the drift is like that, since drifting gives you a boost but slows you down before you do it. Every one of the mechanics in this game are meant to minimize the randomness of a typical racing game and make it as skill-based as possible. The randomness was never a bad part of any kart racer games, and a big part of the game is still up to chance, but it's much more of a thinking man's kart game, and genuinely one of the most mechanically interesting kart racers I've played in a while. Even though it is meant to be intense, there are plentiful tutorials, so it's not like you'll be completely thrown into the deep end, unless you want to be. The game is very insistent that you can skip the tutorial if you want. The game uses a gorgeous semi-pixel art style, reminiscent of the later classic Sonic games. The immediate comparison is Sonic Mania because it's meant to be invoking a similar era in the Sonic franchise, and Ring Racers takes plenty of cue from that game in the menus and sound effects, but it also takes more cues from the Sonic Adventure series and later entries than just the classic games. After the success of games like Sonic Generations and Mania, there's a tendency for Sega and Sonic fans to divide Sonic cleanly into the camps of classic and modern, so it is refreshing to play a game that doesn't draw such a clean line between old and new. Ring Racers also does something I appreciate, which is list out every single music track when they're playing, and it makes sense because of how many of them are remixes of older songs, or songs from other Sega games, or Rivals of Ether for some reason. There are 9 characters unlocked from the start, with over 50 characters in total you can unlock. Fang is here, bringing us full circle, and I really appreciate Motobug being a playable character. Sonic should treat its badniks more like Mario treats its enemies. Most of the unlockable characters are from classic Sonic games, but there is some for more recent games and other Sega series altogether. This game features not 1, not 3, but 2 playable Dynamite Heady characters, which I'm happy about. Your typical Grand Prix consists of 4 races plus 2 Prison Break minigames that are basically hit the target style minigames. Some of them get a little tricky once they require you to use spin dashes and other moves of the like to give yourself some air. One thing that is interesting about the Grand Prix mode is that the points you get aren't entirely determined by the position you get at the end of a race, so you can hypothetically get first place every time and not win overall. You probably will win overall if you do that, but there's a chance. Points are determined by things like your ring count, how long you stay in first place, and other things like that, instead of just being fully determined by if you get first place or not. Like a fully realized version of what Madagascar Karts was going for. Yeah, I'm sure that was the inspiration. Personally, I do prefer the point tally being done by just race performance because it makes the prospect of snatching a first place victory more exciting, but I get that this is another aspect of the game meant to minimize randomness. This game features a challenge system just like Kirby Air Ride, with there being a big grid and beating one challenge tells you how to complete the challenges around it. It is very satisfying to complete, and it makes the prospect of completionism tantalizing. You could give a challenge system that works like this to the worst game ever, and I'd want to play it much more than I would otherwise. Certain challenges also unlock keys, which can be used to unlock more difficult challenges. I am begging more game developers to rip off this feature. It is so fun. Despite being a free unlicensed fan game, Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers is one of the best kart races of all time, and it has a solid argument of being better than any Sonic kart racer. You know what? Enough gesturing at other people's opinions. It is the best Sonic kart racer I have ever played, and one of the most imaginative kart racers on my list. A game like this gets me excited about the future of the subgenre, and specifically what smaller teams can do with them. Following Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, it's another fan game kart racer, Nightmare Kart. Well, technically it's an original property. Nightmare Kart was initially announced as Bloodborne Kart, an unlicensed kart racer spin-off of the From Software classic Bloodborne. Bloodborne is a Lovecraft-inspired game with comical amounts of blood and gore set in a Victorian England-inspired city called Yarnum, which is about the furthest you can expect from a kart racer game, a genre historically associated with cartoony styles. But that's part of what makes Bloodborne Kart so interesting. Unfortunately, the copyright holder Sony hit it with a cease and desist, so Bloodborne Kart had to change some of the names and designs, and it released as Nightmare Kart. The game is free, so it using the Bloodborne name is really harming no one, and it's a shame Sony made it take it out, especially because Bloodborne isn't on PC, so it's obviously not going to be competing with it. At least the game managed to release, and it is so similar to Bloodborne that I'm essentially going to be approaching it like a Bloodborne fan game anyways. Anyone with even a passing familiarity with that game will see the similarities pushed right in their face. Some of the character names remind me of what JoJo's Bizarre Adventure does when it has to rename stands. The character German is renamed to Herman, and Gascoigne becomes Gregory. They never change the protagonist's name because you can't copyright the concept of a hunter. The very distinct art style of Bloodborne is captured in a beautiful PS1 remake style that keeps all of the grim atmosphere but also brings it in line with what you might expect from a kart racer given the genre's origins. There's also a CRT filter which helps mask some of the imperfections and brings the look of the game closer to what you would actually see on a screen back in the PS1 era, although I prefer to turn it off for visibility's sake. All the character models and track designs are pretty much perfect, and I really admire its style. The reason it does use a PS1 aesthetic is because the devs of the game also worked on a full remake of Bloodborne with that style, called Bloodborne PSX. It was also unfortunately delisted and wasn't able to be retooled into its own thing. I honestly thought Nightmare Kart just used the PS1 style to be quirky because it does work on its own, but that makes sense. The racing in the game is pretty fleshed out. doing tricks or drifting both give you boosts, and they refill something called ether vials. Ether vials can be used to give you more boosts, but these are short and temporary and aren't as useful as other methods of boosting. They do have their advantages though, because a lot of the encounters with other racers are close quarters scraps, and ether vials can help you get away if you're being attacked by other racers and their items. A lot of the items in the game are things like shotguns, Gatling guns, or a period inaccurate Molotov cocktail that you can damage enemies with, or even directly target enemies with sometimes. Everyone has a health bar, so there's very much a focus on combat. My favorite items to use are the melee ones because they usually are really wide sweeping, and the fact that they make you leap forward while using them makes them pretty satisfying. You also have a power slide that works similar to drifting in Kirby Air Ride, and that one mechanic in Dr. Robotnik's Ring Racers, but it doesn't come into play much because you can already drift and boost so often that it's kinda lost in the shuffle of other mechanics. There is also a stamina bar which limits your boosts, but your boosts are already limited by ether vials, so it feels like it's not as relevant as stamina in Souls-like games. While you can race individually on a track, the bulk of the game is taken up by the single-player mode that's essentially a full recreation of parts of Bloodborne down to the boss fights. There are regular races and mini-games like a Capture the Flag or Deathmatch, but true to FromSoft, the best ones are one-on-one duels with bosses that really feel like they were what the combat-focused mechanics were made for. Sometimes they adapt the games in pretty clever or just cute ways. Like, you'd better believe the boss against Mikolosh, renamed to Nicholas, fits a kart racer format just fine. I'd recommend the game to any Bloodborne fan for sure, if anything just to see how it adapts things. It is pretty tongue-in-cheek at times. It has an Akira slide, but it takes itself serious enough that it doesn't feel like you're playing a comedy game or anything. Not all the tracks work perfectly. One example that stands out is the Forbidden Forest, where it gets extremely confused if you don't hit the boosts at the right angle. But for the most part, it is a well-designed and varied kart racer, and in the extremely rare niche of kart racers with story modes, it has one of the best. It's free, you've got no excuse to not download it right now. Well, here we are, the penultimate kart racer in this video, and as of writing, the most recent Mario Kart game, Mario Kart World. Before it even released, Mario Kart World was a big deal because it had big shoes to fill as the successor to the best-selling Mario Kart game ever. Nintendo clearly had confidence in it though, and they were banking on it big because it was the first Mario Kart game to ever be a launch title for a Nintendo system. They bundled it with the Switch 2 upon launch. The question is though, where do you go from Mario Kart 8? The DLC included with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe gave the game a huge number of tracks that Mario Kart World can't hope to replicate, and there's very few iconic tracks that haven't been taken by that game. Mario Kart World's approach is to introduce new mechanics that really set itself apart, instead of just trying to do Mario Kart 8 but bigger. This is the one where they stopped the lazy title numbering scheme after all. In the end, it turned out to be an extremely divisive game in all the ways that it clashes against fans' expectations of what Mario Kart is. While it is very controversial, I think it is a great next step for Mario Kart as a series. The big new gimmick of Mario Kart World is that it's an open world game. There's a giant hub world which houses all the tracks, and a Grand Prix mode isn't just racing on them. You also race through select parts of the hub world that are like little mini tracks themselves that take you to your goal. There's also a free roam mode where you can explore tracks and the areas between them fully. People hate this, and I might as well tackle the controversies head on. People have derided the in-between areas as less interesting than the actual tracks. The term the internet uses is straight line simulator, a term invented by some guy online who thought he was being funny that the community has kinda picked up. That's stupid. Yeah, they're more straightforward than tracks, but there's still deliberate design in them. It's not like they just put a road between tracks with nothing on it. These sections are still fun, and they're meant to invoke the feeling of a road trip, which gives the Grand Prix quite a different type of feel. I enjoy the way they introduce elements of the track before you're thrown into it fully. Pacing wise, it does feel a bit odd at times, and that's mostly because you only do one lap on all the tracks, besides the first one. So for the first track, you get a full picture of everything and can get used to it, but you don't get to experience 3 laps of the others. I wouldn't mind if every track had only 1 lap, but doing it this way makes the pacing wonky, although to be completely fair, it would probably be wonkier with just 1 lap in every track. The tracks are very good though, they tend to blend together because of the large, seamless world, but each of them are designed pretty well. The tracks don't stick out the way Coconut Mall or something sticks out in my head because it's all in one world, but the memories of racing on them do, if that makes sense. I wish it was possible to race in a more traditional way though. An option on the menu to play a traditional Grand Prix would have been nice. And even though I like this new thing Nintendo is pushing, plenty of people don't. And I do think racing on the transitions between tracks gets tiring after a while. I can understand Nintendo not wanting the old to overshadow the new, but if that's really what they wanted, maybe just make it so that you have to race on every cup at least once to get the option or something. This game was developed at the same time as the Mario Kart 8 Deluxe DLC, and it is pretty apparent by the tracks that return from past games. They're basically all the ones that didn't make it into that DLC pass from across the series history, with a couple of the ones that were in Mario Kart 8, but reinvented to the point they're basically their own things. At first, I did not want Mario Kart World to have returning tracks. It's just so different from Mario Kart games of the past that I felt like filling half the game with table scraps of tracks that didn't make it into Mario Kart 8 would just be boring. In the end, I do like the way they did it. The retro and new cups aren't divided evenly, so the retro tracks are just sprinkled into various cups and are reinvented so heavily they're basically new things. For example, Choco Mountain is reimagined to be a facility mining chocolate, and Moo Moo Meadows has a section in a barn. If you didn't tell me they were supposed to be old tracks, I would have assumed they were just completely different tracks, loosely reusing the same theme. I'm okay with there being more returning tracks if they made DLC or something, honestly. The free roam mode is treated as a bonus, but is a huge part of the game. You can drive through everywhere in the open map, including all over tracks, and there are P-switch missions and question mark panels everywhere. The P-switch missions are basically events races, and every one of them is different, so there's hundreds of challenges in the game, and you're given the freedom to go between them at your leisure. The question panels are collectibles found on each track, so you basically have to drive through every corner of the track to find them all. It kinda makes up for the Grand Prix having less laps per track, and it sorta plays into the natural curiosity players have about how much they can explore each tracks in Mario Kart games. In past games, I definitely spent a lot of time trying to race backwards or something on a track just to see what would happen. The free roam mode has been criticized for being empty and boring, but I disagree. No matter where you are on the map, you can basically drive forward, and in a few seconds you'll find another challenge or something to do. Sometimes while doing a challenge, I'll spot another nearby P-switch, and it makes me feel like I'm discovering things. I am the sort of person who is sick of open world games, and I am one of those sick freaks who felt like the open world of Elden Ring was kinda boring. But here, I don't feel those issues. The open world is relaxing when you let it be, but constantly stimulating when you're on the search for things to do. It brings to mind open-ended racing games like Burnout Paradise. Kart racer games have followed a similar path for so long, all taking inspiration from mostly a few games, that it's refreshing to have one shaken up so much. Unfortunately, while question panels are kept track of, there's no reward for getting them all, which is slightly lame. Even a special card or something would have been cool. The P-switch missions weren't even counted at first, until an update came along to fix that. It confuses my completionist brain to have a checklist, but only the checks are there and not the list. While I'm on the subject of this mode, it does the music really well. The game plays chill remixes of various songs from across the Mario series like a little radio, and they get pretty deep with them. I remember hearing a Mario Paint song, which isn't that obscure, but is surprising to hear in such a big Mario game. and there was even a track from WarioWare at some point. Your homework for this video is to go look up what they did with the Baby Park theme. When the game was first announced, a crucial detail was unveiled. You can play as the fuck-ass cow from Moo Moo Meadows. In addition to the regular roster of playable characters, Mario Kart World features a ridiculous amount of enemies and NPCs from all across the games that haven't been playable before, many of which probably have no fans whatsoever. It's basically part of this game's open world gimmick that you can go anywhere and be anyone, regardless if it makes much sense for them to be in a cart. Goomba finally makes his playable debut on a console Mario Kart, and there are enemies like Catacracks, Peepas, Conkdors, or Swoopers that make Wiggler look downright normal in comparison. I am a fan of some of the non-enemy NPCs they add to the game, like Pianta, Penguin, and the Snowman from Mario 64. They all have good designs and enough personality that playing as some of the enemies is legitimately fun, and I love them all being elevated to playable status. This feels like the feeling Mario Kart 8 was trying to instill by adding all the Koopalings. Unfortunately, Diddy Kong was cut, and so was Kamek, which are missed. They were both added as DLC in Mario Kart 8, and seeing them finally get into that game 10 years after it was initially released was so amazing, so it stings a little to not see them here too. Mii's were also cut, but it makes sense given the shrinking relevance of Mii's outside of Mii specific titles. Kamek is in the game technically, but as an item. Using him causes every character in a race to transform into one of the generic enemies for a limited amount of time, then transform back. This is how you unlock some of the enemy characters. I do not understand the actual gameplay function of the item though. And given that your only option to unlock some of the NPCs as PCs is essentially up to random chance, it's oddly very difficult to get a full set of characters, and it's an instance where a player's natural inclination to get everything clashes with the game design. Every playable Mario Kart mainstay has multiple costumes that are unlockable. You have to grab boost items on certain tracks, which is a bit of a grind, but is worth it because some of them are really good. Waluigi as a vampire, Wario as a desert sultan. Those are all timers, and maybe it says something about me that all the costumes I like are grady fucks. Well, not all of them, I also like the Mad Max Wario. There's so many characters that the selection screen is such a mess it needs a sort option, but it's a fine trade-off. Instead of choosing from carts, wheels, and a glider, Mario Kart World gives you just one selectable cart, like way back in Double Dash, and I appreciate how weird they get at times. My personal favorite is the Rob Hog, and like I said before, I normally don't like motorcycles in Mario Kart, maybe it's just the name I really like. To accommodate all these new characters, the number of people in a race is bumped up from 12 to 24, which is ridiculous in the amount of chaos, but it works within the bigger scope of the game. It's an adjustment to be made because if you're used to 10th place being basically last place, you now have to remember it's only around the halfway point. Mario Kart World ditches the realistic aesthetic of Mario Kart 8 for something more cartoony, with bright visuals that bring to mind the origins of Mario Kart. As much as I enjoyed the graphics of Mario Kart 8, I think it fits Mario Kart a lot better, and it can still achieve high fidelity and beautiful landscapes and visuals. This is famous for being the first Mario game where Donkey Kong has a design reminiscent of his look from the Super Mario Bros. Movie, which fits the look of the game pretty well since it's more cartoony. You merely have to look at Donkey Kong to see the differences in how Mario Kart 8 and World approach their visuals. While the game is no longer framed like a televised event, some of these sponsors are still found throughout the tracks and on stamps you can collect, although that was in the series long before Mario Kart 8. Mario Boro was a thing in 1996. The big new mode in Mario Kart World is Knockout Tour, which is basically a big battle royale that's also a throwback to when you could get eliminated in Super Mario Kart. It's one long stretch of track where you'll be eliminated if you fall under a certain threshold, and the end is a showdown between the top 4 placed players. While a cool idea that gets exciting, I find it a little bit boring because the racetracks aren't used a ton, so you're mostly racing on the areas between them. You do race between tracks that aren't part of the same Grand Prix though, so mixing and matching is interesting, and it makes the whole world feel like a puzzle. Mario Kart World is a representation of how far the genre of kart racer has come and how much more it can go. Despite the over 30 years of this franchise existing, Mario Kart World feels so much more innovative by doing new, fresh things with its own genre, and at the time it released, it was a big creative risk that was exactly what Mario Kart needed. It tends to push its own ideas on a player very hard, which can cause tension to less receptive players, but to those who are able to get what it's going for, it's one of the best kart racers ever created and always a good time. When I'm looking for a game to play casually with friends, Mario Kart 8 is probably a better option for a number of reasons, but it feels like a kart racer tailor-made to everything I could have wanted Mario Kart and the genre to do and where to go. It would have been poetic if I began and ended this video with Mario Kart, but there is one more game to get to. Mario Kart would have been the best place to end the video, but as the series with maybe the second most kart racer or racing game spin-offs, Sonic is a close second. Plus there's Sonic and Mario's historic rivalry, but I don't think that really matters much anyways, considering Sega's been out of the console manufacturing space for a long time now. That won't stop Sonic fans from forcing a rivalry between this and Mario Kart World, because Sonic fans love to pick arbitrary fights they won't win, so they can get mad that it loses at the Game Awards, even though Mario Kart World is a more successful and well-known and beloved game among a bigger audience. Also, yes, Mufasa made more at the box office. I don't like it, but it happened. Moving on. Sonic Racing Cross Worlds is a massive title intended as a big crowd pleaser for Sonic fans and somewhat of a spiritual continuation of the Sonic and All-Stars racing games. Although this is different in that it was actually developed by Sonic Team and not Sumo Digital. Once DLC and crossover characters started to be introduced, it started to look more and more like Sega's attempt at making a Sega version of Super Smash Bros. But we'll get there when we get there. In the base roster, only Sonic characters are available, and while the character choices aren't much deeper than something you'd see at the Olympics, they definitely include a lot more Sonic characters than previous racing games that had to share the spotlight with other Sega series. Sage is here. She's basically the big new popular character from the relatively recently released Sonic Frontiers, and other character choices I like are Jet, Wave, and Storm. They come from the Sonic Riders series, which is another Sonic racing series that definitely isn't about kart racing. They haven't really appeared in many Sonic titles afterwards and just kinda live in crossovers, but it is neat whenever we get to see her take wing. Pangolin and Whisper were eventually added as well, which is a big moment for the fan base because they're very popular characters from the IDW Sonic comic series, who are considered canon, but Sonic Racing Cross Worlds was the first time they were in a video game. The last Sonic racing game, Team Sonic Racing, was slightly disappointing in terms of the characters, and it was obvious some weird corners were cut, so the existence of this game almost feels like an apology for it, at least when it got unveiled with such a big roster. The racing feels similar to Sonic and Sega All-Stars Racing since karts have a weight to them, but it's obvious they were done by different teams. The two mechanics that always make for really fast-paced and exciting races are here. Multiple levels of boost when you do a drift, and being able to do tricks while in the air, which also gives you a boost. This time tricks are done by just moving the stick, and it is ridiculous. You'll always land on your wheels, but you can spin like 4,000 degrees while you're in the air, and it's so cool in a ridiculous way. Perfect for Sonic. The items are essentially all equivalent to stuff from Mario Kart, including a drill, which is basically a bullet bill, a monster truck, which is basically a mega mushroom, and wisps from Sonic Colors that act as your boost. Not saying the game is ripping off Mario Kart, because it does feel different and there are unique items, but you don't need me to explain the same basic mechanics over again 50 times. There's a lot of karts you can select for each character, and usually they're optimized for different categories like speed, boosts, or handling. I like it because it acts as a similar form of the kind of customization we've seen in games like Mario Kart 8. It has all the virtues, and you can try to balance out your stats the same way, but it doesn't make everyone in the coach sit waiting awkwardly for you to pick just the right wheels. The most ridiculous form of kart in the game is the hoverboards, which are an homage to Sonic Riders. To be lazy again, the difference in gameplay between these and karts is like the difference in bikes and karts in Mario Kart, mostly because of how drifting is altered. I don't really like how they handle, but characters' animations are 10 times funnier on them. There's also what might be construed as an homage to another Sonic racing series, Sonic Rivals. There's a Rivals system. One racer is assigned as your rival at the start of a race, and you get a reward if you beat all of the rival races. This has been done before, but what makes it unique is that your rival has dialogue, and it changes depending on how the race is going, so you can hear Sonic characters speak all throughout the game. It's a small little detail, but it fleshes out the world just a little bit more. Non-Sonic characters can't be raced against as CPUs, and I imagine it's because they would have to add a bunch of rival dialogue. I guess you could call that a downside of the system. One small thing the game does pretty well is the process of starting laps. There's a little speedometer like thing, and you have to time your drift so that it goes right in the center, maximizing how fast you can go. It's a neat little mini game, and I like that it's clearly telegraphed to the player just how to do it. Disney's Speedstorm actually had pretty much this exact same thing, but I never mentioned it. Every track also has little mini collectibles, and those are a fun side thing, but once you've gotten them, they don't really appear again, so they're mostly a one and done. It's not like Diddy Kong Racing or many kart racers inspired by it, where you've got to collect them all, then win the race while doing it, which becomes a big side mission. There's also a mechanic where before the race you can customize your kart with bonuses, like drifting happening faster or starting every race with an item. You know, like the mechanic from Garfield Kart. Is it super relevant to gameplay? No. It is kinda weird that as you race you get to unlock more and more gadget slots. It just means that by getting better the reward is the game getting easier. Although, I suppose you could use them to help you in higher difficulty settings. You can take bonuses online, which is funny because oftentimes people will choose items as their bonuses, and it makes for a chaotic start to a race. But overall, I don't think it was something the game needed. The big new gimmick is the Crossworlds part of the title. Every second lap of a Grand Prix track transports you through a portal where you go through another world for one lap. These can be repeated through different tracks, and they're normally huge spectacles that make races feel explosive. The one they always show in the trailers and put on the front of the box has a bunch of dinosaurs rampaging around, and it's the kind of cool shit you can expect to see in the game. You have the choice between which tracks you want to race on too, but only if you're the one in first place by the time of the second lap, so it's almost like a little reward for playing well. Sometimes they even have flying or water sections. The biggest difference in how they play is the drifting. In flying sections, you can kinda drift whenever, and in the water sections, drifting just allows you to jump in the air, which can make for some silly racing segments. In a Grand Prix, you go through 3 tracks with these interruptions, then you race on 1 lap from each in quick succession, as the 4th race. Personally, I would have preferred if that last part was kept as its own mode instead of being part of a regular old Grand Prix, because it does make it feel oddly paced. Overall, the racing of Sonic Racing Crossworlds is above all else flashy. It's big and bombastic, and its main priority is to look exciting while getting you absolutely pumped. It's not very different from many other kart racers in terms of the actual racing, so hype moments and aura farming is what gives it its identity gameplay-wise. The music is definitely a standout, and it really adds to that. The main theme of the game appears like a leitmotif throughout certain tracks, and on the last lap. And no matter how much I play the game, I never get tired of hearing it, as it makes me excited to finish the race. For such a big game in the franchise, and a game with its price point, Sonic Racing Cross Worlds comes surprisingly slim in terms of the actual racing content, especially single player stuff. By completing races, you can unlock more karts, and that's kinda most of it. The challenge mode is technically here, but it's mostly very basic achievements, and it's not very fun to get them all, like past Sonic games. The big mode aside from Grand Prix is called Racing Park, and they're team races where special characteristics apply to every race. In one of them, you get a boost by bumping into other opponents, for example. To be fair, I played it by myself and it was meant for multiplayer. It even says that when selecting the mode, but it is very basic anyways, since it's just a single race on any track you select. I don't think the amount of content is a big deal breaker for kart racer games, because you play them for the racing first and foremost, and the racing is as good as ever. I just find it hard to recommend when you can probably buy Team Sonic Racing, both Sonic and All-Stars games, and the DS versions of them for a lower price than this game. In the base game, the focus was on characters and tracks, and not necessarily single player content, which is carried on in DLC, where they get pretty wacky. The roster size has nearly doubled in the year since this game released, with plans for a second year, and God knows how much will be in that. There are both Sega characters and non-Sega characters in the DLC, with the Sega characters being free updates and non-Sega characters being DLC. The focus on Sega guest characters makes the game feel like more of a full realization of the idea of a primarily Sonic game with Sega characters as bonuses, and it makes the game last longer without needing to buy anything because they're added regularly. Some notable character additions include Joker from Persona, characters from Yakuza, and Red from Angry Birds, which is the first big console Sega crossover he was added to since Rovio got acquired by Sega. The guest characters are purchasable, and they're what makes the game really get big, mostly from other video game franchises like Mega Man, Pac-Man, and Minecraft, but a couple of them are non-video game series like SpongeBob and Avatar: The Last Airbender. When I was writing this script, Godzilla and Neon Genesis Evangelion were announced for DLC. These crossovers range from hype to genuinely weird, and the DLC model is basically intended to extend Sonic Racing Cross Worlds into the Super Smash Bros. Ultimate of kart racers. There was a few tracks added, but for the most part when you buy these packs, you're buying a couple of characters. And yes, making people pay extra for a game that's already so expensive is a lot, but I don't think the DLC prices are too ridiculous. You can buy a season pass for like $30, although probably coincidental, many of the characters in the game have already featured in racing games, so it adds to a sense that it's the ultimate kart racer and a celebration of the genre as a whole. At least, that's the sense they want to carry out through marketing. With all of these guest characters, I do feel like the actual Sonic side of things tends to get lost in the shuffle. Sure, every once in a while, a Sonic character is added for free DLC, but it feels like it's for the purposes of being more hype, or to promote the Sonic Prime TV show, not an attempt at fleshing out the Sonic side of things. I don't need a ton of Sonic content, and you could argue the premise of the game is about crossovers, but I can't help but feel some parts of the game feel a little confused in terms of what it wants to be. I think I can now call myself an expert on kart racer games after playing through so many. Some good, some bad, and most average. After playing so many kart racers, I think I've narrowed down what really makes the genre so fascinating: character. When kart racers started as a genre, they could very easily be summarized as just simulations of go-karts, with cartoony bits being more exaggerated. It's such a simple concept that I think it was tempting for basically every company to try to make their own kart racers. But every time a new one came out, there was just a little twist. A small mechanical change or recontextualization that sets them all apart from each other. I believe that when it comes to media, you should be allowed to steal just a little bit. Using other properties as jumping off points is how Mario Kart started in the first place. In the field of kart racers, the language is so defined that it's acceptable to take a lot, which forces developers to be creative with how they make games and allow for its starting point. When I look at kart racers now, some still feel like they're based on go-karts, others on more realistic racing, and others are just new shit. And you know what? It's not even that unique. This format of taking very specific tropes and expanding on them is how all genres ultimately work on the end. It's how video games and movies started in the first place and got their language and structure. Kart racers are just interesting to think about because of how wacky and fun they can get sometimes, and because of the memories I have with them. I've lamented before about how my single player approach isn't telling the full story with these racers, and it's true. It's really true. Kart racers are the ultimate multiplayer fun experience, and that has a big part to do with their success and why so many people have fond memories of them. And people do have fond memories. When I told people I was doing this video, people had very strong opinions to share about how life hasn't been the same since the Mod Nation Racers server shut down, or that Mario Kart DS is the best Mario Kart and it's dumb that I didn't put it on my list. Kart races are good. The online slop, the mascots, the balanced and the broken, all kart races are great. If you have one takeaway from this video, I hope it's a really random or wacky fact or piece of information about one kart racer that will stick in your brain forever. There's definitely plenty for me now. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you later. Again, huge apology to the Beano Town Racing fandom for the snub.